Explained by the Billy Meier contacts, mysteries, myths, legends, conspiracy theories, historical inaccuracies, and more, compiled by David Chance, revised July 2, 2025.
Extraterrestrials, Earth Foreigners Part 2. See also Extraterrestrials, Giza Intelligences Bafath. See also Extraterrestrials, Greys. See also Extraterrestrials, Reptilians. See also Future Earth Humans. See also Gilgamesh. See also Hyperborea, Hyperboreans. See also Ica Stones. See also Longskulls. See also Men in Black. See also Nazca Lines. See also Nokodemion. See also Ptah. See also Quetzalcoatl. See also Rods. See also Starchild Skull. See also Teos Caves Metal Library. See also Tunguska Event 1908. See also UFOs Flying Saucers.
Contact Report 165.
Like with us, such meetings and group discussions also take place on the Earth every day in all possible areas. And these meetings, as a rule, last much longer than yours. FIGU group meetings. It is not right that Ingrid only exercises a role of an idle woman, while Elizabeth and her husband or her child Melanie must perform her works. With us, who are much further developed in these matters, such machinations cannot and may not appear. I give her no reproach, but we talked about these things at the very beginning, also of the fact that Simya Se became injured by such carelessness and neglect of duty. The same could have now happened to me here if I did not have my protective device with me, because the distance to the sitting area of the house from here is very short. If we have our devices in operation, then there is likely no danger for us. But something can fail once with these devices, and then it happens. Unfortunately, our respective devices still are not developed so far that we can rely on them in every respect and with absolute certainty. Other than this device here, which still needs some improvements and developments, everything is still far too unwieldy and difficult to transport.
It is indeed a sizable bucket.
That is of correctness, and that is why I am trying hard to bring the device to handier forms. Note, an observation which may be completely unrelated, regarding Quetzal's protective device. Described by Billy as a bucket on at least 3 occasions, see Contact Reports 157, 164, and 165, I am reminded of the handbag symbols seen in ancient archaeological images throughout the world.
Contact Report 166.
Thank you. Interesting, but one cannot really see everything by one's eyes. Even from here, in free space, the planets are too small.
Here, we are even further away from the planets than if you were to observe them from the Earth. You can see them better if you observe them through this magnification device. Here.
Fantastic. This is probably a completely new device?
Yes, and it reflects the image recordings 3-dimensionally.
I can see that. This is the most perfect 3D image that I have ever seen with you.
Here, do you see now?
That is really incredible. The entire alignment has moved out of space and into the foreground. Now, I can fully recognize every single planet.
If you glide 1 finger away and over this scale, then you can enlarge or shrink the image, depending on how you please. On this opposite contact line, however, with a simple touch of the finger, you can separate out any square as a cutout, which you can then also enlarge again with the scale, by what means it is possible for you to separate out individual planets and observe them individually.
And can one enlarge the image of the planet onto the whole image area?
Certainly. Test the device.
I will. Wait, man. Here now. Man, that is clever. Aha, now I have the Earth. I will get it now. Fantastic. It is bigger than on the biggest television screen of our house televisions.
Contact Report 167.
You also know that, for reasons of neutrality and non-influence, we work independently and without the exchange of data. Therefore, we also maintain no exchange of information with our own sister stations. All contacts are only of a purely personal nature and no data, etc., is ever exchanged among one another. All data of ours and also that of other groups working with us are separately and directly sent to a central office on ERA, where they are evaluated by coordination and then the appropriate decisions are made. We strictly adhere to this so that we can carry on our work correctly and without influence. This is a fact that the Earth humans can hardly understand, which brings us a lot of advantages, however.
Contact Report 169.
Talking is purely a communicative device, a means for understanding, so this should only be used for this purpose.
Yes, Bafath even said this, explaining that language serves only for communication. And the communication contains only everything that is of a harmonious nature, which is why there are human races that only communicate with each other in song, musical form.
That is of correctness. Language is actually harmonious in itself, and so such a thing should also be expressed. In your ranks, you should at least consider being active at times in this form, namely with singing. Even we and still more highly developed humans cannot help but be harmoniously active in this form, by which means also our feelings and thoughts, etc., become more peaceful, calmer, and also more affectionate.
This I can vividly imagine, especially since I have previously heard you singing rather often, together with several others as well as alone.
It is simply inconceivable that some earthly women, during the early months of pregnancy, behave so inhumanely and even take advantage of their condition in order to neglect their duties and pass themselves off as being sick.
How do your wives behave in relation to this?
Such deplorable things are unknown to us because our female partners behave quite right psychologically in reference to a pregnancy.
Contact Report 172.
The efforts of the larger number of group members entitle us to act in this form and allow for relaxation, even if there are still some assumptions which aim at the fact that we are always forgiving and would once again relent. That, however, is an evil error on the part of those who think so, for we hold fast to our decrees and do not deviate a thread's breadth from them, not even when we now allow justified relaxations. You, Billy, act effectively and impartially, without regard to losses, even in your own family, about which I must admit that I would have difficulties in your place, because it is still the case with us that in such matters we are tempted to make certain fine distinctions when it concerns our closest family members, or when it concerns friends who must be censured or be reprimanded by any measure. We overcome these selfish emotions very well, but they often cause us difficulties. But unlike us, you are entirely free of such selfish preferences in such concerns, while we have not yet gotten over such. And last but not least, we also discovered the shocking fact that exists within you, that you are absolutely neutral towards even your closest and immediate family members and friends, etc., and that you show them complete equality, a fact which knows no difference from those people who are classified into an external circle according to our discretion. Concerning this, we made the surprising discovery that you are far superior to us in this respect, and that you are beyond showing selfish preferences to those who belong to your direct family circle and circle of friends. This is a fact that embarrasses us. My friend, because we are just on the verge of solving this problem of brotherly love and universal love, in which there only prevails a relevant form of absolute equality. Your earthly mission obviously allows you to find ways in your mind to obtain absolute, egalitarian brotherly love and universal love, which still remains closed to us. So I ask you, please, to speak with me about this at an appropriate time and by order of our spiritual leaders on Era, and about other very important things through which you can be helpful to us if you would agree to this.
I am moved. You really mean this seriously?
That is of correctness, because at least with respect to the aforementioned, we and our intellectual leaders need your teachings and instructions.
By your intellectual leaders, you probably mean spiritual leaders, right?
That is of correctness. These are very wise men and women on our home planet, who teach and lead our people as leaders, as well as publicize the advice of the High Council. Thus, you also have to consider that your spirit form is at least as old as ours, and also that there are only a few leaders of our home planet who are alive with spirit forms that are a little older than yours. Nevertheless, the difference is so small that it cannot come into play. Furthermore, you also have to consider that their and your spirit forms were created far away from the Earth, in the same remote space, and began to learn and to grasp together, and that your spirit form is absolutely equal and even superior in certain respects, as has been proven at other times and once again. And precisely because of your identification with the earth forms, and with all of the very many wants and negative concerns on the planet Earth, you have found means and ways of evolution that have hitherto remained foreign to us, and that have also been unappreciated by us on our new homeworld, which is dominated by the purest peace.
Contact Report 173.
We all feel at home in the center, Simyase Silver Star Center, which is why we very often spend all of our leisure time there. All of us who are from Era, as well as all those whose homeworlds are different from ours, but who, nevertheless, fulfill their duties here on the earth and cooperate with us. And for this reason, I would ask you to make it clear to your group members that from now on, they must be prepared every now and then to meet humans at night, in or around the center, who are foreign to the earth. And in this context, there is also the possibility that light phenomena, etc., will appear if materializations of our allies occur, and so on. But there is nothing to be afraid of or to fear, for as you know, all our allies are also peaceful people who inflict no harm on anyone or on any life form. The most that could happen would be a shock-induced defensive reaction, if any group member would deliberately commit a frightening action, either for fun or out of malice, etc. In the case of an encounter with one of our allies, who can endure the Earth-human swinging waves and, therefore, do not need to be protected by invisibility, etc. It is to be declared to the group members that, in such a case, they should not make any attempt to communicate, but simply step aside in order to let the respective visitor pass, who will usually take no further notice of the presence of the respective group members. We and our allies come to the center in order to relax and also for the purpose of our homeworld, which means for all of us that no entertainment or work should be associated with it. Moreover, a conversation would be impossible in many cases because many of us and our allies do not master any earthly languages, but only understand these through the use of translators, which may not be in operation as a result of a certain purpose-driven order from our home center that is connected to such a visit. Thus, every difficulty can be avoided if on the part of the group members, no attempts of contact are made, neither through any attempts of communication nor through any attempts of physical contact. This must be made completely clear to the group members because such attempts could be misinterpreted, by which means there could be a defensive reaction which, under certain circumstances, would produce rather unpleasant consequences for that particular group member. If he or she would be struck by a paralysis-swinging wave or by the force of a stun gun, such things finding their use among our various allies during a fright reaction. So it is fitting that neither attempts of address nor attempts of physical contact take place if there is an encounter. Whether the outer appearance of the respective visitor appears to be so very human, according to Earth's sense, or whether it appears to be completely foreign to the Earth.
I think that this should be understandable to the group members when I explain it to them. But in addition, I would like to ask you something. When you say that all of you and your allies come here and that they view our center as a true home, then this would have to amount to 2,500 human beings, and secondly, they would then be here very often, right? Is that not a little too much traffic?
It may be that every night they will be visiting among you because in truth, the entire number of visitors to the center amounts to 2,862 life forms. But in general, it will be such that they move cautiously so as not to meet the group members directly. Nevertheless, chance encounters, etc., can hardly be avoided. In addition, you must be very certain that there is order around the edifices and on the paths and roads, and that no materials of any kind stand about or are lying around, as has often been the case, and which has already repeatedly led to small accidents, even with us.
That is a right amount of human beings, man oh man. And if you speak of all, then that means that actually everyone comes. Thus the small elves, just as also the largest ones, the middle grade ones, the luminous ones, the ones with luminous eyes, and all others.
That is of correctness. The largest of our allies, Andron, is 5 meters and 26 centimeters tall, 17 feet 3 inches, according to earthly measures. And then there is Daniel under him, who is 2 meters and 48 centimeters tall, 8 feet 2 inches. The smallest ones are around 70 centimeters tall, 2 feet 4 inches, and then there are those whose eyes illuminate very brightly and whose eyes are on the upper forehead of the skull.
I know, but then there are those whose entire bodies fluoresce, or those whose bodies illuminate radiantly, along with those who always practice gymnastics on elevated places, such as on rooftops and trees, etc.
That is of correctness, but in addition to these, there are still other variously formed life forms, but they are all of human genus and species.
Yes, of course, such as one, of whom someone might think that a rubber ball rolls across the ground.
That is of correctness. This is also under them. The work and interest as well as the employment of the male Fi-Gu group members often appear to me as if they were inmates of an old folks' home, in which there live only old, soft, and pitiful people who are oversensitive to pain and who have no initiative. They always give me the impression that they belong to a disinterested club in an old folks' home, filled with soft, decrepit, and querulous old men who have no initiative. This is a fact that is incomprehensible to me, and that is extremely deplorable, because I have the opportunity to compare these group members to our old and gray ones, with whom such incidents are inconceivable. Even our oldest aged ones yield much more initiative and true employment in all concerns and in manual labor than what is the case with these young and energetic group members. The least of all, those of our old men still accomplish at least twice as much as these young and strong group members, who feel ill and miserable if they are touched by a gentle gust of wind and stay away from any work and commitment, so that they can secretly rejoice iotum tempore equals in the same instant, about the fact that they can keep themselves away from every work and commitment by a trick.
Contact Report 176.
The 3 days on Era will be strenuous for you, and you will hardly find any sleep during this time.
You can give me your special food and your special drinks, which expel sleepiness.
Those will be necessary either way. Nevertheless, it is appropriate that you find plenty of sleep.
Contact Report 179.
That would also make us very joyful and happy.
Contact Report 180.
There is no explanation needed from you because I followed the course of things, although I could not be helpful, of which I am ashamed.
Contact Report 182.
Moreover, she herself lives in the unreal delusion that she is capable of thinking and acting more rationally and more logically than we, who are millions of years ahead of your development. We probably have our faults, even in her case, but not in terms of decisions and not in terms of wrong assessments of the truth. Our fault always only lay in the fact that we were never able to understand and failed to recognize that the Earth human thinks untruthfully in his or her superficial thinking, while other more profound thoughts are present. Since time immemorial, we have had some difficulties with regard to our neutrality towards all group members. This in the sense that it has often been rather difficult for us to behave neutrally toward these Earth humans. Even we are only human, and even if everything was always just a one-sided affair, we feel just as humans do, so every single group member has grown into our feelings, which often made it rather difficult for us to make our decisions. When defects arose in many of the group members, just because we were connected to our emotions, we often had great difficulties with regard to maintaining objective unity toward the fallible ones because we always wanted to be supportive of them. Nevertheless, from our side, the same loving thoughts and feelings of sensitivity also prevail toward these group members, which often gave us difficulties with our decisions, as I have already explained. At the beginning of our contacts, things were different because we were too focused on pure logic and, thus, strongly neglected our feelings. But as a result of your teaching, we had to recognize that without these feelings, everything was different, incorrect, and too strict. In accordance with your instruction, all of our people changed their relevant actions and conduct, and since that time, a lot has changed to our advantage. Those instructive powers, who own the true logic and who are more advanced by millions of years in knowledge, recognition, ability, and in wisdom and love, and in the fulfillment of the creational laws and recommendations. We already lead our lives in pure logic. On the other hand, we also have our ordinal rules, regulations, and arrangements, which we have to follow in solidarity and according to our best ability. Fortune and knowledge, without which we would have never reached the state of our current life. Knowledge, love, insight, progress, and so on. Only with us. There was a time when the way of life and the future was decided by the entire people and by our former leaders at that time, such that from the moment of the decision, every life form actually strove, consciously and to the utmost, to follow and keep the given guidelines, ordinances, and regulations, etc., even though there were still many at that time who were of the same mistaken view as the group members of today. As a result, fewer than 620 humans had to be held accountable and abandoned for wrongdoing, even though our population at the time was more than 238 million. But for a long time, we have been depressed and feel an ache inside ourselves that all of these efforts are neither respected nor recognized, which you have undertaken for years for all group members, and that they are even ignored and then thanked by the fact that there continues to be violations of all kinds, and that all real success and progress are prevented.
Yet I think that what you can do with your people on Era, that should also be good and inexpensive for the Earth humans. Just the fact that you do a lot of regular duty work on Era between the 6th and 8th hour of the morning and after that, you can leave and do what you want. I have found that to be very fine and reasonable.
Many humans have certain phrases, and so do I.
Sure, that is correct, but too much already gets boring.
It must also be fun.
Contact Report 184.
The flying apparatus is a spaceship from the planet Druan, whose human life forms we therefore call the Druan. They are a very widely developed and extremely peaceful human race that can bring some innovations to our own technology. The planet Druan lies in the NOL system, which belongs to a galaxy whose size is about 1.7 times larger than ours, and this galaxy is located 3.10 million light-years away from the SOL system. The Druans are on an expedition here on Earth for at least 5 to 6 months, but in accordance with our experience, it could more likely last for years. Thus, there is the possibility that a responsible person from the personnel of the Druan ship, perhaps even several, will enter into contact with you. In any case, they are interested in such contact after we came to an agreement with them and discussed with them in detail, whereby we also explained to them our common mission on Earth.
And what can they want then from me? As an Earthling, I cannot really offer them anything.
You are too modest. Think once of the leading teaching persons on Era. The Druans are also human beings like us. Florina's note, 8th January 2004, the Pleiaren and the Druans established intensive contact with each other. In the course of 2 years, negotiations took place over an admission of the Druans into the Pleiaren Federation, which found its fulfillment with the integration of the Druans in February 1985. At the same time, they agreed on the integration of the Druans into the spirit teachings, as this is taught by the Pleiaren. Because the spirit teaching, now referred to as the creation energy teaching of the Druans, are in conformity with the teaching of the Pleiaren, as they are also taught by Billy on the Earth. On the 11th of May, 1985, Quetzal, accompanied by a Druan named Zeltan, equals the thoughtful, appeared to Billy and explained to him that the spirit teaching, which Billy prepares for the Pleiaren spirit leadership, would also be passed on to the Druans in the future for learning purposes. The contact with Zeltan, the thoughtful, remained unique, however. Since that time, the Druans have been working with Billy's teachings.
But tell me, you always speak as though you yourself would see it as the Pleiaren do. How does this happen since you come nevertheless from the Vega and Lyra systems?
The Pleiaren, as you call them, thus our mutual friends, originally came from our systems, assuming that we take as a reference point that period when their ancestors left our systems. Unlike the Earth humans, the direct contact between the emigrants and those who remained on the homeworlds has been maintained and preserved up to the present day. Even though much has changed in the whys of life and in the overall development of both poles, different forms of technology developed, and differences more or less also appeared in the overall evolution. But the preserved connection was and is, and will remain, such that we see ourselves as a single people, even though we have our home worlds many light years apart.
I estimate that you are about the same age as Simyase. Is that right?
In terms of age, I am somewhat younger because since my birth, 314 years have passed.
My question should be whether your average age of your life expectancy is also around 1,000 years, as this is the case with the Pleiaren.
In this regard, the average age with us is set a little lower, namely at 987 years.
Good. Are you married? Do you have children?
No, neither of them. Human life, in our, and thus, also in the earthly sense, because the Earth humans found a physical union with our ancestors, has an average age between 964 and 1,089 years, whereby other alien races and our human life forms exhibit much lower or much higher life expectancies. But in our and in the Earth humans' case, an average age of around 1,000 years must be noted because all our races stand in physical and old customary solidarity, equipped with the corresponding genetic makeup of the corresponding high life expectancy.
Contact Report 189.
So I had no other choice but to go to the corner of the house in front of Eva's bedroom in order to call you audibly from there. At the same time, it was not any different than that my voice was also heard by your wife, but this certainly should not be of a bad value. For my part, no one could see me because I was not visible to Earth-human eyes due to my protective equipment. Things do not look very good, because the already evaluated analyses of some group members have triggered horrors in the new contact personnel, persons from the DAL universe, and terrors still arise within them.
Contact Report 191.
Sure, I can do this favor for you. Thus, I direct my words to all Earth humans in this way. The origin of the beginning of sorrow and all evils on the earth is described in the OM writing by the prophet Enoch, in which he speaks of Semjasa and his followers, who, at that time, went with him among the Earth humans and caused disaster. Semjasa and some others originated from a planet in the Lyra system, but others were natives of other worlds that are listed as NAKAR planets in the old registers, and which belonged to a remote system with the name USOL, and which were completely destroyed by acts of war shortly after the flight away. The planet in the Lyra system was named Nagal, and the other worlds, Dejma, Sienas, and Torjebol. Semjasa was the supreme leader of all, and Asasel was first secretly and then openly his adversary. Through the incidents, as they are described in the Book of Enoch, they brought all evils to the earth in their beginning, whereby the first two nuclear wars were released on earth, as Semjasa and Asasel mutually annihilated themselves and their people. After their rebirth, they were taken away by their former brothers and sisters on earth. So in the course of time, they converted to the truth again and committed themselves to work on the earth in the future, according to the strictest performance of duty, for so long until all damage and all errors were removed again, which they had caused in their incomprehensibility at the beginning of their time on earth. Throughout many lives, they slowly prepared for this task, which they then took over for the first time approximately 14,000 years ago, so at least some of them, while the rest of them were not yet ready. But in order to be able to change everything, it was also necessary that everyone would change themselves into the thinking of the Earth humans, and thus forget their entire past, which has fully happened in the meantime. A memory of this would not have been useful, because as a result of any knowledge of the spectacular past, one might be inclined to take measures that would provoke renewed catastrophes. Therefore, the advantage of the memory that they all possessed slowly had to sink into ignorance. Many of today's Earth humans, in the early days of the beginning of evils on the Earth, belonged to the group of Semjasa, who was their supreme leader, as was already explained. The fact of today's group members, and of those who were culpable at that time, in reference to the same spirit form, is 1. Asacel equals the obstinate. 2. Batrala equals she who loves the muses. 3. Temla equals guardian of honor. 4. Semjasa equals the demigod. 5. Barakala equals one who loses shyness. 6. Satana equals the lovely. 7. Asaela equals the pliant. 8. Armera equals the cozy. 9. Urkibaramil equals the strong leader. 10. Ramuela equals one who is not self-adorning. 11. Lunira equals one who shines in the light. 12. Argisa equals the builder. 13. Turlane equals the miraculous. 14. Tamila equals the exalted. 15. Arajal equals the lovingly gentle. 16. Urlan equals one like a suit of armor. 17. Largsa equals one who looks after the stars. 18. Jomael equals the flower lover. 19. Ubrala equals the carefree. 20. Samsafal equals the loyal companion.
Thanks, it was easier like that. But it is still to be said now that in this life, some of our group members belong to the group for the first time, but in former times, others were already here, in firmer or very loose forms, as other personalities.
That is correct. And it should also be taken into account that there are others living on the earth at this time who belong to this original group, but who have departed from your group or have not yet joined you. And data about Simya Se, Florina, 22nd, January 2004. With the date of the 28th of January 1986, the planned 11-year period for the ongoing contacts with Simya Se had expired. But this only means that no other contact reports between Billy and Simya Se will be published for the group and for the general public, and that no other questions can be placed by these to the Pliaran, etc., while the contacts between the Pliaran and Billy would continue to exist nevertheless, and it was not planned to conclude these. Thus, many more contacts between Billy and Ptah, Quetzal, Taljda, Manara, as well as Plagia, etc., have taken place since then, but the contact reports have not been officially published up to the new millennium. Simya Se spent the time from February of 1965 to June of 1973 with Asket's people in the DL universe, without any contact with our universe. After her return to Era from the Dal universe in June of 1973, she came to the Earth in July of 1973 and resumed her task, which she had already taken up here earlier. After that, the first contact with Billy took place on the 28th of January, 1975. Out of all earthly languages, Simya Se only mastered the German language and also learned no others during her stay on Earth up to November of 1984. Her field of work was restricted to the European territory, and she had no authority to interfere with any concerns or to take up contacts in the areas of the two other existing Pleiaren groups working on the Earth, so in Asia and America. On the 15th of December 1977, Simya Se had a life-threatening accident at the center, after which she was taken to Era for medical treatment and for recovery, and then came back to the Earth again on the 20th of May, 1978, in the 107th contact. She had ongoing contacts with Billy until the 144th contact on the 26th of March, 1981. From the end of March of 1981, Simya Se was absent from the Earth until January of 1984 as a result of other tasks. 3rd February 1984, 191st contact, last contact of Simya with Billy. In early November of 1984, Simya suffered a brain collapse as an after effect of the accident on the 15th of December 1977. She was immediately taken to ask its people in the DAL universe, where she became healthy again through the assistance of her and her friends Sona/Sonar. The complete regeneration of the brain and all consciousness powers, abilities, and memories, etc., which were lost as a result of the collapse, will likely take up a period of 70 years, as Ptah explained, and during that time, Simya remains in the Dal universe. Out of all 3 Pleiadian groups, Europe, Asia, America, on Earth, only one person was named Simya, namely the Simya of the European group, who took up contact with Billy. Apart from Billy, she never had contacts with other Earth humans on all continents, except a chance encounter in the Persian desert in the vicinity of Zahedan with a young German woman named Elsa Schroeder, which only lasted for a few minutes. In January 1975, see Contact Report 31:S 104-112 SEO, and this will remain so in the future.
Contact Report 193.
But only now could I do this, after our group there said goodbye and took off 2 days ago in a definitive form, as this has also happened with the group in Asia. Thus our group, your European group, is now responsible for the entire world. The first step relating to this has already been done in that we withdrew our liaison groups in the USA and in Asia because it is not right that visionaries and swindlers use us for profit purposes.
Contact Report 194.
6. Even if we must cancel our official contacts, as it was planned, we will continue to linger on the Earth and will maintain contact with you. But we will otherwise remain only as observers and not in an active and intervening form. This, at least until the year 2029, after which, presumably, we will then finally remove ourselves and will turn our attention to other tasks that are foreign to the Earth, with the assurance that we permanently withdraw ourselves into our time dimension and never again return to this space-time configuration. Only in the distant future will we perhaps return in secret to fulfill our remaining tasks, as is planned. However, this will be when the Earth human has already long dominated spaceflight and has completed contact, in an official form, with other human forms in the universe. However, these human forms will be of a different form than we are, which is why they can physically associate with the Earth humans.
Then contacts with other non-earthly humans are still coming in the distant time?
That is of correctness, and it is to be expected that intelligences of non-Lyran origin will appear again. And as our calculations show, there should be those among them whose original ancient forefathers already visited the Earth, if not always in a loving kind and wise.
Probably those who showed themselves off as angry gods and other rulers?
That is of correctness.
Contact Report 196.
I really do not know where I should stand anymore because I always commit a blunder with the Earth humans when it concerns the assessment of things that are of such form.
You should once come to terms with it and thoroughly deal with the fact that the human beings of the Earth are no saints, and above all, neither is he. With the Earthlings, it is such that lies are invented for all possible purposes. So apparent facts also become generated, which can be quite devilishly deceptive because they are only apparent facts or lying facts.
You already told me that on many occasions, but I simply cannot come to terms with it because the fact that the humans lie is unusual and foreign to me.
Of course, but still, It is just so on the Earth. The Earthlings are not Plei-Aran, to whom lying is a foreign word. For this reason, you should not always take everything so devilishly seriously and at face value if you...
Contact Report 200.
You explain that just like a doctor.
Like Ptah, I have also learned this specialty. All of us who keep in touch with you have learned the German language very extensively. That is correct because Svath was also one of my teachers, and of course he spoke with me regarding your person and task. He also presented your works to me, which he recorded constantly. And when I had studied these works, I decided to be assigned to your mission and the connection with you.
Contact Report 202.
Then another question. Svath said that at the turn of the century, respectively the millennium, genetic engineering, respectively genetic manipulation, would very strongly step into appearance again, as this was already the case a long time ago and was practiced here on Earth by extraterrestrials, as well as in a space-time configuration of Sirius that is shifted to our space-time configuration. When there, a large group of humans from the Enoch lineage became genetically manipulated by the Syrians.
Contact Report 205.
As usual, I have questions. One refers to the disease, atopic dermatitis, which attacks many humans and about which there was a show on television again. Not only are adults affected by this disease, but especially children, for whom the constant itching is especially bad. Are you aware of this disease, and if so, is there an effective medicine against this disease? If so, may you provide some information about it?
Yes, this disease is known to me. But in our civilizations, this has no longer appeared for thousands of years, as well as other diseases and sufferings.
Contact Report 208.
I think that you, Quetzal, as a doctor and scholar of psychology, are able to judge very well. Svath was, among other things, a physician, and thus an excellent doctor and scholar of psychology, as well as Ptah, his son, that is. Through Svath's outstanding medical knowledge, I was preserved from death by him at the age of 6 months. Also, his knowledge of psychology was always extremely valuable and useful for me. Ptah told me that you occupy yourself with the original history of Switzerland and Europe.
Contact Report 211.
Yesterday, we talked about the fact that the aid agencies, which operate their craft here on Earth, are actually profit gangster organizations because they only provide their so-called assistance for a fee, whereby they put aside a large portion of the cash donations for their own machinations, such as for compensation, etc. What do you think of this? And do you also have aid agencies for people in need of assistance?
Such aid agencies do exist with us. However, not in relation to our own people, but rather in the context of the assistance that we provide for other peoples who belong to our federation, respectively, who are cared for by our federation, because they still live in lower levels of development and are not yet in a position to bring themselves to a state of their own assistance.
Interesting. But this does not contradict your directives, which state that you may not interfere in the affairs of foreign worlds and peoples who are not yet developed far enough to be able to master spaceflight.
Concerning the peoples to whom we can provide assistance, on the one hand, it concerns those who are arranged into our federation for the purpose of protection, and on the other hand, the fact applies that they know very much about spaceflight technology and, thus, also about the existence of other civilizations on other planets. And they also stand in connection with these. However, they are not yet in a position to manage their own affairs in such a way that they would not have to suffer any need.
Aha, now I understand. But how do you handle the matters around these aid agencies? Are profits also made there? And are relief goods, etc. set aside as compensation for giving assistance, as this is the case with the earthly aid agencies?
All such activity is absolutely unacceptable with us because all our helpers of all aid agencies, which operate both privately as well as for the whole population, work free of charge and use their leisure time for this.
Yesterday, there was a man here who talked constantly, whereby we hardly got a chance to speak. He spoke very much, but in truth, he hardly stated anything. What do you think of such human beings? Or what is your people's teaching in this connection?
Pointless speakers or extensive talkers, as we also call them, suffer from a peculiar inferiority syndrome, which they themselves do not recognize, and they try to make up for this, nevertheless, with their senseless, extensive talking, by what means they strain the nerves of their fellow human beings.
And does this occur with you frequently?
No, because these issues were resolved and corrected with us very early on. Consequently, they no longer appear.
Sometimes, I must confess that I am ashamed when I see how women let themselves be degraded or be humiliated by men. When I see how men treat women like dirt, they beat, prostitute, exploit, and rob them of their personal opinion and freedom. And when I see how the female gender must suffer almost entirely under the rule of the male world, unable to have equal rights, and often being treated like a rag that has all the filth of the world in itself. With you, this is fortunately not so, as it is the case here on the earth. Anyhow, that is what Simyase taught me. But what about with other peoples? I mean with other peoples of your federation, etc.
In our entire federation, there exist laws that prevent such, as it is common on the earth. Nevertheless, there are foreign civilizations and peoples on foreign worlds who are not allied with us and who exhibit similar conditions of the mentioned form as these are usual on Earth.
Contact Report 213.
Unfortunately, this misrepresentation, see Glenn Miller entry, had also been circulating in our archives, which also could have resulted in misunderstandings to which even our people could be forfeited, if they would only examine a few facts and not the whole complex.
It is nice that mistakes can even occur with you in such matters, which might be enough to prove that even you are not omniscient or omnipotent. Thus, I am glad to hear your confession.
We stand by our mistakes.
Then another question. With us, the view prevails with the Earth humans that descendants would have to follow in the footsteps of their parents, usually in those of the fathers. By this, I mean that, for example, a son, or several sons, if there are several of these, would take on the same occupation of his father, or, if one or another exists, would take over his company or business and continue it on. How is this with you? Do the same views exist with you?
No, that is not the case. All descendants are entirely free in their choice of activity, so there is never a desire that children must perform the same activity, etc., as their parents, neither in relation to the father nor mother, and thus neither a son nor a daughter. So, for example, parents can be an Ishwish and or Ishrish, while a son of theirs learns a simple craft, as this can also be the case for a daughter. Parents always only play an advisory role with their descendants, but it is never insisted by them that the descendants would have to turn to a specific activity, etc. And before you ask, this also has reference to the choice of a partner, as well as to the education of the descendants and, of course, also to the home of choice, etc. The history of the earth and the history of nations fall into my area. Our directives prohibit direct explanatory interference in foreign cultures and civilizations in terms of progress, etc.
Here in Switzerland, as well as in other countries, people who kill another human being under the influence of alcohol, or who knock another down and kill him with a vehicle, like in the case of my brother Carl, who died at the beginning of the year in this manner, are only very mildly punished. When a person is knocked down and killed, if the driver of the vehicle is drunk, usually only very small fines are imposed on the respective death driver, as this happened when my brother was knocked down and killed. The driver of the vehicle only received a fine of 300 francs. That was all. In the maximum case, if it ever has to come to this, a very short term of imprisonment might be imposed on such a death driver, which is so ridiculously short that it practically cannot be seen as a punishment, but as just a state holiday. What do you think of this? And how would your legislation judge these things?
Our laws clearly stipulate that if such an act was committed in a drunken state, then it would equal a serious felony, which would also accordingly have to be punished very harshly. So drunkenness is never a reason for a reduced sentence, but on the contrary, it is a reason for severe punishment when a criminal offense or even a felony, such as murder, is committed. A reduced sentence can only ever be given when there are actually mitigating factors present, like with true mental incompetence. However, such is not given in the drunken state, namely for the explained reason that there is a prior, conscious knowledge of the potential disaster, misfortune, accident, and crime.
So in the drunken state, each form of killing, such as a crime resulting in death, etc., is effective murder.
That is correct. So it is also held in our laws.
Aha, and I thought that you only had weak alcoholic drinks and no more people who get drunk.
You misunderstood something. We have very weak alcoholic drinks, but the alcohol content is so low that it can only be measured as a small fraction of a % of alcohol content. Therefore, it is not possible that a person could get drunk on alcohol, not even if they could drink several liters of such a drink. Nevertheless, we still have an old conventional legislation that governs alcoholism, as well as intoxication by alcohol and acts of every kind that are committed in this state. So when one is killed or a crime is otherwise committed, or when any harm, accident, or misfortune is caused. But this legislation is already more than 5,600 years old and has never had to be put to use since that time, when our alcoholic drinks were reduced in their percentages in such a manner as I explained to you. Moreover, the people of our world have learned and have adjusted themselves to get by without alcoholic drinks, for these are not necessary for a normal and healthy lifestyle. Of course, wine, for example, can have a health-promoting effect if this is enjoyed with measure and a goal, as this is also the case with other substances. But on our part, we have so aligned our food toward the highest possible health values that we have no longer needed alcoholic drinks for more than 5,600 years, which also eliminated the dangers of evil caused by drunkenness. Billy, oh, I see. I have actually misunderstood something there. But could I expect that you, and maybe even Ptah, would drink a glass of wine with me if I were to find you one? Nothing should prevent that, if it is a rare or unique case.
I suppose that you have the freedom to decide for yourselves as to whether or not you want to drink alcohol. Or is there an ordinance that forbids this thus, a ban?
No, that is not the case, because the abstention from alcohol is founded on a voluntary basis, so we can very well drink alcohol if we want.
And concerning this, how is it with your Federation members?
Some are inclined towards moderation in strong alcoholic drinks, but others act as we do. But even those who consume alcohol in moderation do not get drunk.
Contact Report 214.
You are, among other things, also a doctor, and must know this exactly.
That is of correctness. With us, such interventions and interferences, see missionaries, are strictly illegal in every form, and thus are prohibited by appropriate directives. This equally applies to interventions and interferences in the private matters of each person, so also with respect to all matters of families, friends, acquaintances, and communities, etc. And since I also deal with geology, I can also answer the first question for you.
I know that you, Quetzal, are well versed in zoology, and thus also in the area of wildlife. So you also know a lot about our health insurance system.
Of course, that is correct, for we deal with all aspects of Earth humanity.
Of course, because you must be oriented about everything.
Contact Report 215.
With the bioorganic androids, see Roswell UFO crash, it concerned effective artificial life forms, so not robots or the like, but independently thinking beings in every way self-capable of making decisions, made out of living material and living organs, bred in accordance with the human beings who are located in the reticulum systems. In Earth-human terms, these bioorganic androids bred by the reticulum human beings are actual life forms, and as such, they are respected by the reticulum people and are also appreciated and treated, for the androids are, indeed, artificial human beings. As such, they stand under the command of the real humans of the reticulum systems, on whose behalf they also carry out excursions, etc., to foreign star systems and planetary systems. The reticulum androids resemble their creators, who are, in spite of their high technology and various sciences, still very unknowing in terms of really spiritual and creational interests, yet still arranged into a high and liberal culture with expressed human rights. Nevertheless, our directives forbid us from maintaining deliberate physical or telepathic contact with them. These are some reasons why our directives prohibit such direct interventions, see development aid, in any human cultures. If these are lower than our own evolutionary state, in terms of consciousness development, as well as with respect to medical, technological, and overall scientific development.
Then a clear question. Several times I have already determined that your knowledge is very comprehensive with regard to spiritual and creational interests. To what extent do you occupy yourself therewith?
My efforts are directed towards acquiring the level of an Ishwish.
Contact Report 216.
Thus even we, who are not only superior to the Earth humans in consciousness but also in physical evolution, have wisdom teeth, of course, because these are, in fact, vitally necessary.
May I now ask how old your mother and your father are?
That is no secret. My mother is 481, and my father is 483 years old. With us, however, this meteoropathy no longer appears among humans because with all resulting injuries, as well as with illnesses, if such would exceptionally occur once, which is virtually impossible. However, healing measures and healing processes are carried out and are brought to application, which completely repair all injuries to bones, flesh, skin, and organs down to the last detail. Consequently, no scarring or other factors of injury, and thus, no after effects remain that could cause meteoropathy.
We on the Earth have consulates or embassies in all countries. These have the task of representing citizens who belong to their home countries in foreign countries, and also of performing other duties that result with the host country and the home country, whereby also purely political matters must be settled by these institutions, and in particular, the transmission of messages also falls to the embassies. Here, I ask myself, how is this with you? For you certainly also have similar institutions, through which home country citizens are represented and through which messages, etc. are transmitted, right? Also, such enterprises are probably necessary in regard to contact with your federation and the governments, as well as with those who do not belong to your alliance.
That is quite correct. We also have such institutions, of course, but on our own planets. They are not related to the same political framework as the one you know on Earth. Purely planetary institutions in relation to this only have the duties of care, order, and administration, but no political aspects, etc. For our worlds are guided by the spirit leadership of a central form, whereby the institutions mentioned, then, are the actual executive bodies. Of course, the same are also responsible in certain cases, which are specified very much together with the central spirit leadership, for particular aspects concerning the governments of planets of our Federation, as well as with governments of worlds that are foreign to the Federation. But overall, they are only representatives who exercise their duties on behalf of the central spirit leadership, who, in turn, represents the people's will, which is fathomed in each case by planet-wide votes. Such votes, for which you say elections among yourselves, take place in accordance with proposals, etc. from the people, but also in accordance with the ideas and proposals of the central spirit leadership or with regard to advice from the High Council. In the past, when separation and discord still prevailed among our peoples, institutions of the aforementioned kind also existed, of course, whereby these were likewise exposed to attacks by discontented ones, etc., as this will also be the case on the earth in the coming time in different countries. Thus, our very distant ancestors had the same problems with discontented ones, with fanatics, terrorists, and assassins. With regard to attacks and destruction, etc., on the aforementioned institutions, whereby also racial hatred, hatred of foreigners, and other degenerate extremism played important roles. In order to protect the institutions, and indeed, also a wide variety of others that had official forms of government, a decision was put into effect which stipulated that all governmental buildings and administrative buildings, etc., be banned from all residential areas and be transferred to uninhabited areas that were exclusively valid for the purpose of the institutions in that. Of course, also found appropriate formations with water features, trees, and all sorts of bushes, flowers, and other plants. Far outside of these institutional systems, so that the residents did not feel trapped and imprisoned. Everything was fenced in and was equipped with security equipment, which made it absolutely impossible for an undetected penetration by water, land, or air, as well as for a penetration of an underground kind. In this connection, there were also guards who closely monitored every person and every vehicle or aircraft when allowed entry, driving, or flying into the secured area. Through this, unauthorized ones were prevented from entering the premises and causing harm as well as disaster and destruction and endangering human lives. But remember that even I am not all-knowing, and thus I can only give you information with respect to my general knowledge and my learned activities in scientific fields.
What seasons exist on Era?
The same as the ones on your home planet, the Earth.
So spring, summer, autumn, and winter?
That is of correctness.
And the duration of the individual seasons, these also approximately coincide with ours?
Even that is of correctness. Nevertheless, Simya-se as well as Ptah and I already explained to you before that our home world is very Earth-like and thus comparable with the Earth as far as possible.
Contact Report 217.
A few questions arose in reference to the places of the fulfillment of guidelines, as you have used these at earlier times to separate the fallible ones from society. How did everything work? Were the fallible ones supervised at the isolated locations or simply left to their fate? How was everything secured so that they could not break out, etc.? Note: see Contact Report 23:S37-2-57.
The places of fulfillment of guidelines were, in every case, very much secluded from any civilized area. The beginning of these places was, unfortunately, inglorious, for during the first 16 years of their implementation, the fallible ones, each one separated according to gender, were provided with everything necessary for living and learning, set out at the places of fulfillment of guidelines, and left to themselves. However, long-range alert barricades and security barricades were given, so that no one could escape. But this method was not sufficient, for since the fallible ones were simply left on their own, several power groups emerged among them which exercised terror among the other fallible ones. Thus, it led to uprisings and to murder and mayhem, including individuals who rose up against one another out of hatred and revenge as well as out of resentment and for many other reasons. At the same time, homosexual relations and the resulting jealousy also played an important role. Consequently, new ways for the fulfillment of guidelines were sought for the fallible ones, whereby new security measures became effective. So from then on, the places of fulfillment of guidelines were secured by guards who, on the one hand, exercised their waking functions among the fallible ones at the isolated locations, and on the other hand also outside of these within a particular area. This was the case at least during the first period, which lasted for a few centuries, after which other methods were then brought to application because the direct surveillance carried out by the human guards did not work satisfactorily. The direct contact of the security guards with the fallible ones at the places of fulfillment of guidelines led to reciprocal differences as well as to reciprocal attacks, through which there were often uprisings and deaths on both sides. For this reason, although other reasons also played a role, new ways were sought, which eventually led to the fallible ones being taken to absolutely secure and electronically monitored locations. Therefore, direct security personnel were no longer necessary, and through this, the hazard of collisions and differences between the fallible ones and the guards was excluded. However, in order also to ensure the safety of the fallible ones among one another, so that even among them, no differences and uprisings as well as no power groups would emerge and, thus, murder and mayhem would also be prevented. Our early safety scientists created electronic behavioral chips, that is to say, security chips, which were implanted into the brains of the fallible ones. These chips were designed in such a manner that they steered the behavior of the fallible ones in a wise that no aggression and lust for power, as well as no hatred and no vindictiveness could appear. Rather, everything in relation to this was reduced in such a manner that a dampening of these destructive concerns occurred, and in each case, all resulting matters were processed in peace and with consideration. Thus, everything was aligned toward the fact that all occurring things and matters were considered thoroughly and rationally, and no differences and degeneracies, etc., appeared anymore. But this does not mean that the fallible one's own will and their own freedom of choice would have been taken from them, for that was the case in no wise. In fact, they were completely free in this as well as in every other form, which also has reference to their freedom of movement and freedom of action. The only restrictions were that, on the hand, a secured place of fulfillment of guidelines was given, from which no one could escape, and that, on the other hand, no criminal or otherwise aus artenda, to get very badly out of control of the good human nature, actions could occur any more because these were prevented by the programming of the implanted chips. The development did not stand still, however, because the scientists researched further and improved the electronic products, through which everything became much better. But the real great turning point first came when gene technology was taken into consideration, through which the fallible ones could be treated in such a manner that they were separated from their criminal or other ausertenden to get very badly out of control of the good human nature, actions, and thus completely cured of them. This meant that gradually, the places of fulfillment of guidelines became superfluous and eliminated. During the first time, if it was the case that fallible ones were banished for life, without them ever being able to establish contact with the outside world, then this measure was gradually relaxed and, in the end, eliminated altogether. Once the fallible ones could be completely cured of their criminal or other osartigen, having gotten very badly out of control of the good human nature, forms through genetic manipulation and be released into society. This gene manipulative healing method was further investigated and further developed, and indeed, even in reference to all hereditary diseases and immunodeficiencies as well as physical and organic deformities, but also in terms of disorders of consciousness and inheritable psychological disorders, etc. The development progressed rapidly, so already soon, early detections of gene damage of the aforementioned kind became possible, which naturally led to the fact that these cognitions were used and the genetic deformities, genetic abnormalities, and other harmful genetic influences were already repaired in the growing child in the womb. Thus, an irrefutable law has been in force since then, namely that every child, so every girl and every boy, is to be arranged into a gene examination, that is to say, a gene analysis, at the prenatal age of 7 months. Since then, since this law gained validity and became observed absolutely, it is valid with us that every crime or other degeneration, as well as every inheritable disease of the body and its organs, every immunodeficiency of any kind, and every form of harmful aggressiveness, jealousy, and vindictiveness are just as non-existent as also hatred, envy, desire for validity, egoism, and many other characteristics that bring the human being discord, unkindness, and other harms. But at the same time, it should be noted that through this, our own decision in all matters and concerns is in no wise impaired. Also, our drive for self-preservation and our drive for self-defense are not impaired, if this is demanded.
Contact Report 218.
The Pleiadian language we call Sarat, the intercosmic language we designate as Kosan, and the language of the people, to whom Menara belongs, we call Jenan, or Deron language. But the truth is that neither we nor any other earth foreigners exercise the role of the bringers of salvation. Neither we nor others bring teachings of salvation to the earth, and thus, to the earth humans, for any teaching of salvation is of a religious and sectarian nature, and only serves to make those who believe therein dependent and enslaved, in order to subjugate them, to exploit them, and also to cause them to remain faithful to the relevant religion or sect.
Unfortunately, it happens over and over again that misunderstandings arise, in connection with the old forms of speech, so also in connection with castration and sterilization, as these two concepts are called in the Talmud Emmanuel. Of course, I strive hard to clarify these misunderstandings in myself in the best possible manner, just in accordance with my knowledge. Over these two concepts and their actual meaning, I was instructed in such a way by Bafath, and also the storage banks freely gave the same information, that the action of castration and sterilization, in the old sense, and, thus, also in the sense of the Talmud Emmanuel, did not mean that the fallible ones, who were included in this action, had their gender deformed or removed. Rather, the sterilization and castration quite simply took place through the fact that the possibility of bisexual sexual intercourse was taken from the fallible ones, in that they were separated from the opposite sex and were taken to places of compliance, where in accordance with the gender of the fallible ones, only those of the same sex had to serve their term, that is to say, their punishment, as this is simply called today. As Bafath explained, this separation from the presence of the opposite sex corresponded to the so-called castration and sterilization, because through this action, no bisexual relations, and thus no bisexual sexual intercourse could take place anymore, which also prevented that fallible descendants could be produced. This, in turn, ensured that no fallible ones, that is to say criminals, and with these, asocial child elements, could be placed into the world, who would have then enjoyed a bad upbringing by their fallible parents and by their environment, and would have even become fallible ones, criminals and asocial ones. In addition, now the question as to whether this was also kept and handled in such a way with your ancient peoples, since this law goes back to the age-old laws of Henoch and Enoch, whose most distant descendants are your peoples. And what about today? If this law applied to you in earlier times, does it still also apply today?
What you have just explained also corresponds to the truth. And in fact, it is also the case that all our ancient peoples handled the law addressed by you to its full extent. The law still invariably applies today, but it already has not been put to use for several millenniums, due to the fact that there are no more fallible ones, criminals, and asocial elements among us.
Contact Report 219.
In the old history of Henoch and the travelers from afar from the depths of space and, with these, the refugees of Henoch's lineage from the Sirius region, there is talk of the fact that these chose a system with an already dying sun in order to escape from the captors. This was so because the pursuers did not expect it, and, even today, do not expect that the refugees chose for themselves a dying or passing sun, which will only exist for a few billion years and which only had 3 habitable planets in its system, one of which could only be transitionally inhabited for a short time, namely Mars, while another, thus Malona or Phaeton, was destroyed by its inhabitants, which resulted in the asteroid belt. Moreover, there was still the fact that the Sirius regions, from where the refugees broke out, were in a different space-time configuration, and the refugees settled in another space-time plane, simply in our space and our time, which was a foreign area to the Sirians and which could not be found by them up to this day, for on the one hand, there are simply too many of the most diverse space-time configurations in the entire universe, and on the other hand, the Sirians did not have the Henoch technology of the space-time exchange. But now, 2 specific questions about this. First of all, do the distant descendants of the Sirians from their other space-time configuration, or from their other space-time plane, still presently search for the refugees of Henoch's lineage, whose most distant descendants are some of today's Earth humans? And secondly, are the distant descendants of these Sirians in a position today to penetrate into other space-time configurations? And actually, this still gives rise to a third question that is related to this. Why, actually, was a solar system searched for, which only had a few inhabitable planets?
The danger of the pursuit of the refugees, or rather their distant descendants, by the distant descendants of the former inhabitants of Sirius is no longer existent, because over many thousands of years, the disposition of the Sirians has changed for the better, and so now they live in peace and without ambitions for power. Today, their aspirations are more focused on consciousness-related and spiritual progress than just on power, revenge, and retaliation, in consequence of which also everything that had happened at the earliest times with the genetically manipulated ones and their work and escape was ordered into oblivion by a council's decision. But still, they also developed their technology further in every form. Consequently, they also became capable of changing from their space-time plane into another. But unfortunately, this was to the advantage of a small group of diehards who had taken over the old hatred and thoughts of revenge as well as the retaliatory desires of the old Sirians from generation to generation and also further maintained them. But today, these are now just 63 of their human beings who continue in the traditional hatred and try to cause harm to the most distant descendant of the Sirius refugees. Even in the wise that they try to transport you from life and thereby make your mission and the spiritual teaching, aka creation energy teaching, impossible. Unfortunately, they also arrived into the possession of the technology that enables them to change into the most diverse space-time planes. So even into this one, in which the SOL system exists, which they have indeed found after centuries of searching. They try to cause harm to you as well as to all those around you, and to the teaching and the mission and elsewhere. Namely by intimidating and threatening the Earth humans who have observed our beam ships or the ones of other extraterrestrial visitors to the Earth, or who have found any proof of their existence. Through these hateful elements that cooperated with the Giza intelligences, human beings of the Earth were also injured or kidnapped, etc., but this only occurred rarely. Moreover, these renegades and black men, as we also call them, and these have nothing to do with the so-called men in black, who are of earthly origin and, thus, who are Secret Service-driven Earth humans, who strive to induce real visions and hallucinations through apparatus-driven suggestive impulses in Earth humans who are susceptible to these. Their repertoire ranges from fake sightings and observations, as well as alleged abductions up to simulated contacts and sexual intercourse with extraterrestrials, from which alleged pregnancies occur that, if they already appear, are caused quite normally with an earthly partner, or by artificial manipulation of a medical nature or one's own nature. Also through these extraterrestrial black men, the illusion is produced in susceptible Earth humans that somehow, through carelessness, etc., things penetrated into their body unnoticed, such as the incidence of metal fragments or small projectiles, implants of extraterrestrial forces and beings, which is absurd, of course. Since these serious renegades are too small in their numbers to inflict really major damage on Earth and its inhabitants, they have invested in their hatred in order to create confusion in manifold forms all over the Earth among the humans. Moreover, as I already said, they try to destroy the spiritual teaching, aka creation energy teaching, and your mission. And indeed, even by instigating unstable Earth humans to kill you, or to make it impossible for you through lies, deceit, and slander, and to represent you as a liar, swindler, forger, and fraud, which you will still experience, unfortunately, even in your own family, as I have seen through a look into the future. Unfortunately, we are not able to catch these extraterrestrial black men elements because they always vanish into a space-time plane whose coordinates we cannot detect and cannot register. For quite obviously, these serious renegades have a coordinate distorter, or otherwise have a possibility to distort the coordinate data, whereby we cannot capture them and cannot get a hold of the offenders. In addition, the elements are extremely vigilant and clever, so it could take years or decades before we get them on track and dissuade them from their actions. We have to wait until they make a mistake, or until our scientists find a possibility to decipher their coordinates upon the disappearance of the renegades into another space-time plane. The very large station will orbit the Earth at about 400 kilometers of altitude. And at this altitude, there prevails a positive temperature of about 120 degrees and a negative temperature of about 150 degrees, if I am not mistaken.
Aha, so there can also be mistakes with you.
Contact Report 221.
And what is the case then with you? Do you also have large storms, severe weather, and floods, etc. on your worlds, as it is the case with us on Earth? I seem to remember Simyase once saying something like that. Or was that you? Anyhow, I remember it being said that one is not allowed to build, settle, and live in areas endangered by water or landslides.
Of course, but these are entirely of a purely natural form. Through such natural events, also no harm is caused to the people and their possessions, and thus, no human casualties or deaths are caused by such. We also have floods, steppe fires, and forest fires, as well as landslides, etc. on our worlds, but these events are all of a natural form and without any influences by the humans. With us, natural disasters are also never a threat, which would be hazardous or harmful to humans, because one is not permitted to build homes or other buildings, etc., in lowlands, meadow plains, or deforested meadow woods, near places that are threatened by avalanches or mountain slides, or even to live in plains that could be threatened by floods. Also directly beside lakes and seas or rivers and streams, etc., one is not permitted to build houses or other buildings and to live there. With waters such as seas, lakes, rivers, brooks, and streams, etc., a greater minimum height above the water level must always be kept, which must be measured in such a manner that even waves that are many meters high cannot cause any damage or claim human lives.
Contact Report 223.
But now a question in reference to teeth. How is it actually with you when teeth are damaged or are no longer available? And what about dental care and dental hygiene of a personal form?
We maintain our teeth by sound waves. Our teeth, as well as dental care and dental hygiene, are such that the first teeth, which to my knowledge you call milk teeth, independently cease their functions and fall out, like with the earth humans. The second renewable teeth are preserved in the best possible way through authoritative cleaning and through healthy and vigorous care. If these become damaged for some reason, which is extremely rare, then the corresponding teeth are removed in a completely painless manner, after which they grow again independently, which traces back to a genetically engineered process that is given through heredity.
Contact Report 224.
What you say is of correctness, on our part. We always only spoke of the fact that other than on the Earth, no human life forms exist in the Sol system on other planets and on their moons, and indeed, even if we have only used the term life forms alone. But always excluded were those human life forms that, for your understanding, we designate as SOL system foreigners or SOL system outsiders, and who look around on SOL planets and their moons solely for expeditionary purposes.
Contact Report 225.
In a few years I will actually be an Ishwish. The history of the Second World War, even of the first one on Earth, belongs to one of my fields of knowledge, therefore I am very well informed over all the facts.
Contact Report 226.
With us, single means that a woman is without a man, or that a man is without a woman, and therefore that no marital constraint is given. This also applies when a marital relationship once existed, but one of the partners has passed away.
So with you it is not then referred to as widowed, but simply and plainly as single again.
That is of correctness.
But what about when a marriage ends in divorce?
The same rule would apply.
What should that mean?
That with us, marriages no longer end in divorce.
You must explain the grounds for that to me.
With us, at the 14th year of age, the full responsibility for the female and male gender begins. And from this time, one can devote oneself to a life partner, with whom one lives in an unmarried relationship during the following period up to the 68th year of life. During this period, it is decided whether the two partners will remain together for their entire lifetimes or not. In this time, which represents an actual probationary period, the couple can decide for a final, lifelong relationship or to separate at their sole discretion at any time. If no separation takes place, then an additional 2-year probationary period is attached, during which the couple has to separate and live far apart and fulfill their duties. No personal contacts take place during this time, but only contact conversations over the usual means of communication, which also extends to holography contacts. During this time, the couple has to decide definitively as to whether they want to enter a lifelong relationship with each other or not. If the decision is positive from both sides, then a free marriage alliance takes place, which is announced publicly. But it is not closed, as on the earth, by a registry office. The partnership is so free in every relation that no constraints can appear, and each partner can preserve his or her own personality as well as everything that is in his or her own best interests. Infidelity, as this is known among the earth humans, has no longer existed with us for tens of thousands of years. The entering of the marriage alliance is committed with us with a small ceremony, whereby the relevant spirit leader, who monitored the exact circumstances of the couple during the previous 2 probationary years, leads everything. And for thousands of years, it has no longer happened that a partnership had to be designated as unsuitable by a spirit leader. A marriage alliance may first be entered at the age of 70 years. And if a couple first becomes acquainted with each other after the 70th year of age or shortly before it, then an unmarried relationship of 7 years is assigned to them, after which the special 2-year probationary period is to be passed through before a marriage alliance can be closed.
You have, however, the law that a marriage alliance of a man and women is allowed in the way that a man can have up to 4 women around himself, and can, thus, maintain a marriage alliance with these. This is in accordance with the naturalness that a man can copulate with several women, but not a woman with men, which is why every woman can only be attached to one man.
That is of correctness.
And how do the women get along with this? And how do the men behave? And how does it stand with the satisfaction of sexuality, whereby I also address the single ones? Abstinence would also be interesting to explain, since you understand something else by it than what the Earth humans do.
Your first question can be answered with the fact that the women have no problems with the law that each one can have only one man, but every man can have up to 4 women in his marriage alliances. There is no jealousy among the several wives of one man. Also, it is not the case that all women or men enter a marriage alliance. Rather, some remain completely single or lead an unmarried relationship with a partner, which is also possible for same-sex couples. Once men are in an alliance with a partner or with several of these, they do not turn to any other women in the way that they would have sexual contacts with them, for such are, in fact, only maintained in partnerships. If a single state is given, then an intimate friendship, which allows a sex life, can very well exist. But on the other hand, there are also single females and males who live free of sexual relationships, and their reasons for this are of the most diverse and absolutely personal nature. Thus there are with us, in reference to the exercising of the sex life, marriage alliances, unmarried relationships, or intimate friendships, which allow a sex life. Prostitution last appeared with us, Pleiarans 34,761 years ago, and, since then, has never been exercised again. At that time, a provision for its prohibition was also issued, in reference to the practice and utilization of the degrading form of sexual love servants. And all Pleiarans have always strictly held to it. And since that time, even when other worlds are visited, etc., no Pleiaran has violated this regulation. Consequently, they would also never take advantage of love servants. All Pleiarans are able to control their sexual desires in such a way that they would never commit a wrong action in this regard. Thus, for 34,000 years, the whole thing has also had the effect that since then, no more sexually transmitted diseases have ever appeared among the Pleiadians, as was previously the case. This may sound very unlikely and strange to the Earth humans, but it corresponds to the actual truth. As for abstinence, our established determination-related interpretation of abstinence does not mean that a sex life will not or should not be maintained. With us, sexual abstinence means that we control ourselves and our sex lives in such a way that no descendants are witnessed, and therefore we give ourselves to abstinence in this respect. This guideline applies to all single persons as well as to all couples who live in unmarried relationships. But this likewise applies to couples in marriage alliances, when the established maximum of 3 children has been witnessed. In this regard, our guidelines are based on the fact that only actual couples in regular marriage alliances may witness descendants. Otherwise, they have to control themselves sexually in such a way that no descendants are witnessed. But this does not mean, as I already explained, that a sex life is not supposed to be or is not allowed to be maintained. For with humans, the sex act, in contrast to animals, etc., is not just a pure act of propagation or of generating descendants. Rather, it is also conditioning for the health of the psyche and the physical body, which is why for the human species, a controlled sex life, but one that is held within the normal framework, is of enormous importance.
And as we are talking about technology, the question is whether you can explain how energy is obtained from Era's thermosphere, which, like with us, is around 2,000 degrees hot, if you may explain this.
The fact that we obtain energy from the thermosphere does not fall under secrecy. Concerning the technical details, however, I may give no information officially because, according to our directives, this would be an unauthorized intervention in the technological development, which would plunge the Earth humans into a catastrophe. Well then, I would now like to drink another glass of your good wine with you, if you still have this beverage.
You probably mean the peach wine. Of course, I still have that here. I'm honestly glad that I may offer you a glass and may drink one together with you.
Contact Report 228.
The universe, with all its galaxies, is very sparsely populated with human life forms, which also includes all space and time-shifted dimensions, or all existing space-time structures. Many planets and moons support only very low-level, micro-organic life, or only life forms, such as animals, birds, fish, bugs, and insects, etc., which have nothing to do with higher life. Actual, cohesive, advanced human civilizations are known to us in this galaxy only 2.63 million, with 1.141 billion, 1,141 million from other galaxies known to us to add to that. Actual low-evolved civilizations in this galaxy, which you call the Milky Way, are known to us at 1.04 million. Overall, universally in your material space-time structure. Our scientists estimate that there should be about 6 to 7 trillion, 6 trillion to 7 trillion actual human civilizations of high and low form.
Contact Report 230.
There is no rush, for today is my day off.
Further, I would like to ask you again something, which refers to your meat production. You have not killed any animals for thousands of years to cover your meat needs. At most, in an emergency, you slaughter small animals. Something that, however, also has not happened since then, since you started producing meat artificially. Also, you produce the meat through 2 different processes. That is how I remember your explanation in Simyases.
And as for the meat, it has to be said that you remember correctly. For several millennia, we have no longer satisfied our meat needs by the killing of animals. but by an artificial production of meat. One technical process occurs such that the meat is replicated through the use of elementary substances that are present everywhere in the outer space and in the atmosphere. You once called this process multi-duplication. The second process entails growing the meat from cell cultures in large-scale facilities. Thereby, the cell strains are of different species, which means that different types of meat are cultivated from different large and small animals, fish, birds, and poultry, as well as seafood.
Contact Report 231.
Enoch had produced his peoples in the earliest times by creating ova and sperm from stem cells, which he brought together in an artificially created fallopian tube, and which then settled in an artificially created uterus in an artificially created womb and grew into viable embryos and babies who were then also born. These babies grew up to adults, were completely healthy and procreative, so that they could reproduce themselves further in a normal way. Bafath and Ptah also explained to me that you also use stem cells to grow organs to transplant them in humans if necessary. Then I have a question about the Chinese, who always claim that their whole culture originated from their own people. But Bafath once told me that this is not the truth. You told me the same thing, but neither you nor Bafath went into it. Both of you have only explained that Chinese culture also contains foreign influences.
That is of correctness. More than 25,000 years ago, the actual ancestors of the Chinese were immigrants from an area beyond your galaxy, which is why the term beyond the sun was used, meaning the galactic central sun in which the galactic black hole moves. The real human beings in China lived more than 2 million years ago. After the immigration of foreigners from beyond the Milky Way, the much later Earth-born natives who lived in the areas where today's China is died out over time. They died as a result of an incurable hereditary disease that spread as they mixed sexually with the new immigrants from beyond the sun. All this knowledge, however, as well as the knowledge of space technology and many other things, was lost, as was the knowledge of the original origins of the immigrants. The immigrants from beyond the sun, that is to say, the actual forefathers of today's Chinese people, already took over many cultural values of the natives from the natives alone, who inhabited the Chinese areas and had created certain small cultures.
A question. What is your situation regarding circumcision?
No, our peoples do not have foreskin circumcisions, because general body hygiene, and with it genital hygiene, is the most important daily body treatment. Consequently, men do not require circumcision of the foreskin. Cleanliness in the genital area is one of our most urgent body care needs, which is why we have not known any genital diseases for thousands of years.
Contact Report 232.
But we hoped that with time everything would change for the better. So, on the one hand, in the group, and on the other hand, also in world affairs, that yes, by the peace meditation operated by you, with which since then also 511 million human beings of our peoples on Era, and the 3.02 billion human beings from the peoples of our Federation, galaxy-wide, support you.
Contact Report 233.
Obviously, you also can find no other words and terms in order to mention and to present the facts even more concisely if I disregard one such word that is unknown to me.
You probably mean the designation of dog cunt?
Yes, that is the word.
Well, the value of this word is actually grounded in a vile devaluation of the character of the humans who are given this designation. By this, it is meant, if I may put it gently, that the character of a human who is designated as a dog cunt is mean, despicable, worthless, without any decency, cowardly, dirty, morally reprehensible, intolerably bad, and extremely pathetic. The word itself is a composition of dog and cunt, which refers in a derogatory manner to the sex organ of a female dog, which is then used in the aforementioned manner as a swear word for a lousy, sleazy character.
Such swear words are unknown to us, but according to your description, this term applies to the core of things. Quetzal is working to attain the title of Yishvish, which is why he is not available for the next, longer period of time and cannot come to the Earth. With us, things occur differently with respect to the appointment of a person into a particular field of operation. So thus, into a profession, through a final examination for an occupation, as this is called on Earth. With us, the rule and order prevails that the corresponding activity should be thoroughly learned in theory and in practice over the necessary years of apprenticeship, which is also a very big difference in relation to the mode of learning that is used, for example, in Europe. Then, after many years of developing what is necessary in theory and in practice, a 7-year completion of a journeymanship takes place, as you call this. Only after this does the actual process occur that leads to the awarding of that title, as you called it. In addition, the process of this is grounded in the fact that, already, through a variety of theory, practice, and experience, the tested person must reasonably exercise their learned activity on their own responsibility, but if necessary, counseling forces from the outside can be consulted at any time. This is the time of proving, which lasts for a period of 3 years of the earthly calendar, while the suitability of the person concerned for the respective activity is examined and evaluated. And after this, in the case of suitability and continuance, is the awarding of the title. So with Quetzal, the designation, respectively the title, of Shvish, that is, King of Wisdom.
Contact Report 234.
It has to be clearly stated that neither we nor you or your groups are race-hating or otherwise race-discriminating or racist. We are in no art and wise any of this, although various slanderers of an Earth-human nature claim this, especially Americans or America-friendly persons of a different nationality.
Contact Report 235.
But what about an earlier statement by you that in the future a spaceship would officially land in the USA? I think that this was explained to me in September 1975, at the 34th or 35th contact.
Yes, to my knowledge, this explanation was given to you at the 35th contact meeting with my daughter Sim Ya-se on September 16th, 1975. In addition, I may explain to you, in the expansion of the explanation at that time, that these interests have changed thoroughly. For our part, we were able to locate the group that would have come to Earth in the future and would have made official contact with the Earth humans in America. In the knowledge of the true, unpeaceful, and arrogant machinations and all other evils, which prevail in America and influence the whole world negatively, we informed those who were intended for the official establishment of contact with the terrestrial humans in America, recognized by foresight. After taking note of our information, however, that group decided not to carry out this enterprise, although it had already been decided. Consequently, this planned event does not take place because America is not yet mature enough in any wise for such contacts, but this does not preclude other strangers from coming to Earth and seeking contact.
And were the members of this group belonging to you or your federation?
No, in no wise. They are at home beyond the sun, in the same star region where the Japanese and Chinese originally also had their original homes.
Interesting. And by beyond the sun, as I found out some time ago, you do not mean our sun, Sol, but the central sun of our galaxy, our Milky Way. Is that right?
That corresponds to the circumstances.
Although I have often declared that you live on Era according to the laws of polygamy, The question is always raised whether you would not have any problems with that.
The conditions in this respect are completely different from those on the Earth. In contrast to the women of the Earth, our female powers know no jealousy and no egoism. They are unfamiliar with quarrelsomeness, and they are also aware of all the advantages that are peculiar to them in that they live in an association of several female partners and can afford mutual assistance in every respect. But they are also aware of all the advantages they enjoy by having only one spouse responsible for them, whom they are devoted to in common. Through polygamy, however, it is also given and guaranteed that it never appears that a man has a secret lover, as in monogamy it very often appears in the earth-human sense, which leads to quarrels and assaults and destroys marriages and families, because the women of the earth-humans are not aware and not big enough to grant to the man the natural creational right of polygamy allocated to him. The conditions in this respect can be compared with ours, which can look back on a polygamy tradition of many millions of years. However, we have different terms for the marriage of one man and several women. For us, the term monogamy always prevails, even if the man is married to several women. The man is always in complete union with a woman, so they are always one and therefore one. But this refers to any case of a woman who lives in an alliance with a man who is married to several women. Our law says that the marriage covenant is based on a marital relationship between a man and a woman, who marry together and form a covenant in order to form a unity of two.
Contact Report 236.
You are not the only one who can enjoy and be refreshed by the most diverse styles of music. Even as you love classical music, rock, country, truck songs, folk songs, pop, marching music, rap, soul, spirituals, gospel, and our music, as well as Oriental, Middle Eastern, and Far Eastern music and rhythms of the natives, I, too, am just as versatile and have no fixed boundaries in reference to the style and direction of this very pleasing, loosening, and profound muse. My name means, in the old Lyran as well as in our own language of today, he who lives life in wisdom. But fortunately, that is not of great importance. For our protective devices, such as this one here, have been so further developed in the meantime that they protect us for 92 minutes from any swinging wave that could be dangerous to us. Just as my daughter placed your wife into a deep sleep before, I will do the same thing with Eva using this device here.
But something else. Can you tell me who are the oldest and who are the youngest human beings on the Earth, if one excludes the Earthlings, whom were created on the Earth?
The first three peoples, who were the first to come to the Earth, were at the same time the red ones, the brown ones, and the white ones. Of these, however, only the ones of normal growth. This was about 22 million years ago, when the destroyer had done its work of destruction in the Lyran home systems. It was not until much later that also differently colored ones, as well as giants, gigantic ones, titans and dwarfish ones, as well as beings of nature came to the Earth, among others also dwarfs, from which much later, namely only about 21,000 years ago, distant descendants settled on the shores of the Sonora Lake and lived there until the embankment in the west of the lake broke and swept everything away. The shores upon which the approximately 40-centimeter tall dwarf beings lived were at that time located exactly where the center stands today. The differently colored ones who subsequently came to the Earth were exclusively very strongly dark-skinned and established themselves on the land that is today regarded as the continent of Africa, from where they then spread further, some to Australia and New Zealand and others to various other locations. The yellow peoples of the Chinese and Japanese. These are the most recent inhabitants on the Earth, because their appearance on this planet was only a little more than one cosmic age ago, and indeed quite exactly 25,978 years ago. They came here from the planet Nisan, in the neighborhood of Laysan in the Lyra systems. Before that, however, as has only been discovered in recent years, they lived on the far side of the Sun, on a planet with the name Kudra, in a solar system that was designated as the Nisan system. They came to the Lyra systems and to Nisan 2.4 million years ago because they had to emigrate as a consequence of overpopulation. And they found the way to our primal home planets by means of an ancient Lyran great expedition fleet that explored on the other side of the Sun and encountered the planet Kudra in the Nisan system, and there again the Yellow Peoples.
Aha! And where then is this other side of the Sun? If I am correctly informed, then by the Sun, you do not mean our Sun, and also not a sun in the old Lyran system. Rather, you speak of that sun that we know as the central sun of our Milky Way.
That corresponds with the facts, yes. We know of and have stored more than 3.7 million languages in our entire field of knowledge and understanding.
Contact Report 237.
If Ptah had not also revealed this mystery, then we would not know about it any more than we did not know that Nokodemion was the founder and witness of our ear peoples. On the other hand, we need to explain to you that we feel guilty towards you due to all the long years of ignorance and mistakes and confusion and wrongdoing towards you.
When Nokodemion returned from the Arahat Athersata level to the material world in his time, he found conditions on the planets that were significant for his peoples that were quite devilishly similar to the political conditions that prevail on the Earth today. The countries had degenerated into monarchies and dictatorships and other unfair regimes. Many countries fought each other, murdered and enslaved, tortured and exploited. Nokodemion did not take long to establish a multinational peacekeeping force, which was built in such a manner that each responsible country maintained an armed permanent army of a certain strength of combat-capable men, at its own expense, which was only intended to create and maintain peace in combat-capable form on all worlds. However, each army of a country was only just large enough to ward off an attacking enemy, but no revolution or war of aggression could be waged against another state. The total number of combat-capable men of all armies of a planet amounted to 3 million men, distributed on all countries involved, which were individually, however, trained and armed according to a uniform system. These multinational peace combat troops were under the direct command of the Multinational Army Command. If an unrest, revolution, or fratricidal war broke out somewhere in one country, or if one country attacked another, the red button was pressed on the multinational army leadership. This meant that the command was issued immediately, that so many men of the multinational peace combat force appeared together at the scene of the revolutionary or belligerent events, within 24 hours and in one fell swoop, in sophisticated coordination, and put an end to every revolution and every war within a few hours by force of arms in completely logical consequence of the application of the law of self-defense.
What you tell me is known to me, and I know that peace was actually created through this method at that time. But in the course of time, people softened and abolished the army of multinational form as soon as wars broke out again over the worlds, and power-hungry people rose into the governments. This then lasted for tens of thousands of years before the same system was introduced, again 52,000 years ago, with a multinational peacekeeping troops. Then it lasted 67 years, after which there really was peace actually prevailed everywhere again. which has been maintained until today, not least because of the multinational peacekeeping troops, which have been an integral part of our entire Federation ever since. Weapons may only be manufactured for this troop and for leisure purposes, whereby, however, the hunting and killing of animals of all kinds is forbidden, as this, unfortunately, does not apply on the Earth. Animals may only be shot in our Federation in self-defense or in their form that impairs the environment. The so-called illegal black market or private trade with weapons of any kind known to you is not permitted, but every person has the granted right to possess and use one or more weapons in a legal form. If the weapons are registered in a central computer and checked for their respective individual characteristics and features, whereby it can be proven at any time where and when and whose weapon was used. In addition, it is so important to us that any weapon can only be used by the owner, as their personal swinging wave is necessary to use the weapon at all.
Of course, there are at least 29,000 spirit guides in your Federation who are capable of doing so, but I do not know who I could commission or ask, because I do not know them personally.
Contact Report 238.
Quetzal, who has passed all of his tests with bravado and now bears the title of an Yishwish, about which he is extremely pleased and cannot conceal a certain pride.
It would be pleasant if you could explain to me actually why Talchta no longer has returned after our last contact of the 9th of November, 1990. In fact, she really wanted to come here again after a short time, but she did not come.
She is very sensitive. Her task at the time was to observe the events in the Gulf and especially in Kuwait. But when doing this, she also experienced the inhumane atrocities of the Iraqi soldiers against the Kuwait population in such a manner that she suffered a severe shock, from which she has up to the present still not completely recovered. Maybe Quetzal will do this trip with you because he wants to see you as well as my daughter Simyase. Until then, however, it may be possible for the two of you to travel with our latest achievement and get to my daughter. With our latest transport system, with a transmitter that has made it possible for us to reach any and even the farthest point in no decompression time if there is a counter-equipment there, so a transmitter receiving station. Through different relay stations, we can reach any point in the universe. However, these relay stations are necessary because we do not yet have transmitters with unlimited range. Nevertheless, we do not need any time to get from one point to another, except for the time it takes to get from the receiving transmitter to the radiating transmitter and to program the new coordinates of the new target. But even this programming by station will soon be a thing of the past, and so will the switching from one transmitter to another, because soon it will be possible to program the final destination at the output transmitter, and the individual relay stations will automatically carry out the next programming together with the onward transmission, so that no more time is required for this either. Over the next 3 years, our scientists should be able to put into operation a transmitter apparatus that no longer requires relay stations, but has an unlimited range and is designed in such a manner that the transmitter can radiate a receiving transmitter to any and even the farthest target in the universe, where it materializes by a certain sequence of impulses and in which all goods and materials, forms of life, etc., radiated to it materialize. At present, however, a chain of relay stations is being created which itself extends into the DAL universe, making it possible to reach the DAL universe from Era with a delay of only 14 minutes. With this technique, you would be with my daughter Simyase in less than 25 minutes, if we add the flight time from Earth to Era. I have very extensive knowledge of both the First and Second World Wars on the Earth. There is probably no section in this respect to which I could not give you exhaustive information regarding any questions.
From Simyase, I know that not only Earth humans have alcoholic beverages, but also you, even if your brews are only similar to alcohol.
By alcohol-like products, we only mean products and beverages that have an alcohol taste, but contain no alcohol, or only so little that the values are far below those that are usual on Earth for alcohol-free beer. The taste of our alcoholic beverages and products is the same as that of the alcoholic products common on the Earth. However, this is certainly not surprising when one considers that we use almost the same manufacturing processes for these alcohol-like products and beverages as are used on the Earth for the production of alcoholic beverages. Only that our manufacturing processes and the necessary equipment are refined and much more advanced than those of Earth humans. It should also be noted that, during the production process of beverages and other products, all the acids that are responsible for fermentation or the production of alcohol are removed, either completely or down to a tiny residual amount from the start of production. In this way, both fermentation agents and other substances are thoroughly removed and the desired product is obtained. Of course, other measures are also needed because it is not only a matter of removing bacteria and acids, but also of changing chemical structures, etc.
As far as I know, you influence the climate and the weather only as far as it seems necessary or given for plants, animals, and humans. So, for example, that you regulate excessive cold or heat collapses, prevent hailstorms, contain dangerous storms, prevent rainfalls, which would bring floods and great damage, regulate and tame volcanoes, and more of the like. Is that right?
This corresponds to our customs. All the peoples of our federation are committed to respecting the laws of nature and to allowing natural climatic processes, etc., to run their course. We do not influence the weather in the form that we would design it according to our personal desires. We only intervene where there are threats to land, plants, and human and animal life, as you explained earlier.
But I am not telling you, Ptah, anything new as a physician, although I would like to point out that you are just as well trained in this subject as Quetzal. Do you also use such drugs? See interferon gamma, see health and medical information.
In extreme cases, yes, but otherwise we do not take it as an actual medicine, but as a preventive, that is to say, prophylactically as a daily food supplement. Our coordination of the anti-substance is dosed and adjusted to the individual person in such a manner that no more diseases appear. The only evil to which we have not yet been able to come to terms with is the common cold, which we only succumb to when we are on the Earth. In this respect, we are now in the process of clarifying the exact need for us, according to which we will then also be immune to the earthly cold, which should be the case in about 2 months.
On Earth, electron power plants would have to be built instead of lousy nuclear power plants, and that medical scientists would also have to get behind the problem of electron medicine, because through certain electronic influences, etc., not only any disease will be cured, but life can also be prolonged for centuries. Together with the salubrita sun, see interferon gamma, see health and medical information, it should be possible to reach the same Methuselah age as you. Apart from that, these energies would also be able to cope with the enormous environmental pollution, because then no more diesel and petrol coaches would pollute the earthly atmosphere, because electron-drive vehicles on land and air would become a matter of course. If Earth scientists are clever enough to really fathom this inexhaustible source of energy and make it usable for humans, then all the problems of pollution would be solved. All kinds of factories and productions would be operated and carried out only by the application of electron energy. And even necessary insecticides and herbicides, etc., could be replaced by means of electron-energetic form, etc., and so on.
You are unbelievable because you say everything that is customary in our country.
Ah, I have been asked on several occasions whether you also have the evil that your eyes get worse with increasing age, or that you have eye diseases that impair the quality of vision.
Fortunately, we have not known these evils for thousands of years.
Fine, then you will not have any glasses or contact lenses anymore. Did you ever need them?
Of course. But we have not needed them for a very long time. Because for thousands of years we have not had any eye diseases or deformities due to signs of aging, which does not just apply to the eyes, but to all organs of the body and to the entire body.
And how did you hold it then with glasses and contact lenses?
Eyeglasses were common among our peoples for a very long time. But we refrained from using contact lenses at a very early stage because it was recognized that they were very harmful to the eye, and especially to the cornea. Not only were such contact lenses breeding grounds for inflammation-promoting bacteria, but the fact that corneal inflammation and clouding, as well as cataracts in the longer term, were caused, discouraged us from using contact lenses at an early stage. For this reason, fluid preparations were developed to replace such contact lenses before the way was finally found to preserve the eyes of humans through a healthy lifestyle and preventive measures as good as 100% in their vision. This also applies to the love and thanks of the entire Druon population who joined our federation a few days ago.
Druon population? Are you talking about the Druons, who on the 8th of April 1983 gave us the great spectacle with their spaceship, which we could observe in the eastern direction in the evening sky? You are talking about the same Druons who reside on the planet Druon of the system Null in a galaxy that is about 1.7 times larger than our Milky Way, and that is more than 300 million light-years away? Is your speech really about this? Note: see Contact Report 184.
That is what I am talking about, my friend. You seem to be very happily surprised. You may be too, because I still have special and very dear greetings from Sana equals who loves the vastness, Ektal equals who rules things, Lumia equals the Grand Master, and Turs equals guardian of the word.
But I was instructed by you and by the Druons to remain silent about it. On the other hand, I had to enlighten them in the teaching of the Spirit regarding certain things, which led to the fact that I also had to mention your mission and also your federation.
Of course, you had to keep quiet about it, that is right. But your explanations led the Druons to get in touch with our federation and to ask for admission to it. After years of efforts and negotiations, etc., this wish was fulfilled. The alliance took place 4 days ago.
So do you know the history of the SOL system?
This is one of my many fields of knowledge.
That almost sounds like Skrill. But surely there's no connection to the dimension from which the supposed dimension changers come. Those brutal and bestial Skrills that sometimes attack humans in their greed for sex.
The term Skrill means ausertung, to get very badly out of the good human nature.
Aha, then they are thus called the Ausgearteten.
This is so, but we also call them dimension changers, as you already mentioned. But the term Skrill means ausgeartet only for us, because truthfully the Skrills call themselves Skrill, which means dimension changer in their language.
Without a doubt, these Skrills are human beings, even if they are completely vicious, brutal, and bestial, and incredibly sex-hungry, males as well as females. The horror of these differently dimensioned beings is only that they are completely Ausgeartet and capable of switching from their dimension to other dimensions. whereby they then attack and rape human beings in the other dimensions. It is a good thing that this does not happen very often, and that human beings of other dimensions, such as our dimension, can only clear and pave the way for these skrills through psychological misconduct. By this, I mean that these skrills can only penetrate into other dimensions and work there if other human beings of this dimension clear the way for them by self-destructively driving their psyche to malfunction and thus psychical collapse. I know all this from Quetzal, who also explained to me that you only know about it because some of your scientists once succeeded in connecting with these skrills and experiencing their way of life and all the trimmings. But now tell me, is it also known to you or your scientists when the first human life formed in the region of our Milky Way?
I can serve you with some information about that. According to our research and according to the information from the Arahat Athersata level, the first humans, in their original form, came into being on the oldest planetary systems nearly 28 million years ago, after which, then, about 27 million years ago, the first physically recognizable humans emerged from them quite certainly as the life forms named hominids, which, however, first appeared very much later on the Earth.
Aha! And therefore that means that, until now, no human life forms whatsoever in our Milky Way system could have developed as far as those only in the form of the fluctuating High Council. Not to mention also then being able to enter into a higher level, as for example in the Arahat Athersata level. As is generally known, it indeed takes 60 million to 80 million years until the form of spirituality is reached, which leads to the Arahat Athersata level, which comprises the first pure spirit level. But now, since the entire knowledge out of the storage banks was not exhausted, which corresponded to the intention, naturally some soon broke through again, and over 8 billion later corrected, 8 million years later there was again, as ever, a stink. Not only that an Ishwish, god, king of wisdom, created the Ring Nebula in his megalomania, which has since then been named the Eye of God, but his most distant descendants finally also came to Earth and terrorized this world here, and so on, which, at any rate, as a rough measure happened essentially for the first time only 389,000 years ago, when one disregards those deportations and conquests and other skirmishes that go back to around 20 million years ago.
Indeed, I knew that you know the connections.
I wanted to ask you something else, but it had slipped my mind again. It is about the multi-duplicators. When Nokodemion built up his robot armies and his android armies in his time, he did so in a manner that still seems utopian to today's Earth human. Because he built a multi-duplicator for this purpose, which multiplied everything he programmed with an atomic blueprint, etc., infinitely many times in absolute unison. Thus, Nokodemion actually only needed to construct one copy of each type of robot, as well as one copy of the androids, after which he could multiply them in infinite numbers using the multi-duplicator. Even the tiniest atomic detail of the final product resembled the prototype, which served only as a perfect model. In fact, such a multi-duplicator is a giant apparatus that produces clones. In other words, one could also say that it is a copier or duplicator that provides an exact copy of the original, not only the externally visible, but also the interior, down to the last and finest atomic structure. The question is whether you also have such multi-duplicators, which are based on electrons, which are based on their operation with regard to the required energies, but also with regard to the required matter for the multi-duplications to be generated. If I remember correctly, then, the unexhaustible cosmic electron seas are tapped in order to transform and form the necessary matter from the electrons, from which then the templates programmed by atomic images receive their material form and are materially duplicated.
This wonderful invention of Nokodemion has remained with us. Even if today everything has been changed and renewed to such an extent, precisely in accordance with the inevitable progress that nothing points to its origin. We have been producing all necessary building materials of all kinds, machines, robotic tools, androids, and also medicines and food, etc., in this form for thousands of years by duplicating them.
But you also have gardens, orchards, vegetable gardens, etc., as I know.
Certainly, what we can gain from nature in a natural wise, we work out together with nature in a natural way, but always in such a manner that neither nature nor the planet nor the fauna or flora suffer any damage.
You really breed meat as just the product you need, so you never have to kill an animal life form.
That is correct, but we do not only produce meat from cell tissue by breeding, but also from our multipliers. Other things also belong to it.
Why is my name not correct?
According to the word value, your name is completely correct.
Well, yes. I suppose you also make all the metals with the multi-duplicators. Because if I remember correctly, Simyase told me in 1975 or 1976 that you were extracting the basic materials for metal production from the realms of the planets, etc., in order to convert them, which would result in lead first, and then all the pure metals or alloys required. At that time, I did not think about it any further. But in the meantime, the idea came to me that you would get the necessary raw materials for certain metals or alloys directly through the multi-duplicators, in order to process them in cold processes in order to create special alloys from them. Perhaps I could imagine you get the ready-made metals and alloys directly from the multi-duplicators, which duplicate all matter in cold processes according to given atomic image patterns. Of course, a multi-duplicator could also be called a cold processor, even if the human being on the Earth may misinterpret this. Because for them, a processor is something else, namely a central part of a data processing system, which contains the arithmetic unit and the control unit. Do you call the apparatus a multi-cold duplicator in your own language?
The meaning of your word roughly corresponds to our name. In any case, everyone here would understand the meaning of your newly created term. For our part, we have a community of independent worlds, or even a union of sovereign worlds, which we call a federation, as it is in and of itself the case on the Earth. Such microsponges can also be used for many other purposes if they are soaked with the necessary substances, for example as an insect repellent or as a deterrent to dogs or predators. And what is probably the most important thing? Such microsponges can be used as drug carriers and applied to the skin, where the corresponding active ingredients penetrate through the skin into the body and trigger the necessary reaction. This can be done both in a preventive form and as an acute factor against inflammations, infections of all kinds, diseases, and as an anti-pain agent, etc.
Fantastic. Do you also use such microsponges?
They are a component of our medicine, among many other possibilities.
Contact Report 239.
So then, the first question, do you know the word faun? A plurality is called fauns, and otherwise faunus.
Certainly, the word faun is a term that was already known in the ancient Lyran languages, and today it is also known in our languages and is also common on the Earth. A faun is a horned and goat-footed, sexually lascivious life form, whose original form once came from a very distant world from the Andromeda galaxy to the Earth, and lived on it for about 700 years, and drove their lustful nuisance.
Then the next question. When women or men paint their faces, use lipstick, paint their eyebrows, apply blush, etc., etc., for what reasons is this done? And do the women also do this with you? Even though I have made no such findings, it could still be possible. That with you, for example, hair is colored, I know this from Simyase, and also that eyes are colored with certain colors.
With us, this has other reasons than with the Earth humans. Hair, for example, is not simply dyed with ordinary dyes, as this is also the case with the eyes. Rather, it concerns medical ingredients that have very specific properties. Unfortunately, it still also happens with us that human beings suffer from headaches or from sensitivity to light. These evils are prevented by the fact that in the case of susceptibility to headaches, the hair is treated with certain active ingredients which can be dyed, after which the hair then delivers the necessary active ingredients into the cerebral cortex, by which means no further headaches will appear for a long time as long as the hair can still deliver the active ingredients. It is the same with the eyes, into which the substances that can be dyed are instilled, which reduce the sensitivity to light, whereby the ones afflicted with the evil become normal-sighted. However, cosmetics and beautifying makeup, etc., are not usual with us among both sexes. It just came over us, and so we took your revolver, /44 Magnum, and enough ammunition, 240 rounds, and set off for a few days to a world that is still rather primitive, on which primeval animals still actually live, including dinosaurs. Quetzal and I alternately wore your belt. Of course, we would not shoot at the animals, but we just scared them if they came too close to us. Much to our regret, I have to admit that we were not prepared for the effect of the firing apparatus, so neither Quetzal nor I, because with the first shot, the same mishap happened to both of us.
It was probably such that the gun flew out of your hand and on its own, right?
Unfortunately, yes, because with our weapons and work tools, we have no such problems.
Do you mean that your weapons, etc., do not generate any recoil?
That is correct.
But at least it was fun for you. Was it, so to speak, a vacation getaway?
We took a 4-day vacation for it. A time that we will never forget. Quetzal and I, we can now understand your adventurous life and your sense of adventure.
Nice, I am happy for you. Maybe now you can, here and there, take a vacation of the same type and in the same manner?
We have planned for that, yes.
Splendid. And you see, I once told you that even old age does not keep one from crossing the line every now and then, from experiencing adventures and freaking out. But why in three devils' names? Why did you hide my belt after your adventure in the porch furniture, so that it could rot? The primitive atmosphere had added quite a bit to it. Jacobus needed 2 days to clean it and to bring it back in order.
We thank him for his efforts, but it was not our intention to cause damage. We did not personally return the belt and the shooting device to the place where we had fetched both, but we transported it back by our corresponding apparatuses. It must have happened that the place was not selected correctly. For this mishap, I would like to apologize.
Here, I have a question about the tree's elimination into the past. See Contact Report 16. Can you explain this process in more detail, at least in relation to what into the past elimination actually means?
The process is that every single atomic unit of the object to be eliminated is dissolved retroactively from the moment of elimination, whereby any relevant unit changes into non-existence and dissolves into pure energy.
Does that mean, if I understand correctly, and if I can correctly express myself as a layman, that every single atom of an object to be eliminated is dissolved from the present into the past, even up to its origin, and is transformed into pure energy? Energy that would actually have to consist, then, of a certain form of electrons, for I assume that there is not just one type of electron in creation's structural plan.
I have nothing more to add to your explanation because by and large it meets with reality.
So, my friend, and now I long for a good drink. Although I already drank a small glass tonight, I still feel like a second one. If I may perhaps also offer one to you, I would be tremendously pleased. It is a peach wine with very low alcohol content, but which I can still drink without difficulties. without it affecting me somehow. What do you think, Ptah?
I am not entirely at ease with your offer because, as you know, we only drink alcohol-like drinks but not alcoholic drinks. Therefore, I do not know whether the drink would be good for me.
It will surely agree with you, because if I can drink it, in spite of my many medicines, without it harming me somewhat, then it certainly will not harm you in any wise. The wine only has 9% alcohol by volume, which is as good as nothing. You just have to drink the wine slowly and in small sips and over longer periods of time. You may need 20 or 30 minutes to do it calmly.
Since you are so sure, and because I have full confidence in you, I would gladly like to do this once and drink a glass of this wine with you. This is really very good, and it is also refreshing. This music that you are playing there, it has a lot of resemblance with our music.
It is the Chorus of the Hebrew Slaves from Nabucco by Giuseppe Verdi.
It is well known to me, like also many other melodies that you are playing. Only, do you not think that the music is a bit loud?
Certainly, but this is intentional so that no one can overhear us. In the other office over there is Eva, and also the night watch is underway.
That is why I also turned on my device as usual. Otherwise, it would not be possible, unfortunately, that I could be in here with you.
For how long do these small swinging wave defense devices guarantee enough security such that you are protected?
I own the latest device with a guaranteed security function that lasts for 7 hours and 54 minutes. This wine is really excellent, Edward. May I ask you to refill my glass half full?
Of course, with great pleasure. I am very glad that you like it. Just make sure that the alcohol does not rise to your head.
I thank you, my friend. You do not need to be worried, however, because I cannot notice any signs of an influence of alcohol, which could have been triggered by the wine. I know very well how alcohol works because all of us, who had or have to do things on the earth, have conducted alcohol tests, through which the effect is well known to us, even if we have still never taken alcohol to ourselves.
Interesting. We should also be able to perform such tests, even with drugs, etc. How are such tests carried out with you, then?
Through psychovision of a psychophysical form.
Aha, you already explained something about that to me once. But you said that I may report nothing about it, at least in terms of that which it concerns. For there is the risk that the Earth scientists would immediately take up this possibility and would inflict the most serious harm to people.
But this drink is really excellent and very refreshing. Maybe I will ask you later for another bottle, if you permit it.
Contact Report 240.
The question refers to transplants in the sense of how you actually produce them. From earlier explanations, I know that if necessary, you grow transplants with cells that you may grow. How does this happen?
In the earliest times, cell cultures were created for all newborns who were feared to be in need of some kind of transplant one day. The cell culture technique, in this regard, referred to taking cells from those organs or parts of the body that were most likely to be susceptible to disease, etc. From these cell cultures, the transplants corresponding to the prerequisites were cultivated, exactly according to the chronological sequence of the life of the person concerned, whereby the cultivated transplant was always of the same age as the person concerned, to whom the cell cultivation transplant belonged. However, this form of transplant cultivation was very limited to those human beings in whom it had been recognized, in younger years, that they would one day need a transplant. Unfortunately, this disadvantaged all those who suddenly needed a transplant due to some kind of illness, etc., which could not then be cultivated. Consequently, our researchers and scientists looked for ways and means to solve this problem as well. One day, the solution was to obtain the necessary transplants in such a form that the necessary cells could be taken from a human at any age and cultivated in the shortest possible time, so that the necessary transplants were available without difficulty. But the most important thing was that a process could be carried out whereby each transplant showed the same signs of aging as the cells removed from the human, so that the transplant was the same age as the human who needed it. However, our scientists were not satisfied with this achievement in any wise, but rather they explored other possibilities which they then found in the fact that they could use the dot.
Considered the possibility of simply reproducing the necessary grafts by means of cold processors using atomic templates.
Yes, that is exactly what I wanted to say with the same words.
So you are saying that today you are generating all the necessary transplants, should they actually be necessary, through multiduplicators.
Certainly that is the meaning of my words.
Bernadette also thought along those lines. But I think that it will no longer be part of your everyday life that transplants have to be done, will it?
That corresponds to the actuality.
Well, if it is necessary, then you have the advantage of the cold processor possibility that you can produce transplants that are absolutely in harmony with the immune system of the person in question who needs these transplants. So there should be no defensive reaction, should there?
That is right.
Contact Report 241.
I would desire a sip of peach wine if I could ask for it.
But certainly that is not a question. Wait, here, a glass for you and one for me. Now I will get the wine, which I put outside to chill, because I myself drink a glass every now and then, if I feel like it. Well, here I am again. If you allow me, I will pour it right away. You know, I thought to myself that you would certainly like to have some bottles of this wine. That is why I also provided a box of 6 that you can take with you. How did the wine taste with Quetzal, by the way? But now cheers.
For the good, just refreshing. Well, when Quetzal heard from me that I had tested the wine together with you, found it to be very good, and received another bottle from you as a gift, he could no longer be deterred from tasting the bottle I had brought with me to him.
A huge tasting, a whole bottle like that, I would like to say. And did he find the wine as good as we did?
Certainly. He found it as refreshing as we did. Just take French cuisine as an example, whose composition is often absolutely inedible.
I know that when I think of rice casimir, which is seasoned with pineapple, or other dishes where meat dishes are mixed with berries and fruits or seasoned, then I feel sick.
The nausea also rises in me when I think about it. If you want, I can request our research results in this regard. Then be patient for a moment, concerns himself with a 5 by 10 centimeter device he takes off his belt.
Several years ago, you were still talking about the fact that towards the end of the 20th century, Earth would be visited by extraterrestrial people, who would then officially make contact with Earth humans. Through all sorts of bad machinations of Earth humans, however, it then emerged that this extraterrestrial visit would no longer take place, and therefore no such contact would take place. Are the facts today still as they were when you told me that such a contact had no chance anymore?
Things have changed fundamentally again in the meantime, by all that has changed in the meantime in political form in many countries of Earth. A lot of positive things have come about, and the prospects for such a contact have increased by a great deal, so that the old plan can come true again under certain circumstances, whereby we ourselves or any other forces from our Federation have no connection whatsoever to those human beings who are supposed to establish official contacts with terrestrial people and whose knowledge and ability in every respect will not yet have developed to such an extent that they understand all things that are peculiar to us in terms of knowledge. They will also not yet be able to grasp our dimension in which we live and exist. And with regard to the teaching of the Spirit and creation and their laws and commandments, they will also not be developed according to our state. If the contact with these alien beings one day comes about in official form, but this is still questionable, then this means for us and all our allies that we then withdraw and keep away from Earth in every form, whereby we will then only maintain telepathic contacts to you. If the mentioned contacts actually take place, but what is really questionable for the next decades, then Earth humans will enter into connections and alliances with Earth strangers, into which we may interfere according to our laws in no case and under no circumstances. This means that we must then withdraw into our dimension and no longer be active on Earth.
Then it is certain that these contacts with aliens will take place?
At present, the overall situation points to this. But the next 6 to 8 years can again change a lot because Earthman is so unstable and fickle that in the long run, everything always floats in the air and in the unknown.
Another question concerning the events against the year 2000, when aliens are supposed to approach the terrestrial people. Is this something that has already been determined? And if so, how will it happen?
My explanation already went to the effect that such an event will only take place if the overall situation of earthly politics and the efforts of all human beings develop in such a way that such an event can occur. Even if at present everything points to the fact that what has been said could take place, it is in no way certain that what is positive on Earth and among terrestrial human beings will actually take place in such a way that the event can take place. The fickleness of Earth humans is simply so great that not much can be predicted for a nearer or later future. In order to be able to give such predictions of the future in precise form, we would need the effort of looking at the future. But we don't want to do these, for which you know the reasons. If it can be avoided, then we refrain from this kind of exploration of the future.
Of course. Can you tell me? However, whether human beings from otherworldly worlds will otherwise visit Earth in such a way that they will be recognized by terrestrial humans, without the aliens being harassed by authorities or the military, or by any madmen, or even endangered their freedom or their lives. Is it therefore possible that even before the year 2000 alien astronauts will come to Earth, with whom Earthlings will perhaps be able to make secret contact, as is the case with you in a similar or identical form, I mean between you and me?
Such occurrences could very well occur both in this century and in the next. This form of alien appearance is more possible than that of official contacts with authorities and the military. Space travelers are usually extremely cautious and take certain protective measures into account if they do not make themselves known officially.
Doesn't that contradict what you said a few minutes ago, that possibly even before the year 2000 foreigners could get in touch with earthly authorities, etc.?
No, this is not the case because I explained clearly that this would only be the case if the overall situation on Earth would change in such a way that such an event could become possible. Even though a lot of positive things are happening at the moment, this is by no means a guarantee that people on Earth will continue to do so. Earthman is just unsteady and fickle. It can very well be that everything will soon be negative again, because Earthman is just unsteady and fickle. However, this has nothing to do with the fact that non-earthly people from other worlds cannot nevertheless land on Earth in this form in a secret way and move among Earth humans without being recognized, or that they are only recognized by a few, who, however, remain silent about it responsibly until the space travelers have left Earth again, so that they cannot be hugged by madmen, authorities, and the military, etc. it will be more difficult for all those who crash or are forced to make an emergency landing due to an accident of their spacecraft, because their technology does not yet correspond to the form that such incidents would no longer occur. Such crashes and emergency landings have occurred on Earth since ancient times and will continue to occur in the future, albeit very rarely. But this must always be reckoned with, especially for spacecrafts whose technology has not yet been developed in such a way that no more damage can occur. The crews of such crashing spacecraft usually suffer death, while there is a high chance of survival during emergency landings. The crews of such emergency landed spacecrafts, however, are usually helpless and are not able to carry out the necessary repairs on their missiles, which makes them planet-bound in the world where they crash. The rule is also that they cannot survive or that they are captured in the most mild case, etc. When they crash on worlds whose inhabitants are still barbaric, such as the inhabitants of Earth. Of course, there are many other barbaric humanities on foreign planets, whose inhabitants simply kill crashed space travelers or often worship them as gods and then do not let them leave again as such.
Contact Report 243.
We too once had to fight the same problems that we could only control by precisely these facts, as I have named them. With that, I am also referring to the peacekeeping troops according to Enoch's system, which also embodied a form of world police, by which the entire organized criminality, both in its small and large form, got destroyed.
Contact Report 244.
My next question relates to the Jishwish of the kind who were of good character and other good values, and who regulated things and were responsible in reference to the old Lyrans 389,000 years ago and 13,500 years ago. What was the name of the god with whom Emmanuel worked, and where did these three Jishwish come from? 389,000 years ago, Laris was the Jeshwish, king of wisdom, who had the guilty travelers under his care. Before his work in the SOL system, and thus on the Earth, he came from the planet Aktkarin in the Fremen system, which was a Lysanian colony in the area of the Nezer galaxy, which is 320 million light-years away from Earth. 13,500 years ago, Jeshwish Alatides, who came from the land of Kaitami on the planet Lasan, was in charge and responsible. Emmanuel finally worked together with Yeshwish Kalatan, who came from Era. Then I would like to know which planets you are responsible for as Jeshwish.
For Era, for Earth, and for a planet called Amataban.
And where is this planet? Is it perhaps the sister planet of Era, which can be seen so beautifully green-blue in the sky?
No, Jashvish Quetzal is responsible for that now, because the old Jashvish Atrides left his life. The planet Amataban is in a system of our space-time structure which we call Harkonnen and which belongs to our Federation. Quetzal is responsible as Jeshwish for 2 planets in the Harkonnen system.
Another question. Especially in Switzerland and Germany, there is currently a discussion about the pros and cons of whether homosexuals are allowed to marry or should marry each other as same-sex people, and so on. In this regard, there are usually no laws that would allow such marriages. I now have the question of how such things are handled in your country. Do you still birth people who are homosexual or transsexual? In my opinion, it should actually be the case on Earth that homosexuals of the same sex kind could get together, so to speak, in the form of a partnership, which grants them legal rights, as they are given with normal married couples. I am not talking about a male and female right in terms of gender, but the legal rights that apply to married couples in any form of social and human recognition. Same-sex homosexuals who join forces can do so by forming a same-sex partnership that grants them all the social and human rights of a married couple. What they then do or leave together in sexual terms is their beer alone. In my opinion, it should therefore be legally possible for homosexuals of the same sex to be able to join together as partners in a same-sex partnership, with all the social and human rights of a normal married couple, but without such a couple being able to officially call themselves a married couple. Because in my opinion, such a designation can only be granted to a same-sex couple that can procreate offspring with one another, which is why such a union is also called a marriage alliance. If I remember correctly, then such or at least a similar regulation of this form also applies to you.
That is correct. At least in the form that we apply a law of this kind described by you, where we are responsible for humanities in which homosexuality still appears, which can be caused by various factors, but which in any case is always genetically triggered, which is also the case for transsexuality. In our own peoples, no degenerated forms of homosexuality or transsexuality have appeared for many millennia, which does not mean, however, that the normal homosexual as well as the purely natural condition of homosexuality would no longer appear, which means that latently every form of life has two gender genetic forces. Only as far as the homosexuality of that form is concerned, that it could still reach degeneration, as well as sodomy, that men and women, for example, sexually meet with animals, no longer appears with our peoples, nor does a degenerated transsexuality or any other sexual degeneration forms, such as, for example, sexual hatred or rape, sexual masochism or sadism, etc. All of these evils belong with all our peoples likewise to the past, like also criminality, greed for power and other degenerations, which are still on the agenda with the terrestrial human being. By the mere observance of the doctrine of creational laws and recommendations, all evils of emotional, desirable, thought-conditioned, as well as fear-conditioned degenerations have been extinguished with our peoples, while other things have been eliminated or are eliminated by genetic influences and genetic manipulations. For example, sodomistically degenerated homosexuality, transsexuality, the rape instinct as well as sexual degenerations of any other kind, like sadism and masochism, etc. In every pregnancy of a woman, the fruit of her body is subjected to a thorough examination, which is carried out using the most modern technical analysis equipment, outside of the woman's body and without the need to penetrate her body with instruments, etc. If serious genetic fallibilities are detected in the fruit of the woman's body, genetic influences or genetic manipulations are carried out by means of radiations that are accurate to a billionth of a millimeter, thus correcting the genetic defects or damage. This procedure guarantees that no offspring will be born suffering from any degeneration or abnormality in the forms I have mentioned. But thus no offspring in the womb are matured and born, which show any physical or otherwise health damage. Because we act according to the creational law that every life at its birth has a right to come into being with an absolutely immaculate body and undamaged consciousness, as well as without any evil of any kind, which is why the detailed examination already takes place in the woman's 7th week of pregnancy, according to which, if necessary, appropriate actions are taken, which may also involve the elimination of the fruit in the womb, if this becomes necessary. For example, if the absolute health of the body and consciousness of the offspring is not guaranteed, or if the life or health of the mother should be endangered by the bearing of the fruit or by its birth. I assume that something similar will appear in our Federation, namely among a peoples who bear the name Demoner. These Demoners are still very underdeveloped and are cared for in an impulse-based manner by the powers of our Federation. The human beings of this people have gotten very badly out of the good human nature to a great extent. Murder, lies, and fraud, etc. are part of their agenda, but also every form of inhumanity and crime. As a result of these things with the Demoners, it has become common practice in the languages of certain of our Federation peoples that only the word Demoner is used, or demon, when there is talk of degenerated forms of life or degeneration.
Interesting. Then also such things repeat themselves somewhere again and again in the universe.
Contact Report 246.
My task was to create a colony on an uninhabited planet called Cathan in the space area IDAM. Known on Earth in this space-time structure as the spiral nebula NGC 2997 at a distance of 45 million light-years. I was also busy in the space area NOSER, where we also founded a new colony. This also happened on an uninhabited planet called NASA Dan. The space region NOSER is a galaxy which is 16 million light-years away from the SOL system in this space-time structure, and which is referred to as M83 in earthly astronomy science.
Then the spiral nebula and the galaxy are not in your space-time structure, if I have understood correctly. However, the question remains as to why you are founding colonies if you have enough space on your planet, since you do not tend towards overpopulation, as is the case on Earth.
The colonies were founded to separate two enemy races that threatened to destroy each other on their home planets by waging endless war against each other. Capable of both nuclear technology and the first spaceflight, they attacked each other's planets and brought them very close to the danger of destruction. And since our Federation is in charge of these two planets and of the inhabitants, we decided, according to the advice of the High Council, to transplant the two contentious peoples in order to guarantee their continued existence to the other and peace-loving peoples of the two planets. They also dominate the first spaceflight, but they do not pose any danger. However, the mistakes, 124 million of one people and 106 million of the other, were transferred to the planets I mentioned in the space areas IDAM and NOSER, where they will live from now on without knowing the whereabouts of the other people. Moreover, it is impossible for the transplanted of both peoples to fly to other planets for many hundreds of years to come, because care was taken to ensure that the next inhabited planets are more than 130 light-years away from the colonies, so that they cannot be reached by the resettled. On the one hand, because their space technology is only just developed to the extent that distances of at most 430 million kilometers can be covered, while the age of the colonists is still very low with an average of 83 years.
What is certain is that there are inhabited planets in the area of Zeta Reticuli, planets inhabited by humans. Does this apply to both Zeta Reticuli 1 and Zeta Reticuli 2?
This is true, but we do not maintain any contacts with the local inhabitants who are not even aware of our existence, which we have been observing for several millennia. However, our interests do not lie in establishing contact with the ways of life of those areas, since they do not yet possess certain forms of development that would be necessary for establishing contact.
Probably in reference to your directives?
That's right.
But what about the names Simya-se, Ptah, Quetzal, Svath, and Plagia? How often do they appear in your newspapers? Are these with you common names like Hans and Harry, etc. with us?
No, these names are no longer common and therefore not frequent. The names you mentioned only appear once each, so for my daughters Simya, Se, and Plagia, as well as for me, Ptah, and Quetzal. The name Svath no longer exists at all. So with these names, the same case is given as with the names of your children, and with some children of your group members who have chosen old names from your name books for their descendants.
Then the names only exist once in your entire federation.
That corresponds to the meaning of my words.
And how is that possible?
The names mentioned have been handed down and preserved in our family and in Quetzal's since ancient times, because they have historically important meanings. This is limited to our family and Quetzal's family. All other families and people of our home planet era have different and more modern names. While the non-Pleiadian federated peoples, human beings, and families naturally have names that have nothing to do with the Pleiadian or the old Lyran ones.
My next question relates to the freezing or shock freezing of all kinds of life forms. If, for example, a person is shock frozen for any reason, perhaps to overcome time, etc., then I assume that this person is in a kind of apparent death. This means, however, that the spiritual form does not leave the body, but remains in it until the time when the body is revived. Am I right in my assumption? To my knowledge, you yourself have used such methods in the past, have you not?
That is correct, as is your explanation.
Another question. Have there been any bases or stations of aliens on Venus or Mars during the last 1,000 years? Or perhaps on Mercury or any other planet of the Solar System? Or perhaps on the Earth Moon?
Except on Earth and on the Earth Moon, not no.
And were these stations related to different extraterrestrials?
On Earth, they all came to us without exception, while on Earth's satellite there were also four bases, which went to space-traveling peoples who had no connection to us, but who had very little contact with Earthlings, which in no way refers to modern times.
Recently I was asked which genera or types of life forms would have a sexual life. This happened in connection with allegations that the U.S. Americans had captured alien human life forms in a crash of a UFO or interplanetary missile, whereby these alien life forms had no sexual organs, no excrement outlets, no visible food intake, etc.
Which of course is complete nonsense. For any material form of life, wherever it may be in the entire universe, requires a possibility of food intake, a possibility of the ejection of indigestible products, etc., and thus of excrement ejection. But with all materially existing forms of life of a higher kind, and so especially with human forms of life, it is given that they have a sexual organ or a reproductive organ.
That was also my answer, which I gave to the questioner. As Bafath already taught me when I was a still 3 cheeses high, a little guy, there are no higher life forms in the entire universe that do not reproduce sexually and do not have reproductive organs visible on the body. In contrast, only the lowest forms of life would reproduce independently and without sex life. This self-reproduction, which is practically the result of cell division and which also knows no sex instinct, is only peculiar to the lowest forms of life, which are incapable of evolution in any form. Higher forms of life, however, such as the terrestrial human being or even more highly developed humans of extraterrestrial origin, have all visible sex or reproductive organs, and all these alone are capable of evolution in any form. This means that only those life forms are capable of evolution in any form, which also have physical reproductive organs, and thus a sex life and a sex drive. It is also these forms of life alone which can adapt organically and physically to the ever-changing nature and environment in such a manner as to conform to it. A certain intelligence is also associated with this development, which is naturally graded according to the form of life in question, if it can be higher or lower. That is to say, purely drive and instinct-based, as is usually the case with animals, but then also consciously controlled, as is the case with all forms of human life existing in the universe. Only forms of life that can be classified as higher or high are capable of development, whereby all these higher or high forms of life without exception have sexual or reproductive organs, as well as a sexual instinct, and thus a sexual life, whereby the sexual organs or reproductive organs appear visibly on the body, even if, for example, they are not in the same state as the human body. When, for example, a human life form should already have evolved to such an extent that a transfer of semen from the male to the female life form, effected by the power of consciousness, can be carried out. But this is not customary, not even among those capable of this, but only in certain cases as an exception. Bafath also explained to me that in about 20% of all existing life forms in the universe as a whole, they have to be classified as higher or high, and that without exception they also have sexual organs and exercise a corresponding sexual life, even all highly developed human life forms that still have a material body. The other 80% correspond only to low and lowest forms of life, which are not capable of sexual reproduction, and also do not have any sexual organs and therefore cannot reproduce sexually, nor can they evolve. Their proliferation occurs solely through cell division, which is only characteristic of the lower and lowest forms of life, although mutations may occur as a result of certain influences in the cell division process.
Your words need no further explanation, for they are correct in every detail and detailed enough to be understood in good form.
Still at Simyase's time, that emerges from the contact report of the 3rd of January, 1981. See Contact 141, Extraterrestrial People from the Planet. Hastur appeared in the terrestrial airspace, which travels in the system Guarantee of the galaxy Jinan. It was said that these travelers at that time were interested in making contact with some Earthlings. However, I heard nothing more about it and assumed that this did not happen.
Your assumption is correct. We ourselves have tried to enlighten the Hasturans, after which they gave up their project and left Earth again without having achieved anything.
Andron, I have not seen the twerp for a long time. Where is he now?
He has some tasks to fulfill on the planet Kanadin.
So, and where is this planet speeding through the world space, if you may ask?
About 161,000 light-years from Earth in a system we call Naranka.
You are once again sparse with information. What is the galaxy called?
Sundajaris. It is known to earthly astronomical science in this space-time structure as the neighboring galaxy Magellanic Cloud.
Ah, yes, you also keep, among many other things, records of what happened in relation to the murder of Earthlings by the Christian religion. Are you familiar with the exact number I mean to this day?
Your question concerns one of my areas of interest.
Do you also have a universal language in your federation? And if so, how is it called? And how many languages are spoken in your federation as a whole?
We have a universal or federation language, of course. However, this is not only spoken in certain circles of higher offices, as is the case with earthly artificial languages, but it is common with everyone. Samti, the language is called by us, and as such, it is learnt from the ground up by every member of the Federation as a second mother tongue in childhood. Because in addition to this, of course, the native mother tongue of the respective people still exists. The total number of our Federation-wide languages is 127,603.
Well, then I would like to know what your new travel and transport options are. How does this transmitter system work, and how long will it take to get it up and running?
Do you see this little device integrated into the chest of my clothes?
You mean this little matchbox-sized thing?
Yes.
It's hard to tell that from the clothes. Without my flashlight, I couldn't see it at all. It doesn't stand out at all.
This enables me to generate a transmitter gate by thought power, through which I can simply step through, after which I am already at my destination without any loss of time, even if this is billions of light years away. More precisely, I have to concentrate my thoughts in such a way that they are picked up by the device and amplified in such a way that the resulting forces create the transmitter gate through which my transmission to the destination is made possible. The system is not yet fully operational and usable, but we are constantly experimenting with it by transporting objects, etc. in this way for testing purposes. The required target data are created by the personal knowledge of the destination, which is then mentally programmed by the device. Whereupon the transmitter gate is created in the form that the destination appears as a gate into which one can directly enter and is immediately at the destination. If the destination is unknown to one in such a way that one knows it neither by picture information nor by a personal being there ever, then mathematical coordinates are sufficient, which one enters into the device by thought power and which must be known to one naturally. If you like, I can give you a small demonstration of the possibility of such a transmitter gate. However, you must promise me that you will not let yourself be carried away by your indomitable thirst for adventure, and that you will simply step into the gate, because it is not yet fully developed for human transmissions and can therefore still be dangerous. The danger is still that transmitted objects, etc., do not reach their destination, but disappear somewhere untraceable and not retrievable between the dimensions, and thus get lost. Can I fulfill you a wish what you want to see through the transmitter gate as a destination? Maybe something you know?
Would it be possible for you to open the gate to Quetzal's house, where the fountain is at the pond?
That doesn't mean a problem, because the place is well known to me. Look.
Fantastic. 2 steps, and I would be on Quetzal's terrain on Era. Ah, look. Quetzal's Olrak passes. By the way, where did he get this little cattle from? And can't that suddenly enter the transmission gate and get lost here?
It's an animal that lives on Era. It can't get here, because the gate is only visible from here on the one hand, but not from the other side, and on the other hand, it can only be used from this side. This has been designed for safety reasons to prevent unwanted life forms from passing through the gate. If it were different, it would be very dangerous. On the other hand, the gate can only exist as long as it is thought to exist.
And how far is this gate visible here? I mean, if there is someone up there on the street looking over here. Can you see it then?
There is no danger because the transmission gate is only visible on a few steps. Go back only once 3 steps, then you will not see it anymore.
And is this technique of transport then the absolute ultimate for all time, or is a further development still possible?
The development only ends where the power of consciousness alone is sufficient to transport oneself and materials of all kinds by teleportation or telekinesis from a point of departure to a specific destination, without any technical aids being required. This also means that you do not need any spacecraft, etc., to move from one place to another or to transport materials from one place to another. The next development, however, will be to find and use the means to move from one place to another without a transmission gate, and to do so solely by the power of thought, which is technically amplified in such a way that a teleportation can be carried out that can bridge billions of light years, as well as the technology of transmitters that is now emerging. Nevertheless, even then the spacecraft will still be needed, which will also be further advanced in development.
And everything is based on the speed of creation, 107,000 times the speed of light. Even with the present transmitter gate, this cannot be any different.
That is not quite correct, because for the time being it is based only on 21,000 times the speed of light. Besides, the speed of the spirit should never be reachable by technical means.
The size of the gate is about 2 meters by 90 centimeters. And for a human, the gate is just good in size. But what if a larger gate is needed, such as for large goods and the like?
The size of the transmitter gate can be customized according to your needs. This is done by a simple command mentally directed to the gate generator device.
Fabulous. It really could not be simpler. But what happens now if somebody takes over the transmitter gate generating device without authorization? Is there perhaps a safety device, as you use it with your weapon tools, that only the owner of the device can use it, because it is tuned to his thought frequency?
That's what you say. This alone guarantees the best possible security, so that no one can use the devices for unfair and nonsensical purposes without authorization. Should they fall into unauthorized hands for any reason, if we are active on worlds whose people cannot yet be expected to use such devices.
As is the case on Earth, for example, isn't it?
That's right.
Well, now you also have devices and the like, which look like a simple piece of metal or plastic, etc. Without these being recognizable as devices or apparatus, etc. But in which there is a high-quality superminia electronics, which again is not recognizable as such if you cut the metal or the plastic, because everything is poured into each other. Isn't there the possibility that through some circumstances, the truth can be found out?
This danger does not exist, not even on Earth. Because in order to be able to fathom this technique, earthly scientists would have to have a knowledge and a technique that would be 7,500 years in the future for them.
That means that over the last 18 years you have made progress approaching 4,000 years, right?
It's 216 years more, yes.
But this can only have happened through the friends of Asket's people. If I see the matter correctly, namely those friends who are ahead of Asket's people by about 4,000 years, that is to say 4,216 years in technical development.
That is also true, but I must enlighten you about the fact that also the people of the Ishrish Asket have attained the entire higher development of the 4,216 years.
Contact Report 248.
I would gladly like to know how far you have progressed with the technology of the new transportation systems.
Everything has not yet advanced so far that our transportation systems would be useful for life forms, and, thus, for humans. Errors still appear that demand from us that we still perform tests with some materials that still frequently get lost during transport. They probably leave from the output location, respectively from the sending location, but they do not arrive at the destination.
Then they get lost somewhere in the dematerialized energetic state between the place of departure and the destination. They get lost, so to speak, between dimensions or in foreign dimensions, right?
That is right.
Why then do you not ask Asket's friendly folks for assistance, the ones who invented these transportation systems?
Their scientists are not more advanced in these respects and do not possess any higher cognition about it than that of our own scientists. The systems have become a collaborative work, so all scientists of both peoples work together.
Oh, I see. I always thought that Asket's friendly folks would already have the perfect transportation system technology.
This is unfortunately not the case.
At the beginning of our contacts, Sim Yase gave me a variety of data relating to Venus and the Destroyer, as well as to various events on Earth and so on. Unfortunately, these data do not always coincide with reality, which is why Quetzal gave me the data again in a corrected form at a later time.
That is known to me. At that time, my daughter only spent a short amount of time on the addressed events and incidents and was not sure of the data yet. From this, it arose that she did not yet know dates and events exactly, and she confused them with one another or otherwise made faulty statements, which Quetzal then corrected, however. Note: see Contact Report 150:Q 454-491. We also will not be immune to mistakes for a very long time.
Let us go to the next question, which relates to where the original Lyrans actually came from, and when they settled in the areas of Lyra and Vega.
The time of their first emigration dates back to 110 million years ago, and their place of origin was a planet named Kados, in a distant galaxy, known as the Negaran Galaxy, at an average distance from the Sol system of 6.3,630,000,000 light-years.
And can one see this galaxy from the Earth using appropriate instruments?
That is not possible because between their former location and ours is a dark cloud. located at a distance of 5.2,520,000,000 light-years away, which shields and absorbs the light of the galaxy.
And why did the original Lyrans leave their homeworld at that time?
Their home planet passed into the fire of the Sun system as this was changing itself into a supernova.
So then, they still set off early and emigrated to the planets of Lyra.
No, that's not right, for they first settled down in other areas of other star systems and other galaxies. Just to migrate then to the areas of Lyra 26 million years ago, where they inhabited a planet that in the meantime has passed, so then they had to relocate once more. But these facts should not be so important for the Earth humans that we would still have to talk about them in more detail or subsequently, especially since it concerns those planets of Lyra that are beyond this space-time plane.
But now, once again, a question about the exodus of the original Lyrans. The Nedron galaxy was abandoned 110 million years ago. And if I remember correctly, you said that they then settled in the Lyran galaxy, just to move then to the areas of Lyra and Vega about 26 million years ago. Anyhow, that is what you told me around the month of May, 1991.
That is right.
Good, but I still have a question now. The Lyra galaxy went the way of the ephemeral. Can one still perhaps see its light today?
No, that is impossible. It has pushed another galaxy, which is called NOSIR, to the place of the former Lyra galaxy, which emits its light since then, whereas the former light of the Lyran galaxy already evaporated long ago.
So then, one cannot see the galaxy anymore. Too bad.
The light from the Noser galaxy, however, which you designate as M83, can be seen from the Earth with good devices at a distance of only 16 million light-years away.
Mathematics, as it is used by the Earth humans, does this have universal validity?
No, not in any wise, because the most diverse civilizations on other worlds have a variety of mathematical forms, which have no similarity or relationship with the terrestrial form. With us, there is, for example, no measure that represents a meter, respectively 100 centimeters, but only one that measures roughly a meter, so namely 88.6 centimeters, according to the terrestrial term of measure. With regard to mathematics, that 3 times 3 is 9. It is to be said, of course, that the result is right and is also consistent with our mathematics, but the form of our mathematics is fundamentally different to the terrestrial one. Like with the mathematical formulas, the physics formulas also differ. But once they are converted, they yield the same values because universally, the mathematical and physical laws, etc., are uniform in their basic value and final value and, therefore, are one and the same, just with the difference that the various races, civilizations, and humanities of the various worlds throughout the vastness of the universe call other forms of mathematics and other terms, etc., their own. Consequently, they also have other methods of calculation than what are common among the Earth humans.
At earlier times, I often spoke with Simya-se about the Earth humans and about humans of foreign worlds. Simya-se also used certain terms for the humans of the Earth and for those of extraterrestrial origin, like also you and Quetzal and all others of your Federation. Thus, there was always talk of humanoids and of extra-humanoids, non-humanoids and inhumanoids, etc. In this respect, unfortunately, there are always misunderstandings, which should one day be removed from the world. Let me therefore explain these things in the manner I have understood them. Correct me, please, if I make a mistake. Humanoids are Earth humans. Only these are so called because they are just earthborn, respectively earth-created, in accordance with the Latin word humanus, which means something like terrestrial. The Latin term was already used by the ancient Lyrans, and to be sure, in the same way as on the Earth since time immemorial. So the term comes from the ancient Lyrans, who had also named their home world, in the original sense, Earth, and in consequence of this, they had also designated themselves, using a word adaptation, as Earth humans, as humanoids, after which then, in the course of time, the word humanoid was exchanged for the term human and, thus, for all human life forms throughout the whole universe, but with the difference that the differently disposed, exotic human forms, who did not exactly resemble the Lyran humans, respectively the terrestrial humans, in their inner and outer anatomies, were called extra-humanoids, respectively foreign humans. Consequently, the term humanoid was only used for the kinds of humans of a more terrestrial, respectively Lyran nature. Nevertheless, the extra-humanoids, respectively the so-called extraterrestrials, belong to the genus Omodam, and thus are humans. It is just that they are of an exotic nature. Both terms, humanoid and extra-humanoid, trace back to the value of OMEDAM, which means something like first human, or just simply human. So humanoids are, always and in each case, humans, no matter what exotic appearance and what anatomy they have, and no matter whether they are designated in other forms than as extra-humanoids. I often mistakenly refer to these extra-humanoids, while speaking or writing, as non-humanoids, which does not correspond to the truth, of course, because non-humanoids, respectively inhumanoids, are in reality non-human life forms that are animalistic, respectively of a fauna-like or floral-like nature, and, therefore, have nothing to do with human life. The term non-humanoid, respectively inhumanoid, clearly means that such a life form is non-human. In contrast, there are, for example, the peoples of Acina, extra-humanoids who deviate in their appearance and in their anatomy very exotically from the actual humanoids, and look accordingly different as amphibian beings, respectively amphibian humans, and are arranged into other living conditions than those of humans, the kind to whom we and you belong. But these foreigners are called extra-humanoids not because of their appearance, but simply because they are of an anatomically different nature than we, who simply designate ourselves as humanoids. There are, for example, many extra-humanoids that are outwardly identical or very similar to humanoids, but they have extremely notable differences in their internal anatomies. This also testifies to the fact that they are not of terrestrial creation, but are simply beings of alien worlds, which is why they are, indeed, extra-humanoids. However, their anatomy also contributes to this designation because they are alien to those who are simply called humanoids, respectively humans. However, this should not mislead one to regard and judge the extra-humanoids, the foreign humans, as non-humanoids, respectively non-humans. They are still humanoids and, thus, Omodam humans, so extra-humanoids are, in every case, always human beings. It is just that they have no direct birth relationship with actual humanoids, the race of humans embodied by the Earth humans and your people. And to address the non-humanoid life forms once again, these are life forms that are not humanoid and, thus, are in no manner of a human nature, and that also have no relationship or other connections with the human species, respectively, with the Omodam and humanoids, as well as extra-humanoids. And to come to speak once again of the extra-humanoids, it must be said that these are neither better nor worse humans than the humanoids of the Earth. The Earth humans, even though they often have very different and rather exotic natures, and indeed, in every respect. Extra-humanoids as well as extraterrestrial humanoids are not supernatural and are not divine and, thus, are not monsters and not terrors. Rather, they are just as human as the Earth humans, the Earth humanoids, of whom, at least for the last 10,000 years, not exactly much that is praiseworthy can be said, when one considers that during this time on our planet, only 250 years of actual peace has prevailed. So in terms of this, as well as in reference to their manner and humaneness and compliance with the natural creational laws and recommendations, as you know, not very many positive things can be said. Concerning the reproduction of the extra-humanoids and other humanoids in the entire expanse of the universe, it must be said that in this respect, it does not occur any differently with all of them than it does with the Earth humanoids, so with the Earth humans. Therefore, sexual acts are necessary in order to witness descendants. What is different from the Earth humans is just the manner of the physical act of reproduction, in accordance with the exoticism of the respective life form and, accordingly, its exotic reproductive organs and reproductive practices, which are often connected with rituals that are strange to the Earth humans. Also, humanoids and extra-humanoids can mate with one another in order to witness descendants if this is possible due to the dissimilarity between the exotic reproductive organs and if the DNA factors, etc., are compatible and allow for procreation. It is, of course, utter nonsense that procreation and births of descendants can occur in a purely spiritual form, for a material body is always tied to a physical reproduction and birth. This is a fact that punishes all those dreamers, know-it-alls, believers in angels, and other delusional believers in lies, who maintain the contrary.
Your explanation corresponds to the facts. That is what is also recorded in our chronicle with regard to the important events on the Earth.
Another question. Here on Earth, for the precise defining of human beings and their family trees, etc., we use so-called surnames and first names, as even you use these. But now, how does it stand with you regarding the closer naming, respectively more exact naming, of a family tree, a family or kinship, as well as a lineage, etc.?
There is a great resemblance to the terrestrial form.
Then you also have lineages, respectively family names.
Certainly, it is just that these are formed differently, of course, and are related to other origins than what is the case with you.
Of course, that should be clear. But how do you handle it, I mean with the surname, once a marriage is established? And how do you actually join a marriage together, as an official procedure, like with us, or just as a voluntary joining together unto a marriage between two people? If I remember correctly, Quetzal once told me that the latter is the case.
I want to answer the last question for you first. While the first one seems illogical to me and is not understood by me, the process of marriage with us is that such a union is first preceded by a trial period of at least 2 years, during which the two future partners live far away and apart to test their feelings, etc., for each other. After that, they undergo various voluntary tests and clarifications regarding the capacity to marry in all areas, including, of course, the factor of descendants and the upbringing capacity of the parents and so on. These tests, which include virtually all areas of a marriage, are carried out in an authoritative manner, respectively by a spirit leader, and are voluntarily undertaken by those to be tested. If a true capacity to marry is found, then the two lovers are united to each other in a marriage of a free form. This means that they get together in a free marriage without there being an official regulation or joining together and without such being required. Such a form of marriage would not be good and would also be connected with many problems, for an official joining together equals an inevitable compulsion, which arises from certain official regulations, etc. This corresponds to an experience that already became owned by our ancestors, which is why the solution for many evils that arose from official marriages was sought in the free marriage, as we practice this today and work with it very well. The various ancient evils that, in official marriages, often led to very vicious assaults and even killings have been resolved since then and no longer appear, which has nothing to do with the fact that differences of opinion could not arise, but these no longer degenerate as they did in much earlier times, when rather official rules for marriages still applied. Free marriage, and thus, the free marriage alliance offers many advantages. So, among other things, that the two partners do not feel chained together by an official compulsion, as this is indeed the case with an official marriage because an official and legal obligation exists. Through this, the spouses do not feel free, as this is actually not the case with a free marriage. However, the lack of freedom creates many and very often unsolvable problems because the freedom of one's own decision and action is missing, due to the fact that the partners are bound together by an official regulation in a manner that they cannot necessarily separate from each other out of their own volition if their marriage is not in harmony, and so on. Rather, this is only possible through the compliance with official regulations and a corresponding action. In a free marriage, the partners do their own free will together, according to their very own decision to decide independently on anything and everything in their marriage in an absolutely free form. This also ensures that the feeling of togetherness is extremely strong, as well as the sense of responsibility toward all aspects of the marriage bond and toward the partner. This should actually suffice as an explanation.
To be more detailed probably is not necessary. However, the question remains open. What happens then if the wise ones, etc., find that a marriage between two partners is not advisable?
The giving of advice, for those whom the tests concern in the end, is carried out jointly with the test participants, who adapt themselves into the given advice with a counselor before marriage and separate themselves in order to continue to stand together in a simple, platonic friendship with each other.
And there are no problems with that?
Among the early days of the introduction of the system of free marriage, that was the case, but for more than 28,000 years, nothing like that has become known.
But now, you have not answered my first question yet, since you did not understand it. I asked about family names, respectively, surnames. Once a marriage bond is closed, what family name, respectively surname, becomes effective in the family, respectively with the wife and with the descendants? Do the wife and the children receive the surname of the husband, or does the wife keep her premarital surname? And what happens with the children?
This is regulated with us by a law, and indeed, in the way that wives and descendants resulting from the marriage bond, in each case, always bear the surname of the husband, respectively, the father. This is regulated in such a manner because solely through this, confusion in the degree of kinship as well as in the family tree can be avoided. Even at very early times, our ancestors made the discovery that there were incredible confusion when female spouses retained their premarital surnames or even transferred them to their descendants. From this, there arose much disaster and confusion, from which incest emerged on a massive scale.
Now, I would like to focus again on something that we already talked about once before. One of your main directives determines that you may never interfere in the spiritual development, respectively consciousness-related development, and thus also not in the cultural development of any human race, people, or humanity of any world, if these are not already capable of the right astronautics. But what happens then if you are asked for an intervention?
Even then, the same principle applies.
With that, I understand it in the case of when the persons concerned do not yet dispose of authoritative spaceflight technology.
That is not entirely true, because the directive addressed by you does not just apply when there is a lack of spaceflight technology, but also when cultural developments are still at levels that are in great need of development. Included in this is also the necessary knowledge about the actual existence of human life throughout the universe. Also ingrained in the same directive is that we may not interfere in cultural scuffles if the cultural development is not highly developed enough and is not in accordance with the standards, as these are prescribed in our guidelines.
When or where, then, are you entitled to interfere?
Only where the demands of our directive are met with respect to spaceflight-related and cultural development, and when there are no scuffles of any kind.
I think I understand. Where the demands of your directive are fulfilled with respect to spaceflight technology, as well as cultural development, you may provide or offer assistance upon request. In this case, you may answer cries for help, under the condition that you must not interfere in the existing cultural state and not in their development, with the fact that you may not interfere in scuffles. It is stipulated that you may not intervene in any wars or revolutions, and also not in any political or cultural confusion or maladministration, etc., or provide assistance. Is this right as such?
You always know how to explain the facts by which you are honored. This actually applies in such a manner, except in special emergencies that arise here and there.
Your daughter Simya-se already continually threw flowers at me, my friend. But if I understand your words correctly, then you may also interfere with cosmic catastrophes, etc., not in the affairs of any humanities and planets?
That is right. There are, however, exceptions, as I said.
To what extent?
When it concerns assistance that is provided to peoples, races, and civilizations, as well as to planets that are directly connected to the alliance of our Federation.
There, it would once again interest me as to how far this Federation actually extends, because you have told me several times that you have investigated some very faraway enterprises. It would also be interesting to know whether other civilizations have the same laws and rights as those of the Pleiades.
The duties, laws, and rights are uniform throughout the entire Federation. This is one of the basic prerequisites to join our Federation. The Federation is very broad and extends to a distance of 6.2,620,000,000 light-years, where in connection with our Federation, another member Federation exists according to our model. In between the two federations, which have a sphere of influence of many millions of light-years, there are isolated systems that also belong to our federations. Indeed, there are still other civilizations that have the same or similar directives as we have, but there are also many that know no inhibitions in this respect, but rather interfere without hesitation in other cultures and wage wars, etc. In relation to this, there are quite furious space-traveling peoples.
Do you have political and diplomatic relations with such?
That is an inevitable consequence of spaceflight. In reference to this European Union, I can only give you the information that is based on the statements and findings of our political scientists, whom I, nevertheless, support wholeheartedly. The idea of such a union, which should ultimately be far-reaching and include all peoples, is very ancient and was first realized by Enoch, whereby a common and planetary economic basis arose, which led to uniform balance and prosperity.
Simya-se, your daughter, had reddish-colored hair for a long time. Is that usual with you? I mean that women dye their hair? Although we have talked about these things once before, we weren't detailed enough. You explained to me that women among you do this, but it didn't arise as to whether they only do this for purely medical reasons and whether this is not actually harmful to the hair.
Female beings among us actually color their hair every now and then because a certain amount of vanity is not to be denied to them. Nevertheless, the dyeing of the hair is not just vanity conditioned, but is always connected with a health measure. It's like this. Even though prominent diseases no longer appear among us, this doesn't mean that certain sufferings still don't come to light. However, these are of an insignificant form like a runny nose. There are also allergies and a few other insignificant illnesses. All these illnesses are often lengthy and require prolonged treatment, like also headaches, for example, but this doesn't mean now that many medicines would be necessary for their treatment. Per symptom, only one active agent is necessary against it, which is delivered with a long-term effect. These active agents aren't injected, or administered through special requirements for deposit. Rather, they are introduced in healthy, absolutely harmless carrier substances that are mixed with equally neutral and non-health hazardous coloring means with which the hair is then dyed.
So then you do know illnesses.
These aren't actual illnesses according to your sense, but rather trifles that occur in the course of life due to some circumstances that the persons concerned are exposed to. Like when they come in contact with some things on strange new worlds that then cause the suffering. But such sufferings are, in fact, always only trifles, which also no longer appear on our world and thus don't matter anymore.
Then your world is, so to speak, sterile?
No. The humans are immune to all diseases that once existed on our planet. They are also largely immune to diseases of other worlds. But various insignificant sufferings as well as accidents with insignificant consequences cannot be avoided every now and then when these have their origin on planets that are foreign to Era.
Then only those people who also visit foreign worlds become sick with the insignificant sufferings?
That is right. That is also the reason why we exercise great caution with respect to health.
Now I understand somewhat better. But how, for example, can one of you suddenly suffer from a headache, which seems like a migraine?
That can happen through the inhaling of an atmosphere that is very well breathable for us, but which contains weak components of toxic gas that attack certain parts of our nervous systems. As this was the case with my daughter Simyase, for example.
But still, you do have your devices and apparatuses that indicate to you such toxic gases, etc. Accordingly, you can then wear protective suits.
Certainly, that is right, but on the one hand, our measuring instruments can only detect and indicate those materials that are known to us, in order then to analyze them. However, other substances that are unknown to us cannot be analyzed immediately, if we must first explore their composition. Moreover, it can happen that certain gases, etc., only arise here and there or in a locality, and indeed in such a quick way that a countermeasure is hardly possible anymore. So it may just happen that every now and then such substances are inhaled, which can then produce lasting consequences, which we then just treat in the explained manner.
In foreign worlds, these surely aren't just gases that give you a hard time health-wise, right?
Of course not, because dust particles, pollen, viruses, bacilli, bacteria, plant juices, and various other things can infect us with diseases if we aren't immune to these.
Aha, so yes. Then you are not just susceptible to trifles.
As a rule, it only concerns trifles, which are then treated in the way that I explained.
And when, apart from the rule, a worse illness makes its appearance.
That would be a great exception, and such would be treated, of course, with the suitable medical means, whereby the healing process would then take no more than a few minutes or, at the most, a few hours.
And in cases of accidents with fractures, etc.?
Our medical possibilities are capable of healing a fracture in less than 6 hours, if the break does not first have to be addressed. But if this is the case, then the process takes a few hours more. Concerning diseases, our immune systems are so strengthened and protected that all diseases that are known to us cannot befall us. But only those that are unknown to us and against which we have no immunity, respectively those whose originators are unknown to us and against which we can't even protect ourselves.
And how does it stand then with the cold? Simyase once complained to me that you also have to struggle with it.
It concerns an insignificant evil that befalls us, but only on the earth. However, we are still able to become masters over this.
Contact Report 249.
Can you tell me the number of alien races that are currently flying in and out of the Earth or doing their studies here or working here in any other way?
For many years, they have always been the same, and in their number only 3.
How is that with you, in your language used with the term life form or life forms in living beings? Do you describe everything that lives, creeps, and flies as living beings or life forms?
This is indeed so.
So are bacilli, bacteria, viruses, plants, vegetables, trees, and grass, etc. also called life forms?
Correct, however, what only affects applies to the flora area is not called a living being.
You mean that all that lives are termed as a life form? So all living things in the fauna as well as in the flora area, while the term living things is only valid for the fauna area, to which one must also count humans as well as life down to the microbe area, etc. While in the flora area, herbs, grass, and plants are not called living things. The question is why?
All living things in the fauna, even if they are as tiny and inconspicuous as protozoa, etc., have a form of being independent of location. This is not the case in the pure flora area, and that is not the case with any plant, because it is bound to a place. Nature and life also defend themselves against an excess of humans, etc., by elementary catastrophes.
This was also the case about 6 years ago with Cohan's people. See Contact Report 60, on the planet in the Centauri area, which had 120 billion humans, and which is somewhat delayed to our time and space.
Yes, that is how it was explained to you.
Do you know the number of humans who were wiped out? And how was that humanity decimated?
Only 1.26 billion, 1,260,000,000 humans still live there today. The population decimation took place exactly according to your statements you just made.
But why could they accumulate or give birth to so many humans before nature and life drastically intervened?
Not all humans on the planet itself were born there, but only 3.7 billion. 3.7 billion. Another 62 billion came from planets other than refugees, from 26 different worlds, which were eliminated by an interplanetary war after humans could still flee. Within a few years, the great mass of humanity on the planet in question doubled, while the epidemics and catastrophes eradicated billions of humans early on, before the final great deaths began.
But there is another question that comes to my mind about the people who died on the planet in the Centauri area. How long did the whole process take? Do you know about that?
Certainly. The time of the Great Death lasted only 21 months.
Ah, man, 119 billion humans, dead in only 21 months. But if nature and life strike once, then they do it thoroughly, but nevertheless. My next question. What kind of salutation do you use? Do you use titles, surnames, or first names? And what about formal and informal use of you?
Surnames are common with us, but in a different form than with terrestrial humans. But they do not carry any weight in the salutation from person to person, because the salutation only takes place by first name. Otherwise, the surname is of course used, for example, for the place of residence or the registry, etc. When speaking with each other personally, however, only the first name comes into effect, whereby also the you is given. A formal you form, as it is used by terrestrial humans, is alien to us.
Thank you. How does the Pleiaren number system work?
What do you mean?
Do you have the decimal system as we know it? Whether you have the 0 and the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9?
That is right. Since time immemorial, we have used the system of tens as it is characteristic of all earthly advanced civilizations.
If one can speak of advanced civilizations at all, if one considers the chaos of the most diverse cultures. But tell me, how did the Earthlings come up with this number system?
Through impulse telepathic teachings from our side.
I should have guessed. In order to obtain higher values, do you also string the numbers 1 to 9 or the 0 together?
That is the case, yes. The earthly number system goes back to our origin.
Of course, how thoughtless of me. Can you record the 10 digits in your spelling for me?
You can read them here on this device. Here, these are the digits.
3 alien races have been on Earth for several years, you said. Do they also have stations here, if they are constantly present?
Only one of the 3 groups is still stationed on Earth for some time, while the other 2 groups appear only sporadically or periodically.
And new aliens, how often do they come into contact with the Earth?
That is quite different. In earlier times, it happened only twice that during a period of 100 years, more than 2 groups of non-earthly intelligences flew into the earthly space. Usually such occurrences are only sporadic, as often as many hundreds or thousands of years pass before another alien race reaches Earth. Sometimes several thousand years pass before such an event takes place again.
Contact report 250.
But may I ask a question about the name of what you call your system beyond our space-time continuum? Together. We always speak of the Pleiades, by which we mean only the distant and specific place from which you come, for instance, while you name your system differently in our time-shifted parallel space. Can we perhaps now speak openly about it and name the right name, which is almost identical to the Pleiades?
We have talked about this before, and I explained to you that this does not have to remain a secret, even though we might want to continue to use the name Pleiades, because that is how the name came to be.
Well, then I will now officially say that you call your star system Pleiades. But you name the system suns and the planets equally, as we call the stars of the Pleiades in our space-time continuum.
That is correct.
On Earth, besides dinosaur traces, there are also human footprints that are millions of years old. These are both impressions that are still of normal size today, as it were, and those that are gigantic and thus originate from giants or giants, etc., and are much older in origin than the oldest traces of hominids found or their bone finds, which can only be traced back to about 4.5 million years, although Earth-born humanoids lived 9 to 12 million years ago. However, there are also ancient impressions and human footprints in small and large form next to dinosaur traces or elsewhere, which are between 65 and 140 million years old. How do you explain this when the first primeval human, hominid life forms on Earth lived at the earliest 9 to 12 million years ago? I really mean prehistoric man.
This is neither a secret nor a riddle, because all footprints of people of all sizes, from the dwarf-like beings to the giants, etc., are not traces of terrestrial human life forms. The impressions truthfully come from humans of planets, not from Saul, who visited Earth many millions of years ago or came here to live here. Many of them also died here, whereby petrified traces, footprints, and bones can still be found in many places on Earth today and bear witness to this fact. Earth humans only existed 9 to 12 million years ago.
Well, then the next question. Can you give me information about the facts from which your time and linear measures result?
Both result from only one factor, the light, whereby its speed and distance are fundamentally decisive, namely in a vacuum.
Prostitution. Do they also exist on Era?
This degeneration has not existed in our country for a long time, but it is still prevalent to a low degree among various Federation peoples.
And what about sexually transmitted diseases?
Such diseases are no longer present in any way, not even among those Federation peoples where prostitution is still common in a limited form.
Another question regarding prostitution. Why does some of your Federation peoples still have prostitution?
There are only 3 of them, and they are still very young in our Federation. They were accepted into our Federation only a few years ago, and the efforts to abolish prostitution are running in controlled final forms, so that in less than 8 to 10 months, these peoples will also be freed from this inhumane bad habit. Since time immemorial, we have used a bat symbol as a hazard image for radioactivity.
This is interesting. Is this perhaps related to the bat symbols found in ancient Egyptian pictorial writing?
That's right. The bat symbol as a hazard image for radioactivity already existed in our early ancestors who came to Earth from the Lyra regions. The symbol thus found its way into Earth of various peoples, whereby in ancient Egyptian regions in particular, it was used as a warning sign for anything that in any form had to do with radioactivity. Note: the following comments relate to Billy Meier's time in India, 1965. Visiting the Buddhist monk Dharmawara Belong Mahathera at the Asoka mission in Mehrauli.
Swami Dharmawara, so I know, is one of those Earth humans who had contact with 2 mysterious humans. Phobal Chung confirmed that to me again, who just appeared out of nowhere with him and disappeared again in the same way. So it was the same kind of disappearing and coming back as if you beamed me into the ship or back to Earth. The appearance of these 2 mysterious men who visited the Swami was the same like his, therefore Asian. Can you explain something about it to me?
Officially, I can only confirm that this is true. But these are not intelligences who were located beyond Earth, if that's what you think. They were probably distant descendants of extraterrestrial humans, but they were earthbound, even if they mastered the ability of the craftless journey, which was handled by technical means. The how, what, where, and why, etc., I unfortunately cannot and must not officially explain, which is why I can only explain this to you in confidence. For us, such predictions are not of interest and not of value, because we do not live according to predictions, prophecies, and foresight, but purposefully according to the creational natural laws and recommendations. Consequently, we would not have to fear any things of the future which could bring us harm by our own misconduct.
Contact Report 251.
The history of Hennock and Nokodemion is widely known in our group, and various things can also be read in the OM. But what happened around Hennock about 1.2 billion years ago, in terms of his peoples, has never been said before. From Hennock's primitive peoples, 2 lineages divided out after the Great Reparation actions after the peace struggles by the peace troops were over, and all peoples and planets were pacified. One lineage went its long way to the Lyra regions, where they settled in a space-time continuum offset by a fraction of a second by another space-time continuum, where they lived from then on, but only after they had inhabited other worlds and systems in various other areas of foreign galaxies for many billions of years, as a result of which warfare then again developed. In this episode again, space-wide emigrations of peoples were carried out, which finally ended in another space-time continuum, which is shifted by a fraction of a second to our space-time continuum, whereby the area was located in the space of the Lyra stars, which is why today one still speaks of the Lyra regions and of the old Lyrans, who then returned at a later time again, partly in an expeditionary form and partly hastily into our space-time continuum, in which consequence they came then also to the Earth in order to work here in known wise. This lineage has retained the entire knowledge of their original origins to this day, and this lineage also gave rise to the Pleiadians, respectively the Pleiaran, who in their language call themselves the same as they call their celestial cluster beyond the Pleiades, which is also shifted a fraction of a second in relation to our space-time continuum in another space-time continuum. The second lineage now, which split off from the native peoples of Hennock about 1.2 billion years ago, went completely different ways than the Lyran group, if I may say so. This lineage also emigrated to other galaxies, according to which they then already lost their actual origin about 7 billion cm, 7 million years ago, so they are absolutely bereft today of their actual knowledge of origin. Which is why a new origin legend was created by its chroniclers and historians, etc., which has nothing more or only very little in common with the truth. This lineage also consisted of many different races, as was the case with the Lyran lineage. In contrast to the Lyrans, however, who always remained ready to fight, but developed more and more into a form of balance, from which the peaceful and balanced, highly developed Pleiadians emerged. The other lineage reached this goal very early, whereby it completely lost its fighting ability, and consequently became more and more defenseless against aggressors. Resulting from this, they settled again into an emigration of all peoples and settled the areas of the Sirius constellation, where the factor of the loss of the past or the knowledge of their origin happened again. Once again, a new prehistory of origin was compiled and incorporated into the annals. This lineage spread far in the Sirius area and developed higher and higher, whereby it even became capable of creating new life themselves. Having become incapable of fighting, they bred new and genetically manipulated human races, which were capable of fighting and could protect them from aggressors who appeared again and again. Note: see the entry for Contact Report 649 further below for additional information. These new human races were made into forms of life by intervening genetic manipulations, which carried barbaric traits up to the degeneration and mercilessness in themselves, whose life, however, was limited to only about 100 years. Likewise genetically manipulated, out of the justified fear and precaution that the gene-manipulated ones could flock together against their producers and rulers and destroy these. A fear that then also proved to be true, which is why new means were sought to bring the genetically manipulated races back under control, even if this had to be through radical extermination. And since the creator rulers were more powerful than the genetically manipulated ones, all they, the genetically manipulated ones, could do was to flee, with the help of the well-meaning ones fleeing the Sirius lands, while the well-meaning ones secretly became avenged to take advantage of the genetically manipulated as well. Thus, two great races of genetically manipulated peoples fled the Sirius lands and settled beyond the sun, meaning that they settled on very remote solar systems. They settled and established themselves on planets beyond the galactic central sun, the Milky Way central sun, in order to be discovered there one day by space travelers of the old Lyran lineage, after which they emigrated into the Lyra areas and finally came, only in recent Earth history, to these planets, where they settled in China and Japan, etc., and formed the Chinese and Japanese peoples, from which different new branches and/or so-called races resulted. The rest of the peoples who were genetically manipulated found their way from the Sirius areas to the SOL system, where several thousand rebellious genetically manipulated peoples were punitively abandoned in many diverse places on the Earth, while the masses of the numerous different races of peoples found a new home on the planets Mars and Malona/Phaeton, where they built cities, pyramids and stations, etc. The people who had been genetically manipulated had to leave the planet, even in ancient times, after which they settled on the Earth, and in the course of time became Earth humans whose real and actual origin lay in the regions and on the planets of Sirius. However, pyramids and gigantic monuments remained on Mars, as well as stations that remained in function for a long time after the death of Mars, but were also abandoned and decayed over time. But all this cannot be found one day by Earth humans, the gene-manipulated ones, and cannot be partially put back into operation. Malona, that is to say Phaeton, on the other hand, was destroyed by its genetically manipulated and former Sirius area, inhabitants in fratricidal wars, and caused to explode by leading a river or sea into the subterranean, that is to say, submarine magma chambers of a gigantic volcano. The asteroid belt contains the remnants of the former planet, which at that time did not orbit where the asteroid belt is today, but at the place where Mars orbits the Sun today, while Mars was where the asteroid belt is today. This change of position was caused by gigantic upheavals, in which the destroyer was also involved. The places, that is to say the planets and solar systems, where the two yellow races settled beyond the galaxy, the Milky Way, as well as Mars, Earth, and Melona Phaeton, had been chosen as effective hiding places by the well-meaning ones, by the escape helpers of the genetically manipulated ones, and had been kept secret from the Creator, rulers for all past time. Because if they had found out the whereabouts of the ones who had fled, then they would have sent out punitive expeditions to have the refugees eliminated. This danger may still exist today. Therefore, it is and was extremely reckless of the Americans to launch probes with position data of the Earth and with human descriptions into the world space, because if these, by some stupid circumstance, get into the hands of the Creator rulers, and they thereby receive knowledge of the fact that the gene-manipulated ones, the terrestrial humans, survived and multiplied enormously over all the millions of years, then it must be reckoned with under certain circumstances that attacks from the Sirius regions upon the Earth and humans will be started, which could result in a total elimination, whereby also the well-meaning ones, who withdrew already long ago again, would not hurry to help, because also they began to fear the gene-manipulated ones, the Earth humans, already after a short time of their activity, just as the Creator rulers had done before. Annotation Ptah from the 6th of January 2005. This danger has meanwhile demonstrably resolved itself, and there are only about 60 distant descendants of those who had created the genetically manipulated ones and who had them tracked during their flight. These are the group of extraterrestrials called the Men in Black, but they are not identical with the earthly Men in Black, who are state-controlled. The populations of today's Sirius regions, which are located in space-time configuration offset to the earthly dimension, have settled the old feuds against the genetically manipulated ones, have become peaceful, and are no longer interested in tracking down and taking revenge on the distant descendants of the genetically manipulated ones. This fear, which also seized the well-meaning ones, led them to erase the tradition of origin lore of the Earth humans by all sorts of manipulations, in order to elevate themselves as gods and to rise above the Earth humans in this form, who fell subject to them in a short time and became believers in them. In this manner, the well-meaning ones, who soon turned truthfully into the opposite, hoped, on the one hand, to be able to make the genetically manipulated ones subservient to them again, and, on the other hand, they hoped that through the worship of the gods, cults, and religions as well as feuds, that fratricidal wars, family wars, and people's wars, etc., would arise, and the Earth humans, the gene-manipulated ones, would decimate and exterminate themselves, whereby they, the gods or the once well-meaning ones, would become released from the danger of the militant, barbaric life form of the Earth humans. A project that failed thoroughly, because the Earth human, who in the meantime had become stronger and more intelligent, more barbaric and more insidious, liked their role more and more and defended it as well as their lives with all imaginable and always new means up to the death. Thus the genetically manipulated ones and now the Earth humans got completely out from the control of the former good-minded ones or gods, which is why they withdrew from the Earth humans and from the Earth, with the oath of revenge that one day they would demand accountability from the Earth humans. This retreat opened the way for the ancient Lyrans to come to Earth and to the Earth humans, when they left their space-time structure in expedition and in flight, and came to our space-time structure and to the Sol system and thus to the Earth, in order to act as deities and to wreak havoc. However, the former well-meaning of the genetically manipulated knew and know nothing of this, nor of the existence of the Pleiadians or the Pleiaren. Annotation. Ptah from the 6th of January 2005. The former well-meaning humans who had become enemies of the genetically manipulated ones have meanwhile also changed for the better and have come to good sense. They have returned to the Sirius regions. The Earth humans, the genetically manipulated ones, were however also disobedient to the Lyran and Pleiadian gods, even if some of these gods wanted to forcefully put the Earth humans under their yoke and their rule, like for example the Giza intelligences and Ashtar Sharon and cohorts. The former well-meaning ones were also divided into two groups. One, which swore revenge and became of a different mind, and the other, which remained well-meaning towards the Earth humans, and which also wants to return someday. But only these gods know what this will result in the future for one or the other group. If they really come back one day, then nothing good is to be expected from those who have changed from the well-meaning to the evil-minded. But who, despite their change to evil, could not return to their original home in the Sirius regions, because they became outcasts there through their treacherous actions, who since then have also had to be careful not to let the former creator rulers know the place of their existence, because they too fell into their vengeance spell. Despite their departure from the Earth and from the SOL system, these former well-meaning ones, who are addicted to vengeance, still have certain contacts with the Earth and occasionally come here, maliciously influencing Earthlings with false messages and visions, etc., as was also done by the dark elements of the ancient Lyrans. But these are only occasional intrigues, which, as a rule, take place in cultic religious sectarian form and have no all too great significance because they generally only take place in a Christian cultic manner and therefore not in all earthly religious areas. The two groups of the former and the still today well-meaning ones have, already since their separation, had no more contacts with each other, and it is even very probable that such mutual contacts were strictly forbidden, whereby even the knowledge about the existence of the two groups among each other was extinguished, as Quetzal once assured me, according to secret clarifications from the Plejaren side. Note Ptah from the 6th of January 2005. Regarding this evil-minded group, we are talking about the approximately 60 extraterrestrial men in black, who, however, have since the year 2002 no longer had any possibility whatsoever to cause any harm on the Earth, because the Plejaren deprived them of all possibilities for doing so. If we now take a closer look at the genetic manipulations that were carried out on special humans by the creator rulers in the Sirius regions in order to establish combat-capable peoples, then it is quite astonishing. The creator rulers themselves had lost all combat capability through their evolution, which was oriented only to prosperity, knowledge, and ability, etc., while the combat power and combat capability were completely disregarded. So any power to do so was lost, as were the abilities themselves. When aggressors appeared, however, they threatened to destroy the highly developed peoples, so they had to find a solution to defend themselves against the attackers. As a result, humans were begotten, to whom through genetic manipulations all conceivable possibilities for the ability to fight were implanted, as well as carefully also the factor of the aging process that these genetic, manipulated ones did not become very old, but died prematurely again, whereby it was to be prevented that they could flock together one day and take action against the creator rulers. A precautionary measure that soon proved to be justified, because the genetically manipulated ones became more and more self-propagated, because their genetic manipulation was hereditary for all future generations. As a result of the increasing population of the gene-manipulated ones, on the other hand, and as a result of the increasing aggression of the gene-manipulated ones towards the creator rulers, on the other hand, those capable of fighting always became a greater danger, which is why new means were sought to eliminate them. But before the right means were found, the majority of the genetically manipulated ones were able to flee and really get to safety, with the help of the well-meaning ones, as I have already explained. Since then, the genetically manipulated ones have become so established on the Earth that they have become both rulers and destroyers of this planet, because most of them are still very much caught up in the effects of the genetic manipulation for the combative, the malignant, the barbaric, the bloodthirsty, the greedy, the addicted, the emotional and the inhuman, etc., which has prevailed as an evil inheritance since time immemorial, which can actually also be called original sin, as misleadingly stated by the Christian religion with the fable and false doctrine of Adam and Eve and the devil's serpent in the Garden of Eden. But this original sin, this genetic manipulation, which caused the combative and evil in the human being to break through, over and over again since time immemorial, and makes him or her almost become evil themselves, is really only a manipulation of a gene in the DNA chain, which can be reversed if it is only finally discovered by the genetic scientists. This genetic manipulation, which is peculiar to all human beings living on the earth today, because it is inevitably passed on through inheritance, can thus be reversed, whereby the human being then finally loses the evil which has become peculiar to him or her through manipulation. Although science has not yet progressed so far in this respect, it is still on the right path, which in itself justifies the ever more advancing genetic research and genetic manipulation of our time, against which ignorant ones, etc., so vehemently resist and idiotically preach religious nonsense against something they cannot prevent or stop. But only that genetic manipulation has to be reversed in the human being on the earth that makes him or her degenerate into murder and manslaughter, bloodlust, hatred, greed, and addiction, and in all that is inhuman. However, the genetic manipulation for the combativeness and the ability to fight in the creation given, lawful in recommendation sense, must not be reversed, because this ability to fight is necessary for the survival and the evolution. So the same must not happen as with the creator rulers, who robbed themselves of their fighting ability by genetic manipulation, whereby they lost all fighting power, and were no longer able to defend themselves against aggressors when they were attacked, which resulted in the monstrous fact that humans were manipulated practically into fighting machines by genetic modification, from which then again new problems arose. If one now considers the human beings who were genetically modified into fighting machines, then these were human beings who were specially conceived for this purpose by the Creator, rulers, who were indeed outright bred for this purpose. In other words, quite normal, but already highly evolved human beings. Physically, they were rudimentarily changed through genetic manipulation, whereby old physical characteristics appeared again, whereby they became extremely resistant against environmental influences, etc., and showed a certain wildness. With all the genetic manipulations, however, it was omitted to also manipulate the gene of the factor that is responsible for recognizing, remembering, understanding, and obeying the creational natural laws and recommendations, and thus that which is balanced and good. This omission was done deliberately because it had been researched that this residual factor would offer a certain security against a complete degeneration of the gene-manipulated ones, whereby on the one hand something human would always influence life and actions, etc., whereby also a certain guarantee would be given that the gene-manipulated ones would not be maliciously directed against their creator rulers. These wishes did not come true, but in the sense that the genetically manipulated ones did not completely dehumanize and therefore did not completely degenerate. Through the remaining factor, the well-balanced or good has repeatedly penetrated the consciousness of the genetically manipulated ones since time immemorial, as a result of which evil has lost more and more of its significance over the course of millions of years, but is still clearly recognizable today, which is particularly evident in certain rulers, criminals and despots, etc. Unfortunately, it had not been taken into account that genetic manipulation and the naturally existing factor of balance and goodness in humans had to result in a state of conflict, or at least of being torn back and forth, as has been observed since time immemorial and has always appeared again, as is still the case with many human beings today. Through this genetic manipulation, the human beings has fought in himself or herself between good and evil since time immemorial, whereby evil often wins. Nevertheless, more and more human beings struggle for good by defeating the damage caused by genetic manipulation and the evil genome, evil or original sin. Unfortunately, however, this often happens again in a degeneration which is based on a softness and a false humanism. Because the right way is not found and thus false ideals are followed, which often arise through religious sectarian nonsense. If one now wants to explain the different skin colors of the different human beings here on the earth in more detail, then actually not much needs to be said about it anymore, because after all that has been explained so far, it should be clear that different humans and their skin colors originated in the most different planetary systems of our galaxy, the Milky Way, whereby the Sirius areas play a special role. This at least concerns the actual origin, before the old Lyrans came to the Earth and mixed with the Earth humans, of whom many distant descendants of that time live here on this planet. And what can still be said about the actual genetic manipulators can be explained as follows. These were actually the well-meaning ones of the genetically manipulated ones, and thus the creator rulers of the same themselves. But they divided into two parties when it came to whether the genetically manipulated ones should ultimately be killed or simply banished. So one party fought with the other in fierce verbal battles and accusations until other intelligent beings of the Sirius territories interfered, to which the party of those who were in favor of killing the genetically manipulated ones joined. The really well-intentioned ones, the killing opponents, succeeded. However, in spite of many countermeasures of the ones who wanted to kill, to save large parts of the gene-manipulated ones in several groups through escape, whereby, as already explained, two peoples were settled beyond the Sun, central galactic sun, on the other side of the galaxy, while the remaining peoples found a new homeworld in the Sol system, on Mars and on Melona each, while several thousand degenerating gene-manipulated ones were abandoned on the Earth. Even then, the well-meaning ones knew that the human beings brought here could not remain in this solar system forever, but would one day have to migrate again, because the sun of this remote system was a star that was already dying and had been chosen for this very reason, because the Sirius intelligences and the creator rulers who had become willing to kill did not suspect that the territory of a dying sun would be chosen for repopulation for the degenerate and God's workers, as they were called by the creator rulers. So, enormous distances were laid between the home planets of the gene-manipulated ones in the Sirius regions and the Sol system, as well as the distant system beyond the galaxy, to protect them from those who threatened them with death and elimination. The selected hiding places had therefore been chosen so far outside of the galaxy. Another decisive factor was the fact that, in addition to the dying sun, the living conditions on the SOL planets and on the planets in the system beyond the galaxy were also very poor, because the breathable air on none of the newly colonized planets corresponded to the original breathing air composition of the home planets. A fact that is still the case today on the Earth, where the air does not meet the standard of human respiratory needs. So the fact of the dying sun, as well as the poor living conditions and the poor breathing air, was reason enough to seek hiding places from the pursuers here in the SOL system and beyond the galaxy. And here in the SOL system, far away from Sirius and the planets and intelligences there, the genetically manipulated ones have been eking out their existence ever since, begetting their offspring and inexorably evolving now as Earthlings who will soon be able to set out on their own in order to penetrate into the vastness of the universe from whence they originally came, quite contrary to the inadequate assertions of Earth scientists that the Earth human of today's form is an original product of the Earth, and even, according to Charles Darwin's lowly intelligent primitive false teaching, descended from apes. Although purely Earth-created human beings live on the Earth, on the one hand, they have their own evolutionary lineage independent of apes, while on the other hand, apes are descended from the first or early human beings. But also these purely Earth-born ones are today afflicted with the genetic heritage, with the so-called original sin, if one can really call it that, which also applies to all those humans who, in earlier times, originated from out of the old Lyrans who died on the Earth and also from Pleiadians/Pleiaren. All of them, all extraterrestrials who stayed on the Earth and died here, never returned to their homeworlds. Their spirit forms slipped into the earthly realm of the afterlife and since then have reincarnated again and again into newly forming bodies of human beings who were born on the Earth and consequently also with the damage of the former genetic manipulation by the Syrian creator rulers, because the genetic manipulated also diligently produced descendants on the Earth among themselves and together with the pure Earthlings, whereby the degenerate genetic material unstoppably spread into the entire humanity of planet Earth. The creator rulers, however, who were originally also human beings of this kind, committed the madness of eliminating their own genes in themselves, thereby losing all their ability to fight and resist, and also aligning their entire thinking and acting accordingly, with the result that they became completely effeminate. When they were then attacked by aggressors, they failed and were subjugated. Secretly, they then begat those capable of fighting and carried out the genetic manipulations on them, out of which the new races with different skin colors arose in the underground, who were then used against the aggressors and also triumphed against them. So the producer rulers themselves were to blame for their degeneration and begat new humans out of the resulting misery, who actually possessed all the natural prerequisites again and were therefore able to fight and survive. But this was not enough for the creator rulers, which is why they carried out the genetic manipulations to make the new peoples more aggressive than they were by nature. In a certain sense, they simply reinforced certain factors through genetic manipulation, whereby the manipulated ones became actual combat machines, but still were provided with the possibility of being able to normalize themselves in a controlling manner through evolution, which, however, required periods of millions of years and therefore still continues today, which is evident in terrestrial humans. Through genetic manipulation, the negative, or the evil, as the terrestrial human being generally understands it, had been particularly strongly and unnaturally aggressively shaped at that time, which is why it has not yet been so strongly degraded in terrestrial human beings today that they could not get very badly out of control of the good human nature again, in every respect, and thus in the excessive procreation of offspring, which has led to overpopulation and all resulting evils of all kinds, as well as to religious sectarian madness and nonsense in many fanatical forms, whereby ultimately not only the destruction of the planet threatens, but also the destruction of the entire environment and of life in all forms at all. This thinking and acting of the Earth human represents a relapse phase into the original state of genetic manipulation, whereby, as in the early days, everything degenerates and becomes rampant, which is why the creator rulers at that time also saw a further reason in eliminating the genetically manipulated ones again. This relapse phase is particularly strong today when it comes to military and revolutionary concerns as well as religious sectarian machinations. Through the military training as well as through the political smear campaigns and the religious sectarian fanaticism and criminality of all kinds, control over the positive is lost, which is swallowed up and suppressed by the negative, out of which, in turn, a state of intoxication of negative evil develops, which is uncontrollably succumbed to and indulged. In earlier times, the human beings of female and male form were of the same kind in terms of viability, fighting ability, and fighting power, etc., etc., so there were no differences between men and women in this respect, not even with regard to the fields of work and the work to be done, although it was the case that the physically weaker women were replaced by the men in jobs that were too heavy for them. Thus, women and men were equal in every respect, without any differences, apart from the biological differences and the resulting peculiarities, etc., which of course had to be taken into account in primeval times. Thus, even at that time, women had to fulfill their primary duties of motherhood and the household if they were married and if they had offspring. If this was not the case, however, then the women carried out the same activities as the men. Thus, they were also active in government positions, whereby, however, the male powers were included in the form that men and women governed in equal numbers and carried the responsibility in each case, so that one man or woman alone did not hold the power of government, whereby the people themselves also had a right of co-determination and co-decision for all concerns, resolutions and regulations, as well as laws, etc., as has already been explained. In the Sol system, 2 planets were suitable for the refugees, the genetically manipulated ones, Mars and Melona/Phaeton. The Earth was still quite inhospitable and the atmosphere was such that, at that time, it was quite detrimental to the human life forms from the Sirius regions, which is why only those fallible genetically manipulated ones, who became aggressive and malicious against their own allies, were abandoned on this planet. At that time, 5 races, or the remnants that continued to be persecuted, had fled from the Sirius regions to Mars, while 2 other races fled beyond the Sun to the other side of the galaxy, as has already been explained. In addition to the 5 races that fled to Mars and Melona/Phaeton, there were also 2 different races from the creator rulers, which of course were not genetically engineered, and therefore had no changes in genetic information. These 2 races were the benevolent ones who were well disposed towards the genetically manipulated ones and helped them escape. They themselves came from 2 different planets in the Sirius regions, which were completely overpopulated, which is why there was a ban on procreation, as a result of which all children were killed if any were born despite the ban, while the parents who contravened the ban were sterilized and sent into exile. The flight from the Sirius regions took a very long time, and dragged on for many thousands of years before the refugees, constantly hounded by their persecutors, were finally able to escape from their reach and sight, and found the appropriate hiding place in the Sol system. The same was true of the 2 peoples who settled on the other side of the galaxy. Both refugee groups, however, had it in common that over the many years which were spent mostly in the spaceships crisscrossing the galaxy, revolts and power struggles broke out, the consequence of which being that not only all knowledge and all references to the origin of the genetically manipulated ones were lost, but also terrible dramas came to light, which led to the outbreak of cannibalism, which spread to all spaceships. So all references to the origin of the gene-manipulated ones, and thus of the later terrestrial humans, were lost just as much as the knowledge about the abilities and knowledge of these humans. Also belonging to the loss of all knowledge was the knowledge about the natural laws and recommendations of the creation. A great confusion arose, which again led to new difficulties, although the danger of persecution was always known, because this threat was passed on from generation to generation. The gene-manipulated ones who finally settled on Mars and Melona, and their well-meaning traitor-creator rulers, developed a technologically superior culture over time. But this did not prevent them from one day having to flee the planet again. This happened as a result of the scientists one day realizing that the Sol system was much more unsafe from a purely cosmic point of view than was originally assumed, because many comets and wandering planets as well as meteors, etc. endangered the 2 newly settled planets Mars and Melona/Phaeton over and over again, whereby such rushing space rocks also crashed down on the planet several times and caused immense damage, as well as destroying countless human lives. Subsequently, a large wandering planet was discovered, which had an unusually long orbital period and traveled far beyond the outermost planets of the solar system. This large celestial body, the astronomical scientists calculated, threatened to collide with the planet Mars, or at least to destroy it by a near collision in such a manner that all life on the planet would be completely destroyed and annihilated. Thus all flora and fauna as well as all human life. So the gene-manipulated ones and their distant descendants on Mars were advised to give up their place of exile, which these distant descendants still regarded as such, because they were still aware of the danger of persecution, but already in an unclear form, from which they were no longer able to define the origin of the danger. But the threatening wandering planet had been destructive in the Sol system for a long time, and had already caused a lot of trouble. According to the information given by Bafath early on, this celestial body was the destroyer that had caused the most devastating destruction on the Plejaran homeworlds at a very early stage, before it then shot off on its unpredictable orbit through the world's space to establish itself in the Sol system, where it has also caused much disaster since then. Over time, his orbital period of several thousand years decreased to an average of 575.5 years, which in the meantime has increased again due to the influence of the Plejaran on it, so that it can be expected again in about 1,180 years in the Sol system. Thus, the Pleiadian/Plejaran were not able to bring it completely off, of course, as this was actually planned, but at least the orbit and orbit time could be changed in such a manner that at least, for the time being, there is no danger anymore, because normally it would have had to return in the year 2255 with devastating consequences of destruction. The Pleiadian Plejaran were not allowed to take the Wanderer off course or destroy it in any other manner, because the High Council asked them to refrain from doing so. because the destruction or any other course determination would have caused even greater destruction, which might have affected the Earth as well. Note Ptah from 5th January 2005. The destroyer was taken off course in the late 1990s of the 20th century and is now on its way to the outermost ring belt of the Sol system, where it will remain for all time and no longer return to the inner solar system. In the elaboration of the new possibilities of emigration, there was again dispute among the distant descendants of the genetically manipulated ones, into whom the genetic manipulation by inheritance was also transferred. The decisive factor for the outbreak of the quarrels was, to a not inconsiderable extent, a new doctrine, which was created by the well-meaning ones, who said that they, the well-meaning ones, were the creators of the gene-manipulated ones or their distant descendants, to whom absolute obedience and worship had to be paid, for they were the highest existing ones, namely the creators and producers. This, however, was not the opinion and demand of all well-disposed people, which resulted in two different camps, one being the camp of the alleged creators, and the other the camp of those who remained well-disposed in every respect and distanced themselves from a creatorship. So there was a dispute between these two camps on the one hand, and between the followers or believers of the two parties on the other. In the end, the disputants agreed that all those who were willing to do so should simply leave the planet Mars for the Earth and Malona. So it happened that many human beings from both camps finally joined forces to emigrate together, one to the planet Malona Phaeton and the other to the Earth. The emigration leader to Malona was a certain Zentakan equals the strong leader, who was assisted by his wife Amalaka equals she goes her way. The emigration leaders to the Earth was also two, namely a certain Seamus equals who looks at things, and his brother Passus equals keeper of freedom. While the atmosphere on Malona was breathable and healthy for the emigrants, and for the peoples already living there, and corresponded roughly to that of Mars, which was as much as that which the descendants of the genetically manipulated ones were used to in their spaceships over many millennia, this did not apply to the Earth. So purposeful changes had to be made if the emigrants were to live on the Earth in the future. So the same event happened that was already important when the degenerated ones on the Earth were abandoned. At that time, the abandoned ones were first subjected to an adaptation to the Earth's atmosphere, and their bone structure was more strongly stabilized, etc., before they were transferred to the Earth. This happened now equally with all emigration willing from Mars, before they could establish themselves on the Earth. Then everything came to be as the scientists had predicted. The destroyer invaded the Mars orbit and tore it away with it into another SOL orbit, whereby it was from now on in the same orbit as the planet Malona, which migrated then, however, later, likewise by the forces of violence of the destroyer, in order to live its existence there, where it was then destroyed many thousands of years later by his inhabitants, in order to become the asteroid belt. The inhabitants of Malona were decimated by the emigration catastrophe at that time from about 470 million people to about 14 million, after which they recovered again and had a population of about 52 million people again with their planet destruction. Those who emigrated to the Earth lost contact with Malona and Mars, which had become completely desolate, and on which all those left behind had perished. But those of the well-meaning ones who let themselves be glorified and worshipped by the new doctrine as creators vehemently spread their irrational doctrine further and did not let the still well-meaning good-meaning get their chance anymore. Thus the creator rulers, who now presented themselves as the creators of the Earth humans, were able to seize all power and spread their mistaken doctrine of faith, which also contained an absolutely new but equally false history of human origin and faith, whereby the real origin, should it still have glowed secretly somewhere, was finally destroyed and lost. Of course, those who were still truly well-meaning could not simply put up with this, but defended themselves against this in such a form that they too invented doctrines of belief and spread them among the new current Earth humans, in the hope that they would fathom out the real truth through the new forms of belief and understand and comprehend that which is truly creational and natural, whereby there was also the hope that everything would turn back to the good, which is why the saying of the really well-meaning ones was also coined at that time. The teaching shall be made for the sake of the kind of human beings on the earth, because of their desecrated body, to destroy the impure and degenerate in it. In this teaching, as in the teachings of the creator-producer rulers, there was also hidden the meaning that the various faiths and doctrines of faith would form an enormous obstacle, whereby the distant descendants of the genetically manipulated ones would keep their numbers in tolerable and responsible masses, in order to, on the one hand, not go against the will of the creator, producer rulers, and also not go against those who are still well-meaning, in order to become master over them, etc., and on the other hand, not to develop prematurely in such a form that they could fly out again into space via a too fast and too highly developed technology, in order to find their former homeworlds again, like Mars and the Sirius area planets, etc. On the part of the creators, there was also the hope that the Earth humans would let themselves be beaten into confusion and wars by the different faith teachings in order to exterminate themselves in this way. At least, however, the hope was anchored in the fact that the Earth humans would only then be technically, biologically and scientifically capable again to conquer space if they had made the necessary changes in their thinking and acting through a sufficiently long period of evolution. The Earth humans should therefore also be brought to insight by the faith teachings and faith directions of the most diverse kind, in order to solve their problem of the genetically manipulated degeneration and to correct this degeneration, whereby, not least, the factor should be important that the Earth humans find the genetically manipulated damage themselves one day, in the most distant future, and form it back to normal through a corresponding genetic reversion. Only then, so the view and hope was, should the distant descendants of the gene-manipulated ones, the terrestrial humans, seek contact with their actual past and origin as well as with the universe, to other worlds and other humans in the expanses of the Milky Way and foreign galaxies. Thus, everything says that the Earth humans will quickly develop themselves further, because for a long time, more and more humans have been born who are devoted to evolution in every respect. Thus, the former hopes of the well-meaning ones will also be fulfilled, that blameless and peaceful races will come to the Earth from the vastness of the universe and keep in contact with the Earth humans, but only when the unfortunate chain of genetic manipulation is reversed and normalized in a logical form, and the human DNA is again creationally naturally connected in a manner that corresponds to that which is creational. Thus, it is already pre-programmed that the unfortunate genetic manipulation in the DNA chain will be discovered and found by the Earth humans, even if this will only happen in a certain future. And thus it is also already certain that this mistake, which is forcibly attached to humanity, will also be reversed by themselves, which has kept them from real humanity and the creational natural laws and recommendations and their fulfillment many times to this day, so that only a few have been able to find the right way in the most laborious work so far, and to defeat the degeneracy caused by genetic manipulation on the natural path of evolution. Thus, everything on the Earth is oriented towards eliminating genetic manipulation, after which humanity can leave the solar system again, before the sun dies and the entire system is doomed to extinction, which happens much earlier than is claimed by current Earth scientists, because Soel is truly already a dying star. And when the human beings once again emigrate from the Earth and acclimatize to new home planets far and wide away from the Sol system, they will have to adapt to the new atmospheric conditions, just like their ancestors of the primeval great ancestors, which will again be the same as they were before primeval times, when the genetically manipulated humans still breathed their beneficial air. And it can already be said today that these once distant descendants of the Earth humans will have a tremendous and good future ahead of them. It will still take a number of years before the Earth humanity will find proof that its former ancestors from primordial times came from foreign solar and planetary systems to the Sol system and settled on Mars before they emigrated to the Earth. It is also likely that the first evidence will then be found that the ancestors of the earliest times, the genetically manipulated ones and their descendants, were refugees and exiled ones, who originally came from the Sirius regions. This evidence will shake not only the scientific world, but above all the religious world of all kinds, whereby then very much must be changed. This will happen especially when artifacts of a certain earlier humanity are found, of which pyramids and sculptures, such as the so-called faces of Mars, will not be part of the findings. The findings and the message to the human beings of the Earth will one day be the factors that lead to the collapse of the fable picture about their origins that was assembled by the early ancestors of the Earth humans, and that suddenly many truth vultures come to the frightening realization that the Earth human, on the one hand, does not originally come from the planet Earth, and on the other hand, is not the sole human form of life in the universe. In order to explain the facts about the Pleiadians or Pleiaren and the Old Lyrans, the following must be said. The Pleiadians/Pleiaren, as distant descendants of the Old Lyrans, have no contact whatsoever with the Sirius intelligences or with today's descendants of the former creator rulers, neither with the positive nor with the negative species. Such contacts are also not planned for the time being, neither for the present nor for the near future. Nevertheless, the ring of the two lines should one day be closed again, which, however, will be only then or at the earliest when the genetic manipulations have been reversed. Because only at that time, the descendants of the former producer rulers will be evolutively so highly developed that the Pleiadian Pleiaren will be able to make contact with them. This also applies to the Sirius intelligences, who are completely different human races outside the Henoch lineage of origin and have no degree of kinship in any wise. Today's Pleiadians, that is to say Pleiaren as well as today's Lyran and today's Dal universe peoples of the Henoch Nokodemion lineage, that is to say Nokodemion, Henoch lineage are among those human life forms who are so highly developed in consciousness-based and spiritual form that they can no longer come into contact with less developed human life forms. As Earth humans and the Sirius area dwellers and many other human races on other worlds are, without being endangered by the low swinging waves of the underdeveloped of life. On the other hand, their laws also forbid them to make contact with and interfere in the affairs of such underdeveloped humans because it would dangerously disrupt the self-evolution of the underdeveloped ones. Every human form of life, as well as every other form of life, must evolve itself by its own power, whereby only certain knowledge and information, etc., may be fed to it in an impulse-based manner by higher forms of life, which, on the one hand, are not recognized as such, and on the other hand, do not offer the possibility of attaining greater and more comprehensive knowledge and possibilities than the lower level of evolution permits. The reason for the Pleiadians Pleiaren not being in contact with the descendants of the former creator rulers in the Sirius regions and in other places where they live, as well as with the actual Sirius intelligences, is therefore also to be found therein. When long ago the old Lyrans came to Earth and began to work here among the Earth humans, whose actual origin was elsewhere, as has already been explained several times, they chose times when the positive as well as the negative creator rulers or their distant descendants were not present in the Sol system, and thus also not on the Earth, or had already moved away again. The old Lyrans and also later the Pleiadian Pleiaren were always anxious not to encounter the creator rulers or their descendants because, on the one hand, they wanted to go their own ways, and on the other hand, they would inevitably have been involved in warlike actions with the other Henoch lineage as a result of the differentiated worldview, which had ultimately led to the breeding of the genetically manipulated ones by the producer rulers, which was condemned by the ancient Syrians just as deeply as their descendants, the Pleiadians/Pleiaren, do. Since then, any contact with the Sirius inhabitants of the Henoch lineage has been avoided, as have contacts with the actual Sirius intelligences, who were no better than the other inhabitants. On the other hand, the old Lyrans were already further advanced in their evolution than the Sirius area inhabitants of the other Henoch lineage and the actual Sirius intelligences. So for this reason alone, contacts were out of the question, because such contacts would have been too dangerous for life and limb. The old Lyrans were still quite warlike and scheming, etc. But at the same time they were not denied the evolution of consciousness and mind, except for those who did not fit into the evolution by force and therefore had to leave the Lyra Vega areas, etc., and came into the Sol system.
But among them were also well-disposed ones, and evolutionists who took the sacrifice to go with the fugitives in order to teach them further, and to bring them on the right path of humanity and evolution.
Which they succeeded in doing in the course of time, even if many things went wrong again and again. And these old Syrians then mixed with the Earth humans just as the descendants of the creator rulers from the Sirius regions had done before. And therefore the descendants of the old Syrians were also hereditarily confronted with genetic manipulation and affected like all other humans on the Earth. This happened in a relatively short time, because already after about 3,000 years, no human life form could be found on the Earth that had not been genetically manipulated. This was true both for the 144,210 leaders, sub-leaders, and the very positive spirit leaders, who voluntarily took everything upon themselves to teach the refugee people the teaching of the spirit, etc., as well as for the several million of the normal humans. This made it possible that since then not a single human life form has existed on the Earth that would not carry the legacy of the degeneration of the negative and the positive, only depending on how the balance is achieved in the individual human being, although degenerations often come to light, both in negative and positive form. Even though the ancient Lyrans were, in a certain wise, already far evolutionarily, they still lacked the observance of the creational natural laws, as a result of which they very often disobeyed them and wreaked havoc, which, however, referred only to those few million who had to flee from their home worlds. They also acted equally on the Earth, which led them to adopt the religions invented by the descendants of the creator rulers, and to rise up to become creator gods in order to cast their spell over the Earth humans. Thus the old Lyrans were not the actual inventors and founders of the original religions with their god creators and creator gods, but they were only the unscrupulous beneficiaries of the equally unscrupulous creator-ruler descendants, through the religious legends and fables of religion, as well as fables of gods and fables of world origin, etc., which were brought into being, on the one hand, to cover up the real origin of the SOL system humans from Mars, Malona, and the Earth, and to let them fall into oblivion so that they would not one day find their way back to the Sirius regions, and on the other hand, so that quarrels and wars would arise among the genetically manipulated precisely through the religions, whereby they should exterminate themselves so that they could never come up again and start their way back to their original homeland. The ancient Lyran Vegans became better sensed with time, and so they began to follow the teaching of the spirit and thus the creational natural laws and recommendations, whereby their entire evolution rapidly leapt forward and lifted them up high. As a result, they were even more careful not to come into contact with the creator-ruler descendants, or with the Sirius intelligences in any manner. So they retreated to the home planets after a peace agreement with the inhabitants of the home planets, while another group withdrew into another dimension beyond the constellation of the Pleiades. So they remained as far away from this dimension as the old Lyran Vegans and those who found a new home beyond the constellation of the Hyades, about 150 light-years distance from the Earth. A third group left our universe, the Dern universe, and penetrated into the twin universe, into the Dal universe, where the peoples multiplied and united with many other peoples to form a huge federation, as it also happened with the Pleiadians/Pleiaren, whose federation exists offset to our space-time continuum by a fraction of a second and covers an area of about 70 million light-years in diameter, whereby also some few Federation members, respectively, Federation planets, are located in our space-time continuum.
We were just talking about those who had played an important role up to that point, namely the three groups that we had discussed in one of our last conversations. In addition to these, there are a few other groups of extraterrestrial origin that fly to Earth and can be observed here more often, but none of which is in contact with any Earth humans, neither on a private nor on a military or governmental basis. Some of them come to Earth purely for excursions or expeditions. Others have other interests, but none in the way that the hysterical Americans portray this, with the impregnation of Earth women by Earth alien intelligences or the impregnation of Earth alien women by men of Earth. The nonsense about massacring animals, etc., can also be forgotten, for such things do not apply either. Those who have interests other than those of an excursion or expedition will make a name for themselves on Earth in the distant future. But why this will be so, we must keep quiet about it, which of course also applies to you, who are informed about these distant things of the future. The government itself, which actually conceals and keeps under lock and key much important evidence for the existence of extraterrestrial life and their appearance on the Earth, as well as forbids by laws the contact with extraterrestrial life forms.
In my 23 pages, I forgot to mention something else. Namely, that Earth humans were actually a single race in Henoch's primeval times, out of which further races formed through climatic changes, atmospheric changes, and secretions resulting in new lines. These then intermingled with each other, creating new breeds again. Thus, in the course of time, both the skin colors of humans and their external appearance changed, always in adaptation to the new environment and the new living conditions, etc. Of course, this also resulted in genetic changes, apart from genetic manipulation. These, however, were not such that the origin and basic connection of the fact that all human beings on the Earth originated from a single ancestral tribe would no longer be apparent. When, about 190,000 years ago, the human beings of the Lyra regions, etc., settled on the Earth with the former immigrants and the former humans of the world, it would be impossible to see the origin and the basic connection between them. Their descendants joined again immediately, and when the peoples separated again in bigger surges and the most different areas of the Earth were repopulated, new changes occurred in the skin color as well as in the external appearance and in the genes, whereby nevertheless also this time the ancestral strain was preserved, whereby still today it can be proven genetically that the terrestrial humans originated from a single primeval race.
The rule also applies on all our Federation worlds that hardly anything can be done against heavy earthquakes in a reasonable form. If high buildings, etc., are erected, which is why only small buildings are usual everywhere and largely secured against heavy shocks. Also, our worlds live and are shaken by earthquakes, but we behave accordingly in the construction of the buildings and in their protection against the shaking of the planets.
You also have houses or buildings that are not composed of small pieces, such as stones or concrete slabs, etc., because your buildings are made of plastics and also of a single piece, seamlessly, as I have seen. In addition, they are on spring systems, which are made as suspended bodies.
That is correct, but these are only two of the methods used as vibration protections.
But just tell me how far your research and experiments have advanced with the latest travel and transport technology.
It is all still full of failures, and it will take quite some time before everything really works properly. There have also been unexpected new problems again. But if everything works perfectly, then we will be able to visit you more often, because we do not have to get to Earth and you in an awkward manner anymore, but can do this without all the loss of time and so on. As it looks, according to your terms, this may take a little longer, maybe 2 to 3 years.
Your world monitoring control discs, what about them? Do they remain stationed around the world?
All these control apparatuses have already been removed, so only the one intended for the center still exists. But it is no larger than 7 millimeters in diameter and 3.2 millimeters in thickness.
And that includes all the monitoring electronics, as well as the signal transmitter?
And even much more that you would not dream of, as you like to say. The control apparatus also contains transmitters and receivers and associated image transmission equipment, which transmit everything at multiple speeds of light to a control point near our dimensional passage at a star far beyond the Pleiades cluster, in order to reach our space-time structure and thus our dimension from there through a dimensional transmitter. For security reasons, I am unfortunately not allowed to explain this anymore.
You mean probably for safety reasons in relation to other space-traveling intelligences?
Certainly, more detailed information would be dangerous for us.
You are once again tight-lipped. My friend, you mean probably that certain Earth visitors of other worlds outside of our solar system could get hold of your information and find the way into your dimension?
That is the meaning of my words, yes. At least from a group of such intelligences, we know that they are capable of changing dimensions in such a kind and wise that they could reach our dimension, which would be unpleasant.
I did not know that. Do these intelligences also come to the Earth?
That is the case, yes. They come only sporadically to the Earth.
Contact Report 252.
There I am again, friend Edward, as I promised you on the 3rd of February to bring you the money for the stickers. 500 francs are from me, and 1,500 francs from Quetzal, which he could spare from his collection because he had double. However, we would like to have some stickers for ourselves because we want to collect it.
I have one more question. You have often denied things that have been interpreted differently by Earthlings as true and given. How is that to be understood?
We certainly did that, it is true. But this was always due to the fact that we were not allowed to talk about it because of our duty of secrecy, or because the facts of the questions did not correspond exactly with reality or truth, or because there were simply inconsistencies that made things appear in the wrong light. It was also often the case that the questions were not purposeful enough, and consequently negating or disclaiming answers were given. But we were always honest and never told the untruth, even if we sometimes talked about it, in which you are also a master.
You mean that you often were just beating around the bush?
That is the meaning of my words.
May I ask where the name Pleiar and respectively Pleiadian comes from in your language?
The name, which by the way was also transferred from our original languages into earthly languages, comes from the personal names Pleios equals who follows the laws of creation. Plejada equals who sets 7 stars for sevenness. Plejados equals who knows the laws of sevenness. Plejara equals who respects the laws of sevenness, and Plejaros equals who teaches the laws of unity.
Then I now have a question that has preoccupied me for a long time.
Why did practically all your ancestors choose solar systems and worlds to live in, which are in a different space-time continuum than we are here?
Extrasolar planetary systems and solar systems in this space-time structure of the Dern universe can be found relatively seldom because they are extremely rare. In the dimension in which we and all the other Hennick lineage groups live, on the other hand, there are many solar systems in which planets are also classified, and which are also capable of carrying a variety of life. Already our earliest ancestors traveled the dimension that is time-shifted to this space-time continuum in which we live. Consequently, it is known to us and all Hennick lineage groups since ancient times. This means that the many planetary solar systems lie very far apart in this galaxy. The Milky Way, while in our dimension and in our galaxy, many solar systems with planets lie very close to each other or are arranged more closely to each other.
One question. Prostitution. Is this not also caused by monogamy?
I think that monogamy cultivates it to a great extent. What do you think?
You are not wrong with your assumption. Our ancestors already had this experience with us, which is why monogamy was abolished a very long time ago. And as a result, polygamy gradually prevailed, which is what we have today, and with which we are not only extremely satisfied, but also have very good experiences. And as I explained to you once before, prostitution is no longer known to us. However, the ethical consciousness of our races, which has developed into a very high form and out of which no more wrong actions arise, also contributed to this to a great extent. Every person of our races has such a highly developed ethics consciousness that sexual relations outside of an open or closed marriage alliance no longer appear. In the case of necessary sexual instincts of non-marital allies, the practice of one's own sexual instincts' satisfaction is applied, or the surging sexual instincts are meditatively brought under control. Unless a marriage-like partnership exists that permits sexual practices, whereby such a partnership is not regarded as a marriage alliance, but as an open marriage-like relationship.
Contact Report 253.
My name means the flowering one. My age? I will become 162 years old in December.
Contact Report 254.
Already through Florina, I let you know that it is entirely up to you to write down the conversations, which is why we save them on the responder machines for your telepathic retrievals. You are free to dispose of it according to your will, but for certain things we must continue to keep it secret from the earthly public and also from the group members.
Contact Report 257.
Then I would have another question now, which refers to the coming and appearance of extraterrestrials who have no connection whatsoever with you, and who should actually make open contact with Earth humans. Can I find out, for example, when this time will really be? The date once mentioned to me has become obsolete because things have happened with Earth humans and in their politics, which made the appearance of the extraterrestrials impossible.
The time is relatively close according to our terms, but for certain reasons I will not name the more exact time, because thereby steps could be taken by the terrestrial man, which would thwart everything another time. Then the question should only be answered in such a way that no exact dates are mentioned. It must therefore suffice if I say that the time is relatively near, at which people of an alien world will appear openly on this planet.
After which you will finally withdraw, as you have always assured.
That was always the meaning of our explanations in this regard.
Your concepts of time are of course different from ours here on Earth.
So your word is a broad concept if you say that the time is already relatively near when official contact between extraterrestrials and terrestrial humans can be expected.
Time is really not very far away anymore. The only question is whether the military, secret services, and governments will not change the open appearance in such a way that the public will be misled and the real facts will not be falsified and concealed again, as this was done with regard to previous occurrences of a similar kind with extraterrestrial aircraft and beings of foreign worlds.
Let me ask a question about the old Earthlings. Did they also do so primitively and stupidly with the appearance of extraterrestrials? As is the case with today's mankind, especially with the military, the secret services, and the governments as well as the sectarians.
No comparison can be made in the matter of military, secret services, and governments. Where people acted abnormally, there was actually the delusion in play by which aliens were judged either as devils or as gods. In military, secret service, and governmental respects, however, with few exceptions, no aggressive machinations were common on the aliens, which unfortunately has changed drastically in modern times.
Certain people become more stupid than normal. Extraterrestrials. I am often asked whether then only the Pleiadian come to Earth as extraterrestrials. Naturally, that is not the case, because there exists yet various other extraterrestrials who fly into terrestrial airspace and can also often be observed. They are, in part, members of the Pleiadian/Pleiadian Federation, who cannot, however, be counted as foreigners who stem from planets and solar systems that have no state of affairs at all with the Pleiadians/Pleiaren and their Federation worlds. These foreign extraterrestrials come from the most different star systems, which, as a rule, belong to our galaxy, respectively, the Milky Way, whereby, however, exceptions also exist, however only very few, in which the extraterrestrials stem from foreign and millions of light-year distant galaxies. There are, however, few like this to note that they can only be spoken of as a rarity. Therefore, the greatest caution is recommended with extraterrestrial contacts in the sky, because too much about this are lies, deception, swindle, charlatanism and speculation, etc., whereby also the truth-despising efforts and falsifications as well as disinformation machinations of the governments are implicated through the committal and establishment of unbelievable lies, slanders, falsifications, and trickeries in the world to veil the truth, to contradict, and to deny. The Roswell UFO crash is just one of many inglorious examples. Naturally, not all terrestrial governments and military work in this slimy way, but there are many, and they get ever more difficulty from those peoples who are really interested in the UFO clarification and the events connected therewith, as they turn the heat up under the governments, the military, and the secret services. The time namely presses ever more because ever more UFO incidents take place and also pure UFO observations increase ever further. So the responsible ones use their lies, defamation and denial ever less, whereby they apply a new obscuring technique to keep the actual existence of extraterrestrials secret, as well as their visits to the Earth. Their new method is to demonize everything that has to do with UFOs and extraterrestrials. That, thereby, also serves to hinder the coming about of contact with extraterrestrials and civilians, because that can no longer be controlled and because, as a rule, civilians who are not bound by a military or Secret Service security status do not shy away from making such experiences and events openly known. But such open information is exceedingly uncomfortable and even exceedingly dangerous for the governments, as well as for the military and secret services, etc., as their power structures could become shaky. Of this it was already clear to a whole lineup of authorities as well as their military and secret services in the First World War because, over the battlefields of Europe, UFOs were observed whose appearance was kept secret, however. It went the same direction in the Second World War as the Foo Fighters surfaced everywhere. Indeed, it was already firmly established by the military and secret services and highest government positions by the First and Second World Wars that UFOs were of extraterrestrial origin, yet the secrecy was still maintained. The facts of the extraterrestrial origins of flying apparatuses was recognized in America through the observation of a landing of such an object, where 4 unusually clothed humanoid beings disembarked, collected some plants in the vicinity, re-entered their device, and flew away. The observers of these events were 2 members of the military who, coincidentally, were in just that area while on vacation. Both reported the event to the nearest military facility, allowing the secret investigations and clarifications to proceed, as had already happened in other similar cases that preceded and also subsequently occurred even more. But everything happened under the strictest non-disclosure. As the Pleiadians/Pleiaren have affirmed, so the public received no knowledge about these incidents whatsoever, as neither did the main body of the governments, the military and the secret services. It was always only the very highest positions and officials who were privy to the secrets. And it was also these humans who even then concerned themselves with, and worked out, concealment tactics to deceive most of their subordinates and the entire population. It was to be avoided that, on one hand, everything would be known, and on the other hand, that those not in the know and not sworn to secrecy or even civilian personnel could have contact with extraterrestrials. Therefore, a possibility was sought to place fear in humans in relation to the extraterrestrials so that no contact would result from a possible landing or from a crash of extraterrestrial devices. But that was not enough by far. Because the longer the UFO appearances in the New Age were observed, the more secretively these were dealt with, and indeed not the least on that account. Because the arrival of the extraterrestrials and the enslavement of the terrestrial humanity through the invaders was feared by the American government and their military as well as secret services. And so that the population should be left in ignorance about the truth of the existence of extraterrestrials. Nevertheless, however, that fear must be developed in the peoples against the extraterrestrials, out of which a far-reaching hate must be established against the invaders, and thereby, once again, a defensive rage steered by hate should result. The U.S. presidency, as well as the leading officers of the military and the secret services, etc., came upon a psychologically sophisticated idea to work out a horror scenario in extraterrestrial matters and to start it in such a way that not only America would be seized by it,
Rather, also great parts of the rest of the world.
this scenario should be configured in such a way that once angst and panic should first break out regarding extraterrestrial invaders, thereafter they then spread further fear and hate far, and could spread it over the world, and indeed also then, when it would be officially recognized that it all only dealt with fiction and therefore a poor utopian piece of work. Thereby the psychological trick would be established, that when once fear is sown, then from that yet greater fear and finally also panic and hate must develop, that follows itself further, always spreading out farther. A fact that was already known then and also today, yet would be practiced again and again over the whole world in different relationships. And exactly angst and terror were necessary, according to the view of the responsible ones, to incite the population against the extraterrestrials, and to prevent them from coming into contact with them if the opportunity should present itself. Through this perfidious and fully thought-out psychological machination of the highest government authorities as well as the military and secret services, it also should be avoided that at any time, any one of the people would gain admission to the extraterrestrials if the opportunity offered itself. The responsible ones not only had fear of a peaceful extraterrestrial official or unofficial landing and contact initiative, but they also feared an invasion. And because an official or unofficial extraterrestrial appearance and effect on the Earth was not compatible with the religious philosophies,
Since 1915, Pope Benedict XV, 1914 to 1922, as well as Pius XI, 1922 to 1939, and Pius XII, 1939 to 1958, would also be drawn into the entire conspiracy.
also certain Jewish dignitaries were enlisted in this, who even at that time in America had quite a bit to say and had a voice. In the most secret of missions, it was therefore resolved to create a horror scenario which would agitate the population on one hand, who, however, should be left in ignorance of the truth of the existence of the extraterrestrials who already maneuvered in terrestrial airspace and also landed sporadically on the Earth, as it has been established from secure sources, and through that, on the other hand, that fear and hate be sown against the strangers from other worlds. The mean and slimy trick was in and of itself simple. A radio broadcast should be transmitted that on one hand spreads angst and terror of the extraterrestrials, and on the other hand should also strike very far and as much as possible worldwide circles. To this end, through American Secret Service agents, as well as through the responsible superiors of these positions of duty, as well as the government and militarily, suitable authors and works were sought, which could be exploited and used for the perfidious machination. It was U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, President, 4th March 1933, 12th April 1945, who quite personally, however, sought out the science fiction work of Englishman Herbert George Wells, who as an author, in 1898, brought out a work under the title War of the Worlds.
In this episode, American Secret Service agents made contact with Wells and beseeched him coercively to adapt his work to a radio play.
But the man himself did not feel in a position to do this, so he suggested chartering a young American author of his acquaintance, Orson Welles, who would certainly be suitable. Under threats of death,
H.G. Wells was obliged to lifelong silence.
after which, Then in America, the still young Orson Welles would be coerced by the Secret Service people to refashion H.G. Wells's work, War of the Worlds, into a realistic-seeming horror radio play. Out of the science fiction novel Wells wrote in 1897 and published in 1898, such a work that broadcast on the radio would release wild panic and angst as well as hate for the extraterrestrials. The work,
in which extraterrestrials,
formed unlike humans,
and of monstrous and evil nature,
land on the earth and cause trouble and destruction, was exactly that which had been hoped for by the responsible ones of governments, the military, and the secret services. It's no wonder that as a result of panic breaking out, there was quite a number of dead. The goal of the government, the military, and the secret services was achieved with the broadcast of the radio play War of the Worlds. Because from then on, fear, and also a certain hate, ruled against the extraterrestrials, of the kind and form, as well as the sense, that was also always desired. And exactly that has remained that way until today, and even still spreads out. Because fear and hate would again always be newly stirred up, and the American Secret Service powers, etc., are especially proficient in doing exactly that. Were that not enough, that they, and certain also determined government and military powers, financially support and demand Contra films against the extraterrestrials? No, they do not shy from simulating all kinds of horror, events like, for example, abductions by extraterrestrials, as well as human and animal mutilations and so on and so forth. They are also not inactive in matters relating to the falsification of crop circles, and indeed in the most differing countries. Naturally, in respect of all these things, there are also charlatans, deceivers and swindlers and every other sort. Yet the Secret Service machinations are probably indeed the worst, because it is precisely through these that disinformation is established, through which the genuine and actual events in this regard are bedeviled and made laughable. Scarcely anything is known about exactly this, as everything runs so secretly as it always has, and as does the actual story of the radio play of War of the Worlds by Orson Welles. And the danger exists that something could not be held secret. Then the responsible ones of the government and military, as well as the secret services, do not shy away from bringing the witnesses to silence under death threats, or through an otherwise erasing. Like, for example, through elimination or through a consciousness-stupefying brainwash and psycho-terror and so forth. Herbert George Wells, who died on the 13th August 1946, also knew that, as did Orson Welles, who departed this life on October 10, 1985. Neither left behind any indications about the true incidents regarding the radio play, as they correctly feared that their families, friends and acquaintances after their demise also could be vengefully persecuted by the Secret Service people and the responsible ones of the government and military. And that I now do not hold my tongue about that which the Pleiadian Pleiaren explained to me in regard to this. What comes of that remains to be seen. The nasty machinations of the government, military and Secret Service people in respect of the demonizing of extraterrestrials have increased ever more since 1938, indeed slowly and successively. Thus, however, all the more incessantly and expansively, until in the 80s, essentially, the greatest machination for the bedevilment of extraterrestrials began, through a shifty structure in the fashion of the Secret Service, as well as miscellaneous UFO and extraterrestrial enemies. Stories came about like the ghastly human and animal mutilations, the theft of human babies, and the impregnating of terrestrial women through foreign visitors out of outer space. Horror stories were also disseminated about subterranean laboratories and the inhuman experiments taking place there. Were that still not enough? Because the angst of the extraterrestrials wreaked even worse blooms. For example, it would be asserted that women impregnated by aliens would, after some months, have the baby growing in the womb snatched out to be allowed to finally grow further in a fluid-filled incubator, etc., in order to breed up a new humanity, etc., using these hybrid children. A further horror story was that the Earth humans would be abducted, in order to take their genetic material that would be necessary for the extraterrestrials' further breeding of humans, who would serve as, so to say, nourishment providers, because the evil foreigners out of the depths of outer space supposedly nourish themselves on human blood. Similarly, it would also be asserted in respect to the animal mutilations in America, whereby the related far-fetched feeble-mindedness that namely beef blood demonstrates a genetic relationship with human blood. Therefore, the mutilated cattle would have their blood sucked out to store in the blood banks for crisis times, naturally through the evil extraterrestrials. Yet even that is not enough,
Because still many other assertions,
slanderings and lies, and clearly to be recognized as feeble-minded, are put about, through which the humans are led into error and would be shifted into angst and terror. As has had manifold success, and certain mass hysteria has been released by a worldwide group of certain Earth humans, which also leads to feelings of hate, etc. Well, then a question about the alleged appearance and official landing of extraterrestrials on Earth. Some people claim that on 27.3, 1997 extraterrestrials should officially land on Earth. Do you know anything about this?
We know these erroneous assertions, which are nothing more than bare nonsense, and which are connected with the Hale-Bopp comet, which is also known as Nibiru or Nubiru or Unis, on which gods live and should now return to Earth.
You explained all this to me years ago. So everything is nothing but bullshit and nonsense what is talked about the comet and the alleged official landing of extraterrestrials on Earth. I would also have been surprised if it had not been like that. Unfortunately, we have so many crackpots here on the Earth, and unfortunately, even more misguided ones who believe all the nonsense of these crackpots. Furthermore, there are still many conscious liars, cheaters, swindlers, and charlatans who take advantage of the New Age madness of the believers and make horrendous profits out of it.
Unfortunately, that is the truth.
It goes to the year 2000 and there it is. Of course. Like at every turn of the century, or the last turn of the millennium. The doomsday mood, the alleged return of the dear Jesus Christ, as well as the coming of extraterrestrials, or even of the dear God himself. All nonsense.
Contact Report 258.
All evolution concerns on Earth, and consequently also with earthly humankind, belong to one of our tasks.
Contact Report 260.
I think this will be necessary anyways, for as I see, the handbook is very extensive, so it would probably be better if I would transmit it into my aircraft during our conversation, in order to work on it later in peace, after which I can then give you the necessary information within the next few days, which we will then probably have to discuss. Then leave me the material now, so that I can transmit it with this device here.
But now, here's a somewhat loosening up question. One approached me in reference to whether I knew anything about the use of makeup by the female gender on Era. One wanted to know specifically whether lip balming occurs, even with lipstick, as the women and girls do this here on Earth. For my part, I never saw such with your women.
This isn't common with our female gender in the way that it is with the women on Earth. In general, only a certain part uses subtle makeup from natural materials, while others don't use these things. The makeup is such that it doesn't change the naturalness of the skin, so it can hardly be seen, which isn't the case, unfortunately, with the earthly female gender. But that the lips are coated with colored lipsticks, as the women and girls do so on the Earth, that isn't the case with us, for we have already considered such actions as nauseating since ages ago.
The certain part of female people who use makeup, is this predominant?
Unfortunately, that isn't known to me, but as I estimate, that part should only be small and be more restricted to younger women and girls.
This may well be said of the unfortunately necessary animal experiments, against which, in a general form, protest shouting prevails. Unfortunately, as you yourself once said, certain things can only be carried out and tested on living organisms, which also is not any different with you, even though your animals are not actually such in and of themselves but are only cultivated experimental. Forms that are quite organic, but not really animalic in the sense that it concerns actual animals with psyches and with feelings of pain. Furthermore, you even have the possibility of tests by pure computer programs, as you once explained.
That is correct. But as you correctly said, we do not use live animals, but only specially cultivated organisms that have no feelings of pain as well as no psyche and no consciousness, etc. This form of medical research is extremely limited. However, and is only used when we discover life forms on foreign worlds that are unknown to us in every respect, and about which we, therefore, still have no medical knowledge. For medical research of all kinds, however, which concern our Pleiaren as well as all Federation worlds, and, thus, also all their life forms of all kinds, we no longer depend on cultivating special organisms in order to be able to pursue the necessary investigations, for in this respect, our computer programs are fully sufficient.
Then another question. Even the people of your worlds and your federated allies certainly aren't so perfect in terms of their organs and bodies. Therefore, surely health or rather physical injuries can come to light? Or am I wrong there?
Our medical knowledge and possibilities are so developed that we no longer know diseases.
Of course I know that. You explained this to me sufficiently. I also don't mean that some diseases can still appear.
Rather, I'm coming from the perspective that, for example, there can be accidents and the like, by which health or rather physical injuries can appear.
Now I understand. Of course, accidents cannot be avoided, for in spite of all precautions of the people, such dismal events can occur over and over again.
Good. Now we've brought it to a common denominator. My question about this is, how is a treatment or an intervention handled when, for example, a surgical intervention becomes necessary? Surgery is indeed a very bloody work, I think. Is it also still so bloodily maintained with you?
Of course not, because we have long outgrown this bloody barbarism. Now, our technology relating to this is so far developed that we can avoid all bloody interventions. Our apparatuses and devices, etc., are designed in such a way that open surgical interventions no longer have to be made, for all manipulations in or on the body are carried out in a pure vibration-related manner. Thus, internal or external wounds as well as broken bones and torn blood vessels can be closed, joined, and healed within seconds or a few minutes. The operation of the apparatuses and devices, etc., occurs, of course, through trained doctors and other specialists, including bioorganic electronic androids, simply said. In addition, these are able to transport themselves to any location within a range of 300,000 kilometers, even there where they are needed. This occurs through a teleportation by apparatus.
You mean that they can beam themselves to any location, just like that?
Yes, but that is nothing unusual.
For us Earthlings, it is. Then these androids are true doctors?
Certainly.
With you, is anything also operated within the framework, as here on Earth with the so-called spiritual healing?
No. In addition, I must also say that what is operated under this designation by many people on Earth must be referred to as charlatanism. Of course, exceptions are given, but these are based on suggestion and self-healing.
Then here again is a question about the health of the people on Era and your other worlds. Although you have already answered this question for me once, it wasn't held in writing. Moreover, it is also answered with the fact that there are no longer diseases with you. But still, various people would like to be able to read your answer. So, on Era or with your people in general, is there still blindness, deafness, disability, and muteness, etc.?
No, all these evils, together with all diseases and infirmities, have no longer appeared for many millennia, which is also connected with our prenatal investigations and necessary medical measures, which are based in the creative law that each newborn life has an absolute right to consciousness-related and physical intactness.
With you, it is not customary and, thus, it also is not common that animals are kept in the human living spaces, such as dogs, cats, birds, snakes, crocodiles, fish, ferrets, tame mice and rats, rabbits and guinea pigs, as well as hamsters and so on and so forth, which you have already often explained.
Contact Report 261.
Apart from the fact that the Pleiades, which we see here from the Earth, are not identical with your Pleiades, and on the other hand, the Pleiades known to us in our universe are only 62 million years old, and therefore still hellishly hot, and too young to carry life, or even to have gathered planets around themselves, on which ultimately life would be possible.
This is a fact that is not taken into account by all alleged earthly contact persons, because they do not know the relevant facts.
Contact Report 264.
There are several groups of extraterrestrials who function around here on Earth, but to my knowledge you have nothing to do with them. But do they know that you are here?
No, because we also keep ourselves secret from these few. Our directives demand this, but also our security.
Observations of unknown flying objects, a large number of which are certainly of extraterrestrial origin, have become very frequent in recent years. Can you give me the reason?
The time is approaching when the first official contact with Earth foreigners is to take place. The efforts of certain Earth-foreign humans come down to this. I am not allowed to explain more about this, because we are not allowed to intervene in current events that are not directly connected with our own interests. Whether this encounter with Earth humans will actually take place in the near future, however, has already become questionable again as a result of the new political turmoil, which will also increase again in the future, whereby malicious acts of war are to be expected.
Of course not. You have explained that to me very often.
It must be said. However, with regard to the fact that many humans on Earth observe the sky more attentively and see the most diverse, unknown flying objects, and that this is due to the controversy that has been triggered worldwide as a result of your contacts with us as well as your photo evidence and your person and history. Through this controversy, many humans have become aware of the existence of the Earth foreigners, and consequently the humans are paying more attention to the heavens. From the whole, it follows, however, that very many Earth humans become familiar with the thought that extraterrestrial human life exists.
Contact Report 269.
How do you handle elections if you have to carry them out?
In spiritual leadership, unanimity has decision-making power, as is the case with the people. If there are exceptions. However, where the absolute majority has to decide, which only rarely occurs, then these are handled in the form I have explained to you on various occasions and have done so again in your interests.
A second ballot in the same matter is right if two parties achieve an undecided result, yes?
Of course, this is correct. But in such a case, there must be a casting vote, which can only be given by drawing lots, because there is no other possibility. So you let the final choice in such a case be decided in such a manner as we handle it, by drawing lots to place the two equal parties on rank 1 and 2, so that no conflict of opinion or conscience arises. 13th May, 1996, 14:59 hours. Note: probably a private conversation during contact 256.
It has been some time since you told me that now is not the time to expect official contact between extraterrestrials and terrestrials.
The time is really not very far anymore. The only question with regard to the expected contacts is whether the military, secret services, and governments will not once again reshape the open appearance in such a way that the public is misled and the facts are distorted and concealed, as has been done with regard to previous incidents with extraterrestrial flying apparatuses and beings from foreign worlds.
Apart from you, Pleiadians, Pleiaren, and the members of your Federation, other Earth foreigners visit our world very rarely, and their flying apparatuses can be observed here and there.
That is right, but that is not our concern, because we do not have any contacts to these strangers. We have never done that before. However, it is not to be denied that aliens are sometimes present in earthly area who have nothing in common with us.
On your last visit, you also told me that with regard to the so-called crop circles, everything is no longer of a purely earthly human nature, but that for some time now there have also been foreigner influences at play?
That's also true, but I do not want to go into any more detail about it, because we are not allowed to interfere in things and events that are not compatible with our mission. We must not disregard our directives and therefore not violate them.
Then things have actually changed with regard to crop circle forgeries and certain things, just in the sense that now also extraterrestrial influences are involved.
For quite some time, this is actually swinging wave-based the case. However, this does not mean that the pictograms, etc., are not genuine and cannot be traced back to the Earth foreigners. As always, counterfeits are being made by freeloaders who are not exposed to the swinging waves.
And what is the connection between the pictograms which are created by the influence of extraterrestrial vibrations of forces? I think it's rather stupid that humans on Earth who are not yet highly developed make themselves felt in this way.
So the connection does not exist by coming events within SOL system, and also not by the announcement of the appearance of Earth foreigners whose ancestors came to Earth earlier. The only thing that is certain for us so far is that there are certain extraterrestrial energy influences that influence humans on Earth, among others, so that they are active in making pictograms. This does not mean, however, that everything concerning the so-called crop circles is allegedly of honest origin, that it is traced back to influences of Earth foreign beings.
Recently, I was asked whether it is just as common for you on Era and in your Federation for humans to do plastic surgeries and the like, as it is here on Earth. Until now, actually more for the female sex, but recently also more and more for men.
No, such things are frowned upon by us, because all humans with us are of the opinion and conviction that one should age in honor and see and wear the signs of age on the face, hands and body, and never tinker with nature's craft. As you once said, unless uncontrollable circumstances and influences cause physical deformations and devastations, which are then naturally aesthetically repaired and corrected.
Then there is cosmetic surgery, like facelifts, etc., and as is so common among the humans here on Earth, isn't there?
No, I already said that.
Contact Report 272.
And the foreigners? What kind of beam ships or flying apparatus do they have, and what do they want?
Their flying apparatuses bears a certain resemblance to ours, and could therefore easily be confused by the uninitiated and ignorant. What the foreigners want is easy to explain. They appear once every 70 to 80 years on Earth, taking care of all sorts of things that reach into political as well as military and scientific matters, whereby their aim is to make an official appearance at the appropriate moment and to establish open contact with the Earth humans.
And were there contacts to them at earlier times? That is to say, did these foreigners interfere in the earlier concerns of Earth humans?
That was to some extent the case, yes.
Ah, yes. I wanted to ask you how things are with you. When there are floods, avalanches, and landslides, etc. If such events still appear at all, since you can also influence the weather and certainly prevent such occurrences.
It is true that we can control the weather, but we do not do this within the limits of the natural course of the weather and the climate, etc. Stop it or change it profoundly. On the whole, we give nature and all its powers free rein.
Then there will be floods, avalanches, landslides, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, etc.
Of course.
And how do you conduct yourselves in these matters? With us on the Earth, it is the case that many human lives are demanded by such events, and that millions and billions in damages are caused. Houses are flooded by floods, but also a lot of fertile land as well as roads and all kinds of other things. Volcanic eruptions and violent storms also cause immense damage, as do avalanches and landslides. How do you deal with such events?
We do not have any problems with it. Neither with violent storms, avalanches, volcanic eruptions, landslides, floods, etc. Neither humans nor buildings, etc., are damaged by such occurrences, not even by earthquakes. All buildings of any kind are earthquake and storm-proof and are secured against earthquakes and storms, so that no forces of nature can harm them. However, this also means that all buildings of any kind must stand on completely safe ground and must not enter any danger zones. Thus, for example, no buildings may be constructed in places where there are steep slopes, where sooner or later, perhaps only in centuries, avalanches or mountain slides could descend. Thus, no buildings of any kind may be constructed in the vicinity of volcanoes or in the vicinity of their lava beds. It is also forbidden to construct buildings on the shores of lakes, seas, rivers, streams, and creeks. And so it is forbidden to destroy floodplain forests and use them for construction purposes, as it is also forbidden for the extensive flat areas, which absorb the water produced by floods. According to the respective waters, a minimum distance from the shore must be maintained for buildings to be constructed, as must a minimum height above the highest water level measured since time immemorial. For standing or flowing waters, for example, the rule applies that a minimum height of 3 meters above the known highest water level must be maintained according to earthly measures, while the minimum distance to the shore, also according to earthly masses, must be 70 meters. If the water is a sea, the minimum height above the known highest water level for buildings shall be 3 meters, while the minimum distance from the shore shall be 200 meters.
Then there is a question I asked you a long time ago, but you still have not answered it. Obviously, you have forgotten the matter. It is that you promised to clarify when the first extraterrestrial humans came to the Earth. We have already talked about it once, whereupon I also received an indication of the time, but you doubted it and explained that you still could not give exact details about it.
That is right. We had to revise our previous research because new clarifications in research have produced new results. These, however, do not mean that they are final, because certain indications indicate that we must go back even further into the past in order to come across the time when alien human life forms were moving on Earth for the first time.
Then let us hear what time period you have already researched.
We have found traces up to 234 million years in the past. These are our latest findings and discoveries. However, I have not forgotten your question about these things, but I have been silent about it so far because we're still researching and do not have any final results yet.
Contact Report 273.
All of us who are active here in the earthly space are proficient in the German language, as also, of course, several other languages.
For my part, one have learned 19 different activities, whereby I am mainly employed in security analytics as well as in biological and technical cybernetics.
With me, I can speak of 23 different learned activities or professions, as you call them. Currently, I am dealing with the conventional and quite advanced terrestrial electronics. But my main interests lie in the much finer electronics of nano and ultra-nanotechnology, and especially in the subatomic technology, the subatomic electronics.
Florina, do you have any knowledge worth knowing about the alien extraterrestrials you and Ptah observed in the airspace around Schmidruti on the 8th of May, 1998?
I am not allowed to give details of important nature. However, I may say that these strangers are very often present in your airspace. We do not know the reason for this, but we have our assumptions.
Contact Report 274.
Wondering, I looked into my office next door and discovered that my typewriter was uncovered and turned on, so someone must have written on it for the aforementioned 1 or 2 minutes. Otherwise, I could not explain the whole thing to myself, because for my part I had not used the typewriter that day yet, and had therefore kept it covered. Thinking about it, I came to the conclusion that maybe one of you might have been here and typed around on the machine. Was that really the case?
So it was, yes. I myself was here and used your writing instrument, the function of which you explained to me and the use of which you also explained to me, so I tried to learn to write with it on several occasions with your consent.
But now a question about the strange occurrences of the vault, and the disappearance of the corrections from the original report, and the disorder in Engelbert's artwork. Can you try to do something about this and tell me what you could perhaps the Black Men, aka Men in Black, be behind this?
However, as far as the terrestrial organization of the Black Men, Men in Black, is concerned, we know for sure that they do not have such possibilities to intrude unnoticed into your workroom and locked receptacles.
But I thought you would be able to locate the other louts if they went through your alarm screen.
That is probably true, but there are other technical ways of causing such incidents, as you have described them, without a person being physically required to do it. We also know such possibilities and possess such techniques, but there are many other possibilities which are unknown to us but known to other intelligences and which they also use.
Contact Report 276.
Those of us who are in contact with you, we all speak the German language. This has already been explained to you at an earlier point in time. This is also true if a contact should only be one time.
But in the past you also used language converters and translators. I still remember that very well.
That is right, but in the meantime this has changed, because now everyone is learning the German language, even if there is only a short-term assignment on the Earth. The reason for this is you, so that if necessary you can be contacted personally if the situation requires it.
Very pleasing. May I still ask you, Samjang, what is your main field of activity?
In addition to various other activities, I am mainly dedicated to subatomic vacuum technology as well as subatomic crystal physics and crystal technology.
Contact Report 278.
Can I ask you something about viruses and bacteria, etc.? How you protect yourself against them when you are on other planets? Can you tell me about it?
I can do that very well. On the one hand, we are protected by our clothing, which is so much worked and equipped with sensors that it registers all kinds of pathogens known or unknown to us, etc., and destroys them with special radiation that is harmless to us. This applies both to bacteria and viruses of all kinds that you have mentioned, as well as to other pathogens, which, however, may still be unknown to earthly physicians. Our clothing, which we wear outside of our home planet, is equipped with an appropriate filter system, which eliminates all parasites, etc., all germs and all viruses and bacteria of every form. In addition, each of our flying apparatuses has a large, equally active filter and radiation device in the entry area, which is in continuous operation so that no germs can be introduced. These systems are absolutely safe.
But then there is something I do not understand. Simyase once told me that they always have the problem of snuffing here on Earth.
That was indeed the case, but this fact only referred to when they or other of our groups wrapped themselves in earthly garments and thus lost the protection explained to you. As you know, Simyase and several others temporarily moved among Earthlings at very short notice when there were special things to do. At that time, this could only be very short because heavy equipment had to be carried to protect the consciousness and the mind. However, if one of us was affected or infected by the common cold or any other illness, this was regulated and remedied by re-entering the flying apparatus and wearing the usual clothes again.
What was it like, or is it like with me? I have suffered from various diseases caused by bacteria or viruses.
That may be true, but as you yourself know, your diseases have never been so dangerous for Simyase or any of us. Besides, as far as I know, you have already been informed about this by Simyase. Special safety measures have been taken with regard to you and in function, so that you can unhindered be with us and enter our flying machines. Further, you also know that in relation to your earthly physics, only these can be considered for disinfection, but not your inner organs, etc. This possibility exists only for us, which is why only we can keep ourselves free from any germs, etc. Our devices and apparatuses are only tuned to our bodies and organs, etc.
What do you think of it when you transport foreign planet inhabitants in your flying machines?
Special filter and radiation devices are required for this, which are tuned to the life forms concerned and which are then subjected to a holistic disinfection.
Contact Report 279.
You also work in the form of the ultra-subatomic technologies, as well as in the neural technologies, etc., whereby you also create artificial intelligences, which further develop themselves and create their own intelligence and thus can also be creative.
Is there not a danger that such intelligences can get out of control, as is always the case in science fiction novels, for example?
No, this danger does not exist. Because our technologies are so aligned that an artificial intelligence eliminates itself if it falls into any of the degenerations and violations of laws that we have established. The security of self-elimination is in the range of 100%. In addition, everything is formed in such a manner that degenerations and violations of the law are impossible from the ground up, so that self-elimination of artificial intelligence is only a final safeguard for all cases.
To learn more about this, I mean in terms of function, etc., is probably not possible.
Right.
But can one ask whether the ultra-subatomic technology is the latest trend in your development?
No, because parts of our technology and development are moving into much deeper areas that are still below the quark levels.
Contact Report 281.
I had asked Zafanat Paneach to give me some information about the tiny telemeter or control disk that performs all the functions you think are important in a geostationary orbit several hundred kilometers above the center. What is the total size of the control disk according to earthly masses?
The whole structure has a size of 25 cubic millimeters.
Aha, and what are the main functions of this tiny creature?
The whole structure in the measure of 25 cubic millimeters is calculated with the casing, which I must mention before. It contains a hypersender and a hyperreceiver, as well as 4 different control devices, 7 different registration devices, a solar energy generator, a geostationary regulator, 3 memories for consciousness-based swinging waves, 3 impulse transmitters, as well as a device with an alarm function.
Gigantic. And all this on an ultra-subatomic basis, if I have understood Ptah and Zafanat Paneach correctly, or even on levels that we call the quark level, etc.
This corresponds to the circumstances.
If I understood Ptah and Zafanat Paneach correctly, then the storage capacity of the tiny control disk is 90 million gigabytes, which corresponds to 86 trillion bytes, and 773 trillion bits, respectively, as we have calculated.
Yes, roughly speaking, these are the correct figures. For the exact calculation, some billions of bytes would have to be added.
How and on which material is this gigantic amount of bytes stored?
The whole structure consists of a special plastic in all parts. The actual storage block of the 90 million gigabytes is also made of a very special plastic, whereby this element measuring 0.6 cubic millimeters. The storage itself takes place through a high-quality irradiation of a very specific light form.
So then there is no magnetic storage left in the game, as is still the case with us on Earth in this respect.
No, magnetism is no longer necessary.
So, what about the energies? How are they transported from one place or device to another?
There exist no material connections anymore, but all of the energies are only transmitted in a swinging wave-based manner.
Contact Report 282.
What was held was used for demonstration and information purposes for all our Federation members.
I am flat. By all Federation members, do you really mean all humanities or just spiritual leaders? The latter would not be logical, because you speak of all members of the Federation.
You already understand it correctly. The meaning of my words refers to all members of the Federation.
Then I am reassured when only 120 billion humans from foreign solar systems and planets know what's going on in the center. How the group members behave here, what they do and work, and what their interests are, etc. I am not sure what I mean.
Contact Report 283.
The presence of those strangers on Earth which we observe and with whom we have not been able to come into contact yet, although it is questionable whether we can ever do this.
But what do you think? Can you also find doppelgangers on Earth of you as well as of Quetzal and Svath?
This is to be assumed because both we and the Earth humans of the Henoch lineage have things in common, so that there is also a doppelganger existence.
Contact Report 284. Note: this contact report partially discusses sketches of Ptah, Simyase, Quetzal, and Svath made by Christian Krukowski and Barbara Harnisch, which are included in the report.
On the one hand, this is to be accepted in terms of their abilities and, on the other hand, because we impulsively assisted both of them in their work, which, by the way, was also the case with Christian earlier when he portrayed Ascot. In and of itself, we are all not particularly keen to make our likenesses public among Earth humans, with which we want to prevent glorification and the like.
And what do you think when something has to be decided?
When something is due to be elected, the responsible spiritual leadership declares an election call that, depending on its necessity or need, is spread regionally, nationally, or globally. A call for elections is thus made public, announcing a certain day on which a ballot is to take place, which is to be carried out via the Spiritual Leadership Communication Network. As a rule, this takes place in a fixed morning hour, at which time the necessary information about the election object is transmitted to each citizen entitled to vote, both female and male, who then have to cast their vote on the same day within a fixed period. This will prevent any agreement being reached on the subject of the vote, so that each person entitled to vote must decide, form his or her opinion, and cast their vote at their own discretion, according to their own understanding and in accordance with their own responsibility.
And what is the situation when, for example, advice is given by the High Council? Does it then generally simply pass as legislation and be followed?
No, that is not the case. Every advice of the High Council is brought to the election of all citizens entitled to vote by the competent spiritual leadership according to the same system as I have just explained.
And what does one understand or have to understand by eligible voters, citizens, or persons?
Voting eligibility exists when an age of 14 years is reached.
Abstentions, do they exist?
Of course.
And what about that? With us on the Earth, for example, a citizen can be deprived of his civil rights. For example, as a result of certain breaches of law, or in the case of consciousness-based unsoundness of mind, which is erroneously referred to on the Earth as mental insanity. Is this also the case with you?
No, such things existed at the earliest time, when for the fallible ones there was still the need to carry out fulfillment of measures at certain places for the fulfillment of guidelines, whereby the measure-fulfilling ones were segregated from the society. For about 52,000 years, however, there has been no more crime on our worlds, nor any unrest, and consequently there have been no places of measure fulfillment or places of measure fulfillment since then.
Contact Report 285.
Then I have a question regarding more highly developed races in the universe. Is it possible that you might encounter those as well, or that you have already come into contact with them?
Indeed, that is the case. We maintain contacts in this regard both in our Dern universe and also in the Dal universe.
And do you also benefit from this, at least from a medical and technical point of view?
That is the case naturally. However, we do not only have advantages in medical and technical terms.
Contact Report 286.
We are not superhumans either, if I may say so about us Playaran.
I have never seen that in this context either. I mean, that you could be superhumans. Already Simyase pointed out to me on the 28th of January 1975 that you should not be regarded or judged as superior, or special humans and the like. Good. But what effectively brings you here now?
It is not easy for me to talk about it because it is really very private. I have inhibitions. It is really not easy, but so be it. I am in love. For the time being, I do not wish to write down who my feelings revolve around and for whom I feel my deep love. There should first be clarity about how things develop and whether my love is reciprocated.
If you are actually so shy and have such inhibitions, then it is probably difficult for you to confess your love to him.
This is my very concern, and I need your advice as to how I should behave and what I can do.
Contact Report 287.
Are you as inhibited and shy as Florena?
In a certain wise, yes.
Then of course that is the reason why you two did not dare to discuss the whole thing with each other, and admit to each other's feelings of a spiritually fine, sensitive nature and feelings. It is really remarkable that this is still the case with you, just as it is with certain inhibited and shy humans on the Earth. In any case, I suppose that you two are in love and that you desire Florena, if I interpret your words correctly.
Your assumption corresponds to reality. Yes, I love Florena. Only I did not dare to talk to her about it.
You would think that inhibitions and shyness in the relationship of love to another person should no longer carry so much weight.
In and of itself already, but we are also only human beings, and with regard to morals and decency, etc., we cultivate much higher standards than is the case with terrestrial human beings. Then I would like to say goodbye and devote myself to what moves me deeply, and what I am extremely happy and full of happiness about.
Contact Report 288.
I was told that you also wanted to discuss personal matters with me.
The whole thing has caused me a lot of trouble and worries as well as problems. Of course, but I would also like to say that your explanations and answers are of enormous importance for our entire spiritual leadership, and that I also came to you with the questions on their behalf.
Then I have another question that relates to hygiene. namely the cleaning of the excrement excretion area. How do you handle this?
The cleaning is carried out by high-frequency vibrations, which also have a disinfecting function and effect. You must remember that we are also human beings who make friends according to our own standards, as is the case with the Earth humans and everywhere else. Feelings play an important role as well as trust and reverence and respect.
Values that Florina and Zaphanat-Paniach certainly have in store for you.
This is undeniable. But there is always a certain something that, for some reason, makes human beings feel more attracted to other persons in relation to certain things than to those with whom they are in closest contact. This is also a good thing, because otherwise a relationship could arise that inevitably leads to a lack of freedom, because a compelling connection would arise.
Contact Report 289.
Quetzalcoatl explained, as I also do, that this practice corresponds to a primitive, pagan origin, because birthday celebrations go back to such a beginning, which unfortunately has been preserved on the earth up to the present time, also with regard to similar business concerns. With us, such primitive practices have not been common for tens of thousands of years, because one date is like any other. My daughter Sim Yase has passed all her exams and has now become an Ishrish.
Man, that is really a surprise. I am so happy for her. Was there a particular occasion for this?
If you mean a celebration or something like that, no. Even in this respect, we stick to the objective and modest, just as we do with birthdays. We find that neither a birthday nor an appointment to or in office requires a pagan primitive solemnity, which always gives occasion to exalt and praise a person, by which, as a rule, dishonest words are said, gestures are made, and feelings are set forth which are not true, with exceptions, of course. So it is more honest to refrain from such action and to acknowledge with a simple gesture that the thing just happens and is a fact.
Contact Report 291. A note. See Contact Reports 90, 91, and 93 for information on Billy's first encounter with Asina.
And that I speak your language is because of this little device here on my body belt. It is a language converter.
Aha! This is what Ptah told me about, that you Denneber have received such devices as well as other flying apparatuses with which you can travel through space.
That is right. Furthermore, the peoples of Deneb have been members of our Federation for quite some time, which is why they have been equipped with appropriate technology.
And why are you here again, Asina?
As usual, we are on an expedition, and since the Earth serves as well as a stopover to our next destination, we have moved into your time by a leap in time. The number of our ships with which we came into your time is 21.
Contact Report 292.
We have not hermetically monitored the Earth and its airspace since 1995. So that we are no longer orientated towards all the entries, etc., of extraterrestrial intelligences.
You already said that earlier, but you also mentioned that you had loosened your overall control since the mid-80s.
That is right, because since then there is no need for total monitoring anymore.
And how did you find Asina after all?
Of course, by calling them via our remote communication devices, when our search equipment and analyzers, as well as the planetary communication attempts, produced no results and remained unsuccessful. Consequently, we thought that the Armada must be outside the Earth, which is why we considered success through remote communication, which then produced the desired result.
You speak of remote communication and probably mean a hyperwave or interstellar radio or something. For us here on Earth, Distance communication unfortunately only means from place to place, from country to country, or from continent to continent, or in the highest case to earthly space stations and manned space capsules and the like.
I understand. Of course, our remote communication devices refer to a technology that enables us to bridge millions and billions of light years at above light speed.
That's how far we Earthlings should be. But tell me, what is the average age of Asina's race? I mean, of the Denebers? Can you tell me that?
Of course, it's no secret. Their average age is 320 earthly years.
Earth humans have been eating genetically modified things for many thousands of years that have been genetically manipulated by extraterrestrials, such as the pear or the avocado fruit.
Anonymously, I shall also send you greetings and best wishes from many people of our Federation, whereby it must be clear to you that in our Federation many more people know you than you can imagine. Truly, there are billions, which is especially due to all the works of spiritual doctrinal form, etc., which you have made for us in all the years of our contacts, and which we of course spread through our spiritual leadership and through our communication channels, etc.
Contact Report 293.
As is customary in your language, you call human beings of our or your kind simply human beings or humanoids,
while you call other human beings who do not resemble us, or you, anatomically, both externally or internally, extra-humanoids or extra-human beings.
Here on the Earth, at least in the German language, this sounds a bit strange, especially because we have a different term for a people, one that is borrowed from Greek.
This is how we call anatomically foreign people xenohumanoids, which means foreign humanoids, or xenoanthropos, which corresponds to the term foreign person.
Could we then use these earthly terms in the future when we talk about anatomically foreign people?
There is probably still the term extraterrestrial, but this does not mean what it should mean when we talk about anatomically foreign human beings.
Exohumanoids are actually correct.
Nothing stands in the way of your wish. Moreover, the earthly word terms are more familiar to the Earth humans. We never tell you things that correspond to untruth.
Contact Report 294.
We Pleiadians Pleiaren do not come to Earth as gods, angels, saints, or the like. And we also do not come to bring salvation, peace, freedom, love, knowledge, wisdom, and progress to the earthly world and to earthly humans. For all these values must be laboriously worked out by the earth human himself or herself through their reason and understanding, as well as through their thinking, feeling, and acting. So we also do not solve any problems for the earth humans, because just as we are not saviors, we are also not omniscient, who we could solve and master all problems and evils. So we are not ultimate saviors either, but only simple people, who do not raise themselves above the earth humans or other humans in the universe, even if we are generally higher developed in all things than the earth humans, etc. We only come here in the obligation of bringing certain values of knowledge, etc., to the earth humans, through you, as well as through tele-impulse impressions, etc., unconscious for the earth human, which he or she must grasp and compile to knowledge themselves.
Contact Report 296.
How do you actually keep it among your folks? Do they also mix to such an extent as is the case here on the Earth?
No, with us, all peoples adhere to the rule that they remain among themselves and do not mix with other peoples. Consequently, there is also no overpopulation of foreigners with us, which could lead to the mixing of folks. Even though all folks and races work together here, everything that belongs to the individual folks and races is preserved. Mixtures between members of different folks and races appear only extremely rarely.
Then there is a question about rituals for weddings, births, and naming, and about saying goodbye when people die.
What do you think?
That is different for federations because there are allies with us who cultivate rituals according to their kind. But for our part, and this refers only to us, Plejarin, we have no rituals whatsoever. In the case of alliances, only a short word is spoken about the alliance to be entered into. As in the case of naming, in which a few words of welcome are also spoken about birth and appearance in life, and as a new community member. If a person dies, then a farewell speech is given, which shows the deceased person in his deeds, thoughts, and feelings as well as in his works and in his character, virtues and personality, etc. This also includes merits, etc. In all cases, however, no rituals take place, which is also the case for honors and merits, etc. during one's lifetime. Everything in the aforementioned matters takes place in a simple framework.
Aha, so no tam-tam. And what about busts and monuments, etc., in honor of people who have achieved great things?
Such commemorative works are also created by us, but no ritual acts are performed around them.
So simply pure works of honor and memory. This includes, as with us, gravestones and memorials.
That corresponds to the circumstances.
Even with memorials, there are no rituals and acts of worship, I suppose.
That's also true, yes.
Here on Earth, unfortunately, these things are handled differently. Pilgrimages, worship, cultural actions, etc. It's not about commemorative visits or simple memorial and testimonial visits to such places or monuments, etc. How is that with you in this relationship?
We also visit memorials and monuments, etc., but in any case, this is done only for the sake of remembrance and honor, and as I said, no rituals and no ritual acts and the like are performed.
Contact Report 297.
I feel the need to diagnose what is causing you evil.
Then just what kind of device is this?
It is a further development of the device you have known for diagnostics before. Sit still. The thing now seems to be quite bad, as the data of my device show. I will take a blood sample from you. Here, give me your middle finger.
Aha, without a needle. Just like Star Trek. So they are on the right track with their fantasies. Only you, Plejarin, do you also have pets?
I mean those that are kept in human living premises.
No.
How do you deal with wild animals? Do you care for them in the same way as the people here on Earth? So do you also go hunting? Do you also have hunters for this purpose?
Hunting is not permitted in our country, and we leave the regulation of the population in the animal world to nature and its laws. The free nature is left with us, so big and actually free enough that all animals have their necessary free space. Consequently, no animals migrate into villages and cities, as is the case on Earth, because the animals no longer have sufficient living space due to the enormous overpopulation of humans. It is forbidden for us to enter wild areas in order to build recreation or dwellings there. In addition, it is customary in our country, which unfortunately is not yet the case for all federates, that no game and no other animals which are kept in large parks and enclosures and which are used for dairy farming, etc., are killed in order to produce food from them, etc. We produce the necessary animal proteins for our food through special duplicators by producing synthetic meat that is absolutely equivalent to real animal meat.
Contact Report 300.
I am outraged, shocked, and shaken that various group members still have such negative forms of judging others.
Contact Report 301.
but I remember this special plant as mimosa. Even today I can still see her image in front of me and how she has always turned to me wherever I went into my office.
You are not mistaken, and your memory is good. My daughter Simya say once captured the phenomenon in a moving image, which you may have forgotten from memory. The recording is in our archives, and even astonished our spiritual leadership when they saw this recording that we spread through our visual information devices.
Oh, I see. You are beautiful birds to me, for you have never told me anything about showing my wandering mimosa to all the people. Well, somehow I still remember Simyase recording everything with a small apparatus and then showing me the recordings on a small table where everything appeared as a hologram. Even I was present in this hologram and seemed lifelike before my eyes, just as if I myself had been present in the hologram, just tiny.
Contact Report 302.
You announced to me that you were coming, somewhat irritated because of Jacobus, who had made you furious.
That is right. I am outraged at his behavior towards you and his anti-community attitude. This indignation is equally true for Quetzal and everyone else.
Contact Report 303.
We call my home Askell. This is a planet in the Pleiadian system. My age is 278 years. By profession, you mean my occupation. I have learned 18 different jobs so far, including that of an ultra-subatomic computer technician. The meaning of my name is shoemaker. I have also learned this activity and practice it as a leisure activity when I am at home.
And he's gone. It is always interesting to see someone just disappear into thin air, so to speak. I am used to it, but still, because I always wonder if it might happen that you just disappear into eternity.
Our technology is so precise that this is impossible. But I do not want to talk about it, but about the incident with Jacobus, about which we were extremely shocked and which we have not coped with yet.
Contact Report 304.
My name is Nefertisa. My age I count with 211 years, and my home is the planet Lucita in the Pleiadian system. I am a close friend of Pseudo and we intend to form a marriage alliance.
I am Tanisa and 182 years old. My homeland is Era, and I am Florina's closest friend, and at the same time I am also associated with Zaphanat Panich. I greet you.
Splendid, that pleases me. I thought to myself that Zaphanat Panich is a sneaky feller. By this I mean that he is already courting another woman, in addition to Florina.
That is his right. And Tanisa and I get along very well, and we are very pleased that Zaphanat Panich has made his choice in this wise.
My name is Vitanica. I was born 289 years ago on Era, where I still live. I am Zaphanat Panich's sister.
My age is 223 years and my name is Tanita. I am Florina's sister. My name means the one who gives thanks. The meaning of my name is the one who has magic powers.
My name means the equal stars.
My name means the good judge.
Sit down here and stretch your legs out. So yes, one moment this device diagnoses your suffering. Aha! Especially the left knee is severely inflamed and suffers from a very severe lack of cartilage substance. The right knee is also badly affected. For a moment, this device will give you immediate relief and neutralize the inflammation.
So, how do you feel about your knees now?
You only drove over it at once with your device. Well, actually, I do not feel any pain anymore. I get up and walk around a bit. Great. No more pain and everything seems to be normal again.
Then maybe it is good if the four of us say goodbye now and go outside for some time and take a look at the area and the animals in the enclosure.
You can do that, but make sure you do not meet anyone. But it is true. In this beautiful weather, you can walk around a bit outside.
We will use our viewing protection devices so that we are not seen.
Be careful, girl. I was so happy. Salome, and gone they are. Just fascinating again and again, even if you have got used to it for a long time.
Contact Report 305.
I have known the meaning of Gaudon's name since 1988. If I remembered it correctly, the name means the rejoicing rider.
But to my name, its meaning is the one who cares for the flower. Exactly 160 years ago, I saw the light of my homeworld era. My main occupation that led me to Earth is paleontology, paleohistology, paleoclimatology, paleogeology, and paleogeography, as well as paleolithicology, if I use the terms correctly in your language.
I think so. Anyway, I realize that you have to do with early Earth history and early life on Earth, as well as the Earth's climate and so on. But you said that you were born exactly 160 years ago. Does that mean that you are referring to today? I mean that exactly today the time of your birth rounds off for the 161st time?
That is the meaning of my words. Besides, I want to tell you that Gordon and I are a couple.
You have made a marriage alliance.
No, we do not have that yet, but it will be soon.
I am happy about that. And what is your age, Gordon?
That is no secret. I am 203 years old. My main occupation is the same as Queda's.
Just now we were in the garden and saw that there are already ripe strawberries there, which I would have liked to have tasted. Oh, but they are aromatic.
May I also taste them, my friend?
Of course, take it.
Really, they are really good.
May I ask what you want to do when someone suddenly appears and sees you?
That probably will not happen, because our sensors would warn us early.
In an emergency, we would just make ourselves invisible to observers.
Another question. Why did you not call me telepathically, but walked everywhere to find me?
We just wanted to surprise you, which we succeeded in doing, I suppose.
Of course. If you want me to show you around, then we should do that.
That is what we want, yes.